Chapter 311. A message. Tiberius's main objective in calling Stella crestfallen to his office was to sat his burning curiosity. He had lived a long life, and as a celestial warden of the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion, he had connections to powerful cultivators as numerous as stars in the sky. None of them could make a divine being move to save them. Not even one. Divine beings were transcendent, meaning they had to originate from a higher plane of existence. Until recently, the World Tree was the only divine being in the realm, and nobody could manifest her power in combat. Yet Stella had a spider-shaped storm of divine ash move to kill her foes. Also, Dorian Lunarshade seemed convinced the leader of the Ashfallen sect was the reincarnation of a divine being from the higher realms before he was dragged off and likely killed. She certainly carries herself like someone capable of such a feat. Tiberius mused as he looked at the girl casually sitting opposite him. Her legs were crossed, and she rested her head in her palm as she leaned on the armrest. As a courtesy, they had both removed their masks so Tiberius could see her expression and she could see his. Stella seemed bored. Her eyes seemed distant and tranquil, like an immortal yet with a hint of madness brewing beneath, which didn't match her youthful physique that couldn't be older than 18. Not one for meetings. He asked to break the silence that had drawn on between them. At it nobleman at. No, Stella replied. They bore me to death and are usually a waste of time. I see, Tiberius mused as he fell into thought. She displays the attitude of a spoiled child or an immortal princess who knows the value of her time. To show such disinterest when meeting someone of my stature means I am below those she usually converses with, or her cultivation is so far above mine that I am an ant in her eyes, but that shouldn't be the case. Judging by how the defensive formations reacted, she has to be in the upper stages of the Star Core realm. An impossibility for a spatial cultivator of such a young age, meaning her youthful appearance is the result of being a prodigy at a young age. Yet I don't feel a hint or see any evidence of heart demons plaguing her soul. It's as if she is entirely pure. Now that I think about it, her soul flames during the fight with the Lunarshade family were also devoid of impurities. An impossible feat without slow and careful cultivation to build a perfect foundation. Well, as I promised, I will make this quick, Tiberius said, earning a slight stir in interest from Stella as she looked at him. But first, I believe introductions are in order. My name is Tiberius, and I originally hail from the Celestial Empire. Stella's eyes widened slightly, and she raised her head from her palm. Then what are you doing here? I finally got her attention. It seems the Celestial Empire is a topic of interest to her. I wonder why. Tiberius decided to humor her question. The Eternal Pursuit Pavilion is a realm-spanning organization, meaning we have a branch in almost every sect and empire, including the Celestial Empire. I worked my way up the ranks all the way up to Sage Advisor to the Celestial Warden in the Celestial Empire's branch during my youth. Unable to promote further, I looked for opportunities elsewhere, and that's how I ended up here in the Tainted Cloud sect, where the largest branch for this region's demonic sects lies. It wasn't exactly a secret, so Tiberius didn't mind telling Stella if it would earn some trust. As far as he was concerned, she had all the secrets and was shrouded in mystery. Due to her background and temperament, he was unsure how far he could push for answers without risking the wrath of those behind her. Stella hummed with interest as she leaned back in her chair. I didn't know celestial cultivators would mingle with the dregs out here in the demonic sects. So, she has a poor opinion of demonic cultivators. It makes sense since she is devoid of any heart demons, meaning she reached her impressive cultivation level without abusing beast cores. But then, where is she from? Tiberius chuckled lightly. Why wouldn't we? There is much to learn and gain from trading and interacting with the demonic cultivators, though I will admit few would be as bold as me to move and live out here. What about you? Where are you from? I don't know, Stella answered nonchalantly. Tiberius searched her expression and found no hint of lies, or perhaps she was too good at hiding it. What about your parents? Stella shrugged. Don't know either. You are part of the crestfallen bloodline, right? Tiberius stroked his chin in fake contemplation. He knew that was a fact. At least, that's what the records said. Janice Crestfallen's origins are also unknown. How does he relate to you? I wouldn't know, Stella returned to her bored position. All I know is we share a bloodline. He could be my father, cousin, or brother, but I have no idea unless I ask him. Would you like to ask him? We have a branch in the Frozen Star sect where he resides, so sending a message would be easy enough. Oh, Stella perked up. That's a good idea, I will do it later. Why not now? Tiberius stood up and walked over to his desk. They would get nowhere at this rate, and he still craved answers. Just who is this girl, And where the hell did she come from? I would rather do it later, Stella said, but Tiberius ignored her. She was far too hard to read and didn't seem keen on opening up about her dubious origins, so this would be an excellent way to gain more insight. He inserted his pendant into a hole in the center of the desk with a satisfying click, and power rippled across the desk surface before a golden light interface sprung to life, showing him all the operations of the pavilion. As the Celestial Warden, he could use most services for free, so he selected the Frozen Star sect with a swipe of his finger. The tail has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. Stella really hated the direction in which the meeting was going. She had been instructed to remove her mask, so she tried her best to show no emotions or reactions to any questions while seeming as bored as possible so the Celestial Warden would lose interest in her and let her go. What message should I send him? The handsome man with short black hair and a perfect temperament asked as he poked his head around the floating golden words over the table. Don't worry, it's free of charge. I wasn't worried about the cost. I am going to be quite wealthy soon from selling pills, you know. Stella cursed in her mind and barely managed to hide her irritation. Now was not the time to speak to her deadbeat dad, who had faked his death and left her alone yet was supposedly in the nascent soul realm. She did have many questions she wished to ask him, but not with the Celestial Warden breathing over her shoulder. Say hello from me, and that I am in a meeting with you, Stella said, hoping that Janice would get the hint and not spill anything important. Okay. The Celestial Warden relayed Stella's message aloud to his table, and then it was sent off to the Frozen Star sect. Withdrawing his pendant from the table with a click, he strode back over to their table and took his seat. It shouldn't take too long to get an answer, he said, giving a charming smile. In the meantime, I must admit I have a burning question. So many questions. Stella sighed. Sure. What is it? Knox. Stella gripped the armrest a little tighter at the mention of the thing she had been dreading. Where is she? Tiberius leaned in closer. I know she is still alive, but I haven't heard from her since she visited the Voidman family to rid herself of a rather unique curse. You wouldn't happen to know anything about it, would you? Stella quickly thought about the best way to go about this. Begging for forgiveness. Off the table. Admitting that Knox had become a tree. A quick path to the grave. The Celestial Warden seemed like a man who knew boundaries despite his superior cultivation and position, but Stella had no plans to test its breaking point. Deciding to default to the mode she was best at, she smirked and assumed a haunting young mistress pose. The Voidman family. I fear they won't have been much help. Oh. Tiberius raised a brow. Why not? Stella inspected her nails to avoid having to look into the Celestial Warden's eyes. They were a stain on the land, so the Ashfallen sect wiped them out. So it suffices to say that Knox wouldn't have found much help from a family that only exists in history books. Or they will be gone soon. I can't imagine them surviving Larry's wrath, and no information seems to leave the Blood Lotus sect and reach the pavilion's ears due to Vincent driving them out, so they won't be able to verify my words for quite some time. Tiberius leaned back in his chair, unable to contain a look of surprise on his handsome face. Was there a reason for eradicating such a rare and powerful family? You do know there's no other void chi cultivators out there. Stella glanced up from her nails. Oh, I know. As for the reason, there wasn't really one. They just caused too much disturbance for us. We hate people that go around poking their noses where they don't belong. I'm sure you would understand that much. That wasn't a total lie. The Voidman librarian had met an unfortunate end inside Ash's trunk due to appearing on Red Vine Peak uninvited, and that death had caused a series of events that led to the Voidman's imminent extinction. I see, so the Voidman family is no more. It's a hard pill to swallow as few dare to stand against one who can wield the void, but if anyone can do it, I believe it lies within the realm of capabilities for the Ashfallen sect. Tiberius closed his eyes as if saying a prayer for the fallen, or perhaps he was taking a moment to calm his expression. Once his eyes snapped open, he asked, so what happened to my dear Knox? Heavens, this topic is a real pain. Stella internally groaned. She hated meetings and despised talking with ancient cultivators like this even more. Everything had a hidden meaning, and she had to be very careful and cryptic with her words. Any wrong move could expose the true strength of the Ashfallen sect, and Stella wasn't sure they would survive if such a fact became known. Clearing her throat, Stella replied, well, Knox dared to go against a deal and steal from me, so the fact she isn't dead is quite generous of me, Stella said as arrogantly as she could muster. For now, she is repenting in the Ashfallen sect for her crimes while she adapts to living with the curse. You will be free to see her in time. She is repenting. The Celestial Warden clearly wasn't too happy with learning that his beloved Knox was being held hostage if his grave expression was anything to go by. Yet, it seemed Stella's arrogant performance had convinced him it was a twisted form of kindness as he wiped away his anger and gave a weary smile. I suppose I should thank the Ashfallen sect for showing her mercy. She was always a rash and hard-headed girl that caused those who cared for her a lot of problems in the past. I had hoped she grew up, but I guess not. Be assured, Celestial Warden, as a gesture for our new friendship, I will personally ensure she is treated well. Stella lied through her teeth. The damage was already done. Knox was a freaking tree. If a person such as yourself is seeing to it personally, then I can rest assured, Tiberius replied. Stella quickly jumped in to change the topic. Could you tell me about the World Tree from the perspective of someone who lived in the Celestial Empire? That's an interesting question, and I suppose it's unfair if I am the only one asking. Tiberius stroked his chin. Let's see. The World Tree is breathtakingly beautiful, with bark of shining gold that reaches for the heavens. The sheer size of the tree is impossible to articulate in words, but entire cities are built along its numerous branches and between its exposed roots. Its canopy is so vast it encompasses the sky from horizon to horizon, and during the day, the cities are bathed in golden light as the sunlight bounces between her golden leaves. Stella wasn't sure when it happened, but she was on the edge of her seat. The description of the World Tree painted such a breathtaking picture in her head that she couldn't imagine her mother gifting the cultivators under her canopy such a life while being in immense pain. A twinkling of nostalgia clouded the Celestial Warden's eyes. I still miss it sometimes. The air was crisp with chi, so there was never a need for beast cores to cultivate. It was all right there for us. Oh, and the World Tree's sap. Ah, it was bliss. Yes, the World Tree sap. Tell me more. Stella couldn't hold back. I am most curious about it. Valandor said Janice had fed him World Tree sap to free him from Vincent's control, so it must be a mythical substance. What's there to say? Tiberius shrugged. The Celestial Order, the most powerful group in the Empire, harvests divine sap from the World Tree and gives it to their followers in the form of pills or wines. In return, the cultivators pray to the World Tree and protect it from beast tides. A harmonious relationship that has gone on for thousands of years. Stella heard her seat creak in protest as her grip around the armrest tightened as she tried to hold back her rage. Harmonious. What an unbelievable lie. Those Celestial Order bastards know precisely what they are doing, and they hide it from the cultivators by putting themselves between the cultivators and the divine sap supply. Other than that, there isn't much to say. Oh, actually, as a higher up, I did hear rumors that the Order had started doing some more questionable practices using the World Tree sap inspired by some of the rituals conducted here in the demonic sects. Such as? Stella asked. Tiberius bit his lip. I shouldn't really say. It made raising pill furnaces or creating nocturnes seem like child's play. A sudden flash from the table drew both of their attention. Looks like a message from Janice has arrived. He got up and strode over to the desk. Inserting his pendant with a click, a voice Stella vaguely remembered from her childhood echoed through the room with a single ominous line before it cut out. Run. They are coming for you. Chapter 312. Visiting Family. Tiberius raised a brow in confusion as the message from the Frozen Star sect cut out. That had most certainly been Janice Crestfallen's voice as he had spoken with the man a few times before he vanished to the far west, where the only Monarch Realm sect resided on a vast frozen plain. Run. They are coming for you, Tiberius muttered to himself as he dismissed the golden words and retrieved his pendant from the table. Do you have any idea what that means, Stella Crestfallen? The girl was frozen, staring off into space. We all have enemies, and one can learn a lot about another person by knowing who opposes them. So Stella, who are yours? Who hunts you from the shadows? Always lurking and waiting to strike at the slightest hint of weakness. Tiberius mused as he sat opposite Stella and patiently waited. Eventually, Stella snapped out of her daze and met his gaze. Sorry, I have to go, she said simply. Tiberius frowned. Who is after you, Stella? As your new friend, I can help. I appreciate the offer, but this is likely something beyond your capabilities, Stella said as she stood up, and Tiberius matched her as he also rose. She eyed him up and down with a weary smile. I really do have to go. Sorry to cut the meeting short. Tiberius examined her expression and struggled to get a read on her. If it was anyone else, he would command them to stay or flex his cultivation until they spilled the answer, but this girl's background was far too mysterious. He had brought her here to satisfy his curiosity and had somehow ended the meeting with more questions than answers. I refuse to believe anything is beyond my help. Who are these people who are after her? I need to know. Stella turned to walk toward the door. Tiberius reached over and placed a hand on her shoulder. Stella froze under his grip. As the Celestial Warden, I can mobilize the full potential of the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion. So long as you provide the funds with the selling of your pills, then no problem or group of people is too big to run from. Stella slowly glanced over her shoulder, and Tiberius felt the words die in his throat under Stella's gaze. Her previously tranquil eyes, with a hint of madness, had transformed into two swirling orbs of darkness that sent a chill down his spine. The red maple earrings dangling from her ears radiated power, and her hair seemed to float slightly as if defying gravity. Take your hand off me. Tiberius retracted his hand. Good. Now stay out of my business. Stella blinked, and her eyes returned to normal. Okay. She insisted, offering a smile. Sure. Tiberius had a cold sweat, and his hands felt clammy. This was the first time someone had dared to attack him in his own study, so he hadn't been expecting it, and he was now totally convinced that no ordinary teenage cultivator could display such confidence. She has to be an ancient cultivator like me, somehow suppressing her cultivation. She made me back off with just her gaze by showing a hint of her true wrath. Goodbye, Celestial Warden, and don't call for me again. With that, Stella was gone, and Tiberius was left alone in his study. He stood there for a long while, staring at the door as he calmed down. Don't call on me again. Why is that the second time I have heard such a phrase? Tiberius unceremoniously collapsed back into his chair with a sigh. The image of Stella's gaze flashed through his mind as he closed his eyes with a frown. Stella hinted that the group after her was beyond my capabilities, which, if true, surprisingly narrows it down. Only the Celestial Order or the Frozen Star sect could rival the power of the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion. Tiberius opened his eyes and studied the ceiling for a moment. I don't think the Frozen Star sect would allow such a message to be sent if they were the instigators, leaving only the Celestial Order, but they would only move after a single person if World Tree Sap was involved. Tiberius thought about the rumor he had heard. A girl born from the World Tree went missing over a decade ago. Tiberius shook his head with a smirk. There's no way that girl is Stella. I bet she is even older than me. However, I wonder how good the reward would be from the Order if I found their missing child. Elaine thought she had gained more confidence from her time in the Ashfallen sect, but she was currently a bundle of nerves as she stood before the extravagant entrance of the Voidmind residence atop Sleemere Mountain. It had been years since she had last been here, yet the memories of the family looking down their noses with contempt at her as she was ushered out and banished in shame to Darklight City to study under her uncle were still fresh in her mind. The mental scars of it had run deep, made even worse knowing the treatment her superior brother received. They are always so slow to power down the defensive arrays. Valandor, standing at her side, grumbled as he tapped his foot with impatience. Maybe they all died to the Skyrend family already. That would help speed up my investigation. Hopefully not. Elaine half lied. They didn't know who was listening. I do hope Mother is okay. The plan was simple. They were to have her family lower their defenses and let her and Grand Elder Valandor enter for an inspection. Larry, still waiting in the ether, would then appear and slaughter almost everyone. There was no way her family would suspect such a ruse, as Valandor was supposed to be a faithful agent of the Nitros family who wouldn't pick a side in a war as they benefit no matter who wins. What my family hasn't accounted for is that another powerhouse nearby has already decided their fate. Elaine understood that Ashlock had some personal vendetta against her family after her uncle almost killed him, and her family also seemed to make great ends, so she understood why he decided to eradicate them. I feel weirdly cold about the whole thing. Family values say I should care, but they treated me like an outcast. There was a ripple of power across the towering black brick walls of the residence, and the silver runic lines dimmed. The defensive arrays were briefly disabled. Finally, Valandor clicked his tongue. The two giant doors glided open, and two black-haired and eyed cultivators greeted them. However, they were dressed like servants, meaning they were from one of the branch families. Grand Elder Valandor, we apologize for the delay. They both bowed and gestured for him to enter. Please come inside. The Grand Elder awaits you in the main hall. Elaine bit her lip as neither even spared her a look. Don't mind if I do. Valandor strode into the residence. Elaine tried to follow behind, but the two servants moved to block her. Young mistress, we are currently at war, so someone of your capabilities would only be a liability. The left one said coldly, and the right one nodded in agreement. Please turn back. I'm a liability. Elaine found that laughable as she flexed her 9th stage Soulfire Realm cultivation, which wasn't that impressive to an elder, but it was enough to make two servants rethink their insults as they paled. If I am a liability, what would that make you two then? The author's tale has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. The two exchanged a glance before the left one cleared his throat. Young mistress, don't make it difficult for us. Your father has ordered us to prevent you from stepping onto the residence grounds. Elaine knew she had been sent to study in Darklight City, but this was the first she had heard of being completely banned from coming home. Why would father go so far as to tell all the servants to prevent my entry? Unless he has done something to mother that he doesn't want me to see. Step aside, Elaine said coldly, I won't tell you again. Young mistress, just because you have seen a little jump in cultivation doesn't mean you can command us around. Something inside Elaine snapped. Taking a page from Stella's book on dealing with people who were an inconvenience, her hands blurred as she grabbed their foreheads and pulsed void-tainted illusion chi into their minds. The air makes your lungs feel incredibly itchy, Elaine said as she retracted her hands, wreathed in soul flames from their foreheads. Both servants dropped to the ground. Their eyes were wide as they gasped and clawed at their necks. One of them even began ripping at his clothes and drew blood by scratching his chest as he desperately tried to satisfy an itch from within. Valandor turned around and seemed impressed. That's truly horrific. Elaine gave a weary smile as she retrieved a dagger from her spatial ring and tried to ignore how it trembled in her hand. Unlike Stella, such brutality didn't come as naturally to her, and now she was starting to overthink the situation. These are just lackeys under my tyrant of a father. They will likely die to Ashlock anyway, so I best put them out of their misery first. Elaine knew she was doing mental gymnastics to justify her actions, but it was the best she could do. The Ashfallen sect had no use for a pacifist. Grabbing the black hair of the left one, her body clenched as she rammed the dagger into his throat. Withdrawing it and flicking off the blood, she repeated the process for the second. Both cultivators fell flat on their faces, letting off desperate gargles before falling silent. I did it. I actually killed them. Elaine's hand was trembling worse now as she stood over the corpses. A portal rippled into existence, and a single black root thicker than her body drooped down and scooped the two bodies up and back to Red Vine Peak. I'll be honest, I believe that's my first time seeing a spirit tree do that. Valandor ran a hand through his hair. Quite pragmatic, isn't he? Most spirit trees just sit around and wait for food to come to them. Yeah, he is. Elaine's gaze lingered on where the bodies had been before she deposited her dagger and walked down the corridor as memories of the place came flooding back, adding to her already unsettled mood. Let's head to the main hall, shall we? Valandor asked as he took the lead. What if we run into people on the way? Valandor smirked as white flames wreathed his hand. The Ashfallen sect wanted this family eradicated, right? I'll deal with them. Just shout if there's someone I should leave alive. Elaine was surprised. Is that really fine? Won't you waste a lot of chi? It's not like I can ascend to nascent soul until Vincent is dead. Valandor winked before looking ahead, so why not have a little fun with my excess chi until then? Elaine's lips pressed into a line. She had heard rumors about Valandor from her family, and she knew the White Reaper wasn't someone to be trifled with, but could he really deal with anyone they encountered? Mistress. A young maid with freckles that Elaine recognized cried out as she emerged from a side room holding a stack of towels that almost reached her head. Is that you? You look so different. Beautiful. Valandor casually clicked his finger, and the maid vanished, causing the stack of towels to fall to the ground. Elaine blinked in disbelief. Where did she go? You didn't kill her, did you? I sent her to the basement. Valandor hummed as he kept walking forward as if nothing had happened. I have no interest in staining the walls with mortal blood. They have no chi to prevent teleportation, so moving them is almost more efficient than killing them. Elaine knew ether chi was a higher form of spatial chi as it operated with reality on a higher level, but she had never seen it used before. I remember reading in a book once that if spatial chi was the art of tearing reality apart to forcefully create a pathway, ether chi gave one the ability to simply phase through reality to their location. If that's the case, teleportation is likely a relatively cheap use of ether chi, whereas it's one of the more expensive applications of spatial chi. The route to the main hall was uneventful except for a few more poor maids and butlers that went poof the moment they crossed paths with Valandor. Elaine, what are you doing here? Oh heavens, not this bitch of a cousin. Elaine mentally groaned as she turned to see a woman sneering at her. Veronica had always been a massive thorn in her side, as she was the eldest daughter of her father's second wife, so she would taunt Dante and her endlessly. What's with that look you are giving me? Veronica laughed through her fingers. Come running back to daddy for more pills just because you had a glow up. You know they are wasted on you. Noisy. Valandor flicked his finger, making the stretch of reality between them and Veronica slowly ripple and wobble in a wave. Veronica eyed the approaching attack with amusement as she casually summoned her void soul flames. What is this? Oh, this isn't going to be good. Elaine thought. The ripple didn't seem to care much for Veronica's half-baked defense, turning her arrogant expression into absolute fear as the ripple drew her in and didn't let go. She screamed as it stretched her body apart before compressing it, making her blood instantly boil and her body explode, starting from her outstretched arm and then her body. I know she is only in the mid-stages of the soul fire realm, but that was brutal. Elaine's eyes flickered to Valandor. So that is the power of the White Reaper. I sure hope Stella never learns how to use ether. I don't think the world would be safe. Hey, don't look at me like that. Valandor turned away from the corridor, now dyed red. We are conducting an investigation, remember. Those who interrupt it deserve such a fate. It was more the method than the killing. You are having way too much fun with it. Elaine shook her head. The main hall was just up ahead. Valandor clasped his hands behind his back and assumed an elegant pose as he gracefully led the way. It's not often that I get to go all out, you know. I have to flex my mastery over my techniques every few centuries, otherwise, I will get rusty. Sure. Elaine took the lead and opened the door for Valandor, which had guards a moment ago before they poofed out of existence at the click of a finger like the rest. The aura in the main hall was chilling as they strode in under the stares of all the remaining elders of the family and her father, who sat on the main seat and glared at her. Grand Elder Valandor, welcome. Wait, what are you doing here, Elaine? The Grand Elder rose from his seat. I instructed the guards to inform you that it's too dangerous here. Return to Darklight City. Elaine ignored him and desperately looked around for her mom. A terrible sinking feeling brewed in her stomach as she met Veronica's mom's eyes, who occupied her mother's usual seat at her father's side. No, this can't be real. Elaine desperately looked around but couldn't see her mom anywhere else, even after searching the faces of everyone present. Answer your father, young mistress. One of the elders called out with a hint of disdain. Where is my mother? Elaine replied, ignoring the previous question. Her father's thin face, which reminded her of Dante, twisted in rage. Your mother's whereabouts are none of your concern. They absolutely are, and I won't ask again. Elaine gulped as every elder rose from their seats, eyes locked on her. What have you done with my mom? Maybe you can ask her yourself. Her father smirked. Elders capture her and take her to the dungeon. The elder, who had called out earlier and was also from Veronica's branch family, was the first to move. As he vanished and reappeared before Elaine with void step. Young mistress, please come with me. Elaine sidestepped his grasp. I don't think so. Brat, the elder scowled. You should learn your branch has brought too much shame upon the family and is no longer welcome here. That's good to know, Elaine snapped back. Then I won't need to feel bad about what will happen next. Larry, what nonsense are you sprouting? A portal of white flames manifested behind Elaine, and a storm of silver ash surged past her and engulfed the elder. He howled in agony before being reduced to nothing but a pile of silver ash. The storm didn't stop there and expanded out into the rest of the room. The elders all scrambled backward from their chairs toward the far side of the hall. At nobleman at. Protect the Grand Elder. Veronica's mom shrieked as the elders moved to try and fight the storm. They hurled void attacks at it, but the void dissipated against the glimmering silver ash without leaving a mark that terrified all the elders. All the dozens of attacks managed to do was force Larry backward for a moment before he reformed and went after the weaker targets. You are all useless, the Grand Elder yelled as another one of his elders was caught off guard by silver ash swirling up his legs and devouring him from below. Why do I have to do everything myself? The Grand Elder summoned dozens of black holes made from the void and threw them at Larry, forcing his body to disperse. Lances of void manifested next and tore through Larry, aiming for his eyes. But Larry was seemingly unfazed as his swirling body continuously reformed. Valandor kept next to Elaine and blocked any incoming void attacks from the elders with his ether-chi-wreathed hand. Will the divine beast be fine? He hissed over the chaos as he returned fire and killed an elder. Elaine looked up at the vague spider-shaped storm that dominated the hall's roof. He shifted around as her father burned through his chi reserves to fight a seemingly impossible foe. Come fight me, you cowardly monster. Elaine's father shouted, and Elaine was surprised to sense a hint of desperation in his voice. Was her father really going to lose without doing any damage? How was this possible? It was as if the divine spider was immune to the void. A haunted laugh echoed through the room, and Elaine recognized the voice as Larry's. I have no need to fight you, Grand Elder, you're already dead, Larry proclaimed in the ancient runic language that echoed through the room with power. My master's curse festers in your soul, your death will give birth to a new life, so rejoice. Elaine was confused by Larry's words, but upon narrowing her eyes at her father, she saw a part of his neck that had turned to wood. He also stood more stiffly than usual, with his arm hanging at his side like a stick rather than a functional limb. Is my father turning into a tree? Chapter 313. Void Tree. Ashlock knew from the moment Larry gained divine authority over Ash and Decay that the battle with the Voidman family would be easy. Void Chi had immense upsides with its capabilities to fight people of higher stages or even realms, but as with anything, it also came with equal, if not worse, downsides. The difficulty of cultivating Void Chi aside, it was the only affinity that had absolutely no effect on divine beings. Now, down here on the lowest realm of creation, that shouldn't have been an issue so long as the Voidman family stayed far from the reach of the World Tree, as historically, it had been the only divine being down here besides the occasional interest from the heavens. But that had all changed a few short years ago with the arrival of Ashlock. After receiving the divine fragment from Senior Lee, he'd evolved into a demonic demi-divine tree with unlimited cultivation potential and immunity to the void that lies beyond heaven's carefully woven reality. These seemingly impossible events lined up and resulted in this one-sided fight and the inevitable fall of one of the Blood Lotus sect's most feared and influential families. It also seems like the Voidman Grand Elder is infected with my cursed sap, as Dante told me he would be before that fool died. Ashlock mused, I was going to turn the Grand Elder into an ant to replace Chaos, whom I lost in the war with the Lunar Shades, but a void tree would be fascinating. The shifting storm of silver ash surged down and rammed into one of the elders, who had switched targets and was doing everything he could to try and kill Elaine. The elder howled in despair as his body was devoured and reduced to a sad pile of silver ash. Monster, the woman standing beside the Voidman Grand Elder shrieked as she stumbled back. Why can't we hurt it? Why won't our void attacks annihilate it like it does with all else? Larry, stop eating the elders. Ashlock berated his loyal summon, who had switched targets and was now surging toward the woman. I know they are tasty, but leave at least a few behind. I want to try and upgrade my abilities with the void and make a group of void ents. The spider-shaped silver ash storm paused right before the woman before soaring up to the ceiling, scaring the shit out of the woman as she fell backward as a trembling mess. Since victory was assured, Ashlock's main goal here was to maximize the profits from this battle, unlike the war with the Lunar Shades, which he had fought tooth and nail to barely win. Let's see. I should try to prevent them from running away first. Ashlock's immense star core, many miles away, ablaze with chi being drawn up from the World Tree, began to pulse as he activated spatial lock and targeted many of the elders. The chi flowed through his ethereal roots that sprawled across the land and throughout the Sleemir mountain. All of this was within his domain of control, nobody would escape. With the room now locked down and void step blocked, the next problem was preventing the elders and the Grand Elder from going supernova in the face of an unbeatable foe. Larry would likely be fine, but there was no way Elaine or Valandor would survive a void chi supernova. Elaine, can you prevent your father from going supernova with illusion chi? Elaine looked at her father and nervously bit her lip. Maybe. I could give it a try. She mentally replied, but there's a likely chance he will kill me before I can even get close. He is no fool and has honed his fighting styles since his cultivation stalled at the peak of the Star Core realm. Valandor and Larry, do you two think you could protect her long enough? Nobody can harm those my master commands me to protect, Larry thundered from above, and Valandor gave a more low-key nod. Okay. Go now. I think the Voidman Grand Elder knows he is nearing his limit as the curse has spread to most of his body, and he's also stopped attacking. Valandor grabbed Elaine's arm and dragged her through a sudden portal of white flames. Ashlock felt them both effortlessly phase through reality as if they were merely walking rather than tearing a tunnel through space. Larry flooded the room from above, focusing on engulfing the Grand Elder without reducing him to a pile of silver ash. Valandor and Elaine rematerialized behind the Grand Elder, but nobody noticed their arrival as they were too busy trying to protect themselves from the silver ash storm. Elaine wreathed her hands in translucent white flames that shifted between various colors like a rainbow. Void chi then mixed in with the illusion chi, and she thrust her hands through the ashen storm swirling around her father and clamped her hands on either side of the man's head. You are winning, father. The Ashen Storm is nothing compared to your cultivation, which stands at the pinnacle of the Voidmend family. So long as you fight to the bitter end, victory and redemption of House Voidmend will be assured. Elaine whispered into his ear as she pumped his mind full of illusions. Everyone else are mere ants compared to your greatness. The void bows before you and listens to your every word. Wield the void and crush all who oppose you. That's certainly an interesting way to go about it, Ashlock chuckled. He knew there were limits to illusion chi. If the illusion wasn't something the person could genuinely believe in, then it was far more likely to fail. Playing to her father's ego and inflating his pride is a perfect way to prevent him from taking the cowardly way out by going supernova. Elaine never fails to impress me. A chilling laughter echoed through the room from the Voidmend Grand Elder as Elaine jumped back and disappeared into the ether again with Valandor. Larry dispersed, revealing the Grand Elder ablaze with soul flames so black it was as if he was wreathed in the absence of anything. Like a glitch in a game, reality around him was non-existent. Deleted. I alone wield the peak of the void. There is nothing I can't annihilate from existence. The Grand Elder said as he looked up and glared at Larry. Black wood crawled up his neck and down his arms to his palms, but the crazed man seemed unfazed by his rapid transformation into something inhuman. His focus was entirely on the monster looming overhead he was now convinced he could defeat. At Nobleman at. Even Ashlock felt a chill down his bark at the Grand Elder's words. If not for his immunity to the void, this was possibly the last person he wanted as his enemy. Void chi was not something to be messed with. The Grand Elder raised his hands, and his totally black eyes widened, soul expansion. No, don't. The woman at his side shouted and tried to tackle him to the ground. That will kill you. The Grand Elder was unfazed by the woman's plea as he finished his technique. Oblivion Ray. All of the void chi wreathed around his form focused toward his arms. His chest seemingly caved in, revealing what could only be described as a black hole. His arms folded inwards and were devoured by the swirling darkness. Seemingly satisfied with the sacrifice, the void answered the call, and a beam of pure void 10 meters wide that deleted reality shot out and smashed Larry square in the face. Despite being immune, the force of the attack caused Larry to scatter, and the beam continued until it tore a hole in the ceiling and shot off into the sky. Once the beam of void vanished, a thunderclap roared across the land as air rapidly moved to fill the gap left behind. Grand Elder. The elders around the room gasped in horror as the Grand Elder stood there wordlessly without arms and a hole to the void in his chest. His eyes were unfocused and distant on the ceiling as he wordlessly stood there. Illusion chi is horrifying, Ashlock murmured to himself. He was so convinced that he had absolute command over the void that he forgot the cost of using such power. Larry casually reformed, and Ashlock saw the rays of hope dim in the Grand Elder's eyes. Valandor and Elaine reappeared from the ether, and the Grand Elder slowly tilted his head to look at them. This tale has been unlawfully obtained from Royal Road. If you discover it on Amazon, kindly report it. The few elders still alive didn't dare move after seeing such an attack have no effect on the Ashen Spider. All of them had tried to use Void Step to escape, but Ashlock's spatial lock technique prevented the Void from hearing their call. They were stuck in a room with something they likely thought impossible, a monster immune to the Void. Grand Elder Voidman's lips slowly parted, and he whispered, "It's so cold, where am I?" The man seemed genuinely lost and confused as if he wasn't himself. It was then that Ashlock realized the Void had taken much more than his arms and body. No wonder that woman was so hellbent on trying to stop him. I thought soul expansion meant he was unleashing the power stored in his soul, but he literally used his own soul to fuel the attack. Father, you did this to yourself, Elaine said adamantly, but Ashlock could see redness gathering at the corner of her eyes. My daughter. The Grand Elder whispered as he tilted his head. The whole scene was beyond creepy. The man's eyes were black as if dyed with ink, and an endless void was still swirling in his chest like a gateway to the beyond. The lack of arms also wasn't helping matters. Elaine shook her head. Don't call me that. What did you do with Mom? She is safe. His head dropped, and he stared at the floor. I had to protect her from the others, the ridicule was too much. His voice was barely a whisper at this point, and he was almost entirely consumed by the curse, as his cheeks were now wood. I'm sorry, Elaine. I listened to them. With those parting words, his body had fully succumbed to the curse, and his mouth and eyes were sealed with bark. The crackling of wood filled the room, and his body began twisting upwards as branches grew like gnarled fingers reaching for the heavens. The hole to the void in his chest remained as he turned into a tree and began to curve toward Elaine, likely influenced by the Voidmend Grand Elder's posture. A disturbed silence filled the room as everyone watched the transformation. Eventually, Elaine's gaze swept over the elders and landed on the woman frozen in fear under the Grand Elder's forming canopy. What did he mean by that? Did you ridicule my mother and tell my father to banish her, Elder Natalia? Is that surprising to you? Natalia gathered herself and began ranting, clearly unable to hold herself back anymore. Your brother, her vile spawn, brought ruin upon the family. Nothing has gone right for us since Dante left to attend that alchemy tournament and visit you. Having not been taught proper manners by that wench, Dante killed a scion of House Skyrend and brought war upon our lands. Then, instead of turning himself in and preventing it, he ran off with an intruder. All the while, Sleemere City vanished without a trace. Now you return with a void-immune monster and somehow turn the Grand Elder into a tree. Elaine's lips pressed into a line at Natalia's accusations. I believe you two colluded together for the downfall of the family. Natalia pointed an accusing finger at Elaine as spittle flew from her mouth. So, of course, we shamed the bitch that birthed two hellspawn that cursed our family. Hellspawn. Elaine put the finger on her chin. What about me is indiscernible from a hellspawn, Elder Natalia? From what I remember, I was always diligent and worked hard for the family. Natalia sneered. You were untalented and an eyesore, a leech on the family's resources. Thankfully, the Grand Elder had the brains to send you far away. Talent. Don't make me laugh. Translucent illusion chi soul flames flickered to life across her shoulders. What use is talent if our family is handicapped at the 9th stage of the Starcore realm? You and I know that, given enough time and resources, we would all meet the same bottleneck. Well, except me. Natalia's eyes widened along with the other elders at the soul flames on her shoulders. That is. Oh, this. Elaine opened her palm, and the translucent soul flames transformed into a small black tree with red leaves that looked suspiciously like Ashlock. My second affinity, the key to breaking the family's curse. I alone will enter the nascent soul realm, bearing the Voidman name. So I am asking you, Natalia, who is the more talented? You or I? How? Natalia looked like someone who had discovered the Holy Grail floating before her. Elaine closed her palm, dismissing the illusion. That wasn't an answer to my question. The answer is neither of us. Talent is mostly irrelevant. I simply stumbled upon an opportunity you have not, and from the greed in your eyes, it seems you desire the same. Natalia readjusted her cloak and changed her expression to a friendly smile. The fakeness of it all made Ashlock want to smite her down on the spot. It seems I was hasty to lump you together with your brother. Natalia slowly walked forward while her eyes looked everywhere that Elaine was not. It was as if she was afraid to meet her gaze. In truth, we have hardly ever spoken before, and I only harbor bad feelings toward Dante. I apologize for what I said about your mother. She was a true pillar of the sect. Elaine smiled. I am glad you think so. So please. Natalia stood before Elaine and didn't even spare Valandor or Larry floating overhead a glance. She was entirely tunneled on the possibility of freeing herself from the curse. We are family, right? Tell us how to break the curse, and the Voidman family will rise to heights unseen. We can even overlook the fate of the Grand Elder. No, for this discovery, your mother will be made the head of the family. What do you think? I am sure the other elders would agree. Ashlock watched on with amusement. This foolish elder still believed that Elaine wanted to be accepted back into the family. In her mind, Elaine is probably a confused child who would jump at the first opportunity to be welcomed back into a position of power within the Voidman family and gain access to the special Void Chi gathering arrays and resources they have. Little does she know that Elaine has already switched to the winning team. Such temptations mean nothing to her. I think that's a fair deal, Elder Natalia. After all, with my brother causing us to be at war, now is not the time for me to hold back on a secret that would help us all. Right, exactly. Elder Natalia nodded. It's a good job you are such a smart girl. This is why we sent you off to study under your uncle. Elaine smiled weary. I see. Well, come here. It's easier if I gift the knowledge to you directly. Natalia smirked slightly as Elaine put her hands on either side of her head, and she closed her eyes to receive the knowledge. Clearly, she thought she had won. She had not. Elaine's smile faded, and her gaze became dark. The answers you seek lie in the beyond. Translucent flames violently flickered across her hands and into Natalia's head. Do you see them? The ancient holders of knowledge and rewriters of souls. Natalia's eyes widened, and she trembled. I see them. The Worldwalkers. They are the key. Do not be afraid of them. Rather, seek the Worldwalkers out. Escape the shackles of this curse. There are no lies to my words. I speak only the truth. What should I do, Elaine? Natalia begged. How can I find them? Surrender yourself to the void. Trust in it, and it will guide you. Elaine withdrew her hands and gestured to the swirling void in the center of the still-forming void tree. A gateway has been opened for you. Blinded by false promises and visions from the beyond that likely seemed unbelievably vivid as they were drawn from experiences Elaine had actually lived through, Natalia turned and desperately ran toward the tree like a starving person seeing food. To Ashlock's surprise, some other elders began scrambling toward the tree. They had clearly listened in, and since this was already a hopeless situation for them to survive, they decided on a last-ditch attempt at breaking the curse. Natalia actually summoned Void to her hand and conjured Void lances to blast them away. They are literally fighting each other to die first, Ashlock laughed, astounded at the madness a well-crafted lie could cause when the victims were driven into a corner. Maybe desperation makes illusion chi even more potent. I fear how strong Elaine will become once she reaches the Star Core realm and can manifest her void-coated illusions beyond her body. Elder Natalia, don't do it. An old-looking man shouted from the side as he gripped a chair so hard his knuckles were going white. Don't believe anything that silver-tongued vixen says. I suspect she led the Grand Elder to his death under the cover of the Ashen Storm. Thankfully, greed blinded Natalia, and she ignored the well-thought-out warning. She plunged her head straight into the gateway to the void, desperate to seek answers. Her body fell limp against the tree, headless. All the elders that had been madly dashing to follow paused as they saw Natalia's fate. The void had not welcomed her, it had devoured her. Elaine strode up to what was left of Natalia. Her smile and agreeable attitude from earlier were entirely gone. I knew from the moment I laid eyes on you sitting in my mother's seat what had happened. Your branch of the family always aimed to dethrone my mother and steal my father's heart. It looks like you took advantage of the situation to ruin my mother, so I am simply returning the favor. Now you can join my father in the void. Elaine turned and glared at the other elders. You will all suffer a similar fate. Young mistress. They pleaded and begged, but Ashlock tuned them out. He wanted to turn the headless corpse into an ent. He debated opening a portal to retrieve it but decided otherwise, as it would give the Voidmend elders a way to escape. The only other way would be doing it through the void tree, but then I would have to connect my roots, which takes some time. Wait. Ashlock shifted his ethereal roots and seamlessly merged them with the void tree. Yeah, as I thought. I upgraded my deep roots skill with void affinity to acquire these ethereal roots, so merging my roots with the roots of a void tree should be easy. Now that he was connected, he cast Progeny Dominion on the void tree. Progeny selected. Initiating soul transfer. A fragment of the still-forming inner world broke off and traveled down his ethereal roots before inserting itself into the void tree, making the entire room shudder and creak under a mere fraction of his inner world's pressure. Everyone, including the elders, Valandor, and Elaine, kneeled at his arrival as the tree blazed with lilac flames. Will my inner world still form correctly? Ashlock wondered. Soul fragmented. Damage to soul mitigated. Phew, okay. Ashlock relaxed his pressure on Elaine and Valandor but kept the rest pinned. Controlling such pressure was hard, as it was far higher than he was used to. A black root snuck out of the cracked stone floor and slithered toward Natalia. It was time to honor chaos by creating a new void ent even more lethal than the last in her name. Chapter 314. Rescue. Elaine put on a strong front as she stood over Elder Natalia's corpse, and her gaze swept the room. Despite her best efforts, a conflict of emotions was going through her head. Elders who had fawned over her in youth and taught her the ways of cultivation were now begging her for their lives. But Elaine's love for them died the day they cast her out, and she learned the true nature of cultivators. Once they discovered she was talentless and being sent away by her father, their love turned to disinterest, and some even looked at her with disdain as she was ushered out of the residence and sent to Darklight City. Now, they dared to shamelessly beg for their lives when they had turned their backs on her in the past. It was sickening and made Elaine's skin crawl, but despite her bold words, she didn't wish such a horrific death upon them. Ashlock's methods were gruesome, to say the least. Watching her family being slaughtered in a fair battle with swords and chi was one thing. Yet, it was a whole other experience, seeing them reduced to piles of ash without the ability to fight back or being transformed into inhuman beings. Elaine, step away, Ashlock's many voices echoed through her mind. She did as instructed as silver ash swirled around her in a protective embrace, and Valandor escorted her away from her father, who had become a tree. A bubble of spatial chi expanded outward around the void tree. Through the lilac hue, Elaine noticed a black root enter Natalia's headless corpse. An explosion of death chi corrupted the spatial chi bubble briefly before Natalia's corpse began to convulse. Her clothes and skin melted away, revealing black flesh that turned into bark. Another set of arms grew like branches from her waist, and both sets of hands extended into claws. The headless monstrosity that was once Natalia slowly stood up, and despite lacking a head, it was still taller than Elaine. Void soul flames flickered across its body as it emerged from the spatial bubble, much to all of the elders' terror. Go find your mother and answer her questions. I'm sure she will be bewildered by all this, and I don't want her freaking out. Ashlock told Elaine, Chaos and I will handle things here. Elaine gulped and nodded to Valandor. Valandor returned the nod and summoned a gateway of white flames that would grant them passage through the ether. From the corner of her eye, Elaine noticed the old elder who had called out to Natalia earlier begin dashing across the room toward the portal. Having seen the old Chaos in action, Elaine could only think of the man as foolish. This new version of Chaos, birthed from Natalia's corpse, should be near the peak of the Star Core realm, as Natalia was one of the more powerful elders in the family and had the most access to the void chi gathering arrays. Chaos turned slightly toward the fool before vanishing into the void. The elder seemed to realize his mistake as Chaos silently emerged behind him from the chilling void and rammed a void-coated claw through his body, killing him instantly. Tilting her claws, the body slid off Chaos's hand and dropped to the ground in a pool of blood. Anyone else? Valandor asked the elders while jokingly gesturing to the still open doorway. Nobody took him up on the offer, so Elaine left with Valandor and fell through the ether. You are enjoying this too much, Elaine grumbled as they emerged at the doorway to one of the lower floors of the dungeons. Why? Valandor grinned, how could I not? For centuries, I have had to mediate quarrels between the various families, and the Voidman family had always been the worst offenders. Sorry to say this, but seeing the downfall of your family is deeply satisfying. Also, the way the Ashfallen sect does things with ruthless efficiency is so refreshing. You have no idea how hard it is to usually get cultivators to fight for something. It's why certain families that should have been eradicated long ago manage to stick around, as their eradication isn't deemed worth the effort and chi. Elaine stared at Valandor. That was a lot. I don't really know what to say to that. Some things are better left unsaid. Valandor gestured to the door. Your mother should be in here. Do you want to do the honors? Elaine nodded, but her hand paused on the door. She hadn't seen her mother in years and feared what she would find on the other side of this door. Would her dear mother be bound in chains? Tortured with the darkest whispers of the void until her mind broke. Natalia was a vile woman who had always sought her mother's position, so there would have been years of pent-up frustration that were bound to have been unleashed. After inserting some chi, the door's many runic-enhanced locks clicked, and the door opened. Elaine slowly pushed it open and peeked inside. A beautiful woman lay casually on her stomach in a night dress on a giant red and gold bed that dominated most of the room. She was flipping through the pages of a shabby-looking book with a bored expression while her bare legs lightly kicked her plump cushions, and she hummed a pleasant tune. Mother? Elaine asked in confusion. This wasn't the scene she had been expecting. She slothfully put the book down and glanced over as her hair cascaded over her face. Her eyes widened as she pushed her hair aside and looked Elaine up and down. Elaine. Is that you? Yes. Elaine replied in confusion as she stepped inside and glanced around. I thought you were being held in a dungeon and being tortured. Tortured? No. Dying of boredom. Yes, most certainly. Her mother gestured to the book. I've read this mortal recipe book 3 times now. I haven't eaten anything in decades, but the way they make casseroles interests me greatly. Wait. That's beside the point. Come here, my baby. What are you doing here? To save you. Elaine said as she sat on the edge of the bed. Her mother had always been a bit of an odd but friendly person. Save me. Her mother's eyes dimmed. Sadly, I have lost my standing in the family to Elder Natalia. I failed you and Dante. I'm sorry. I tried my best to fight back, but your father sent me down here as it was fragmenting the family, and we are at war. They might let me leave once the war ends, but until then, I'll have to remain down here. Mother, Natalia is dead, so is father in a way. Trust me, you have no reason to stay down here. Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. Her mother slowly sat up into a cross-legged position and raised a brow. Is what you say true? Natalia is really dead, and what's this about your father? Sorry to intrude. Valandor walked into the room, but what your daughter says is true, Elder Morrigan. I saw it with my own eyes. Elder Natalia is no more and the fate of the Voidman family hangs in the balance. Elder Valandor, Her mother's voice turned ice cold as her spatial ring flashed with silver, and a midnight black dress manifested around her body. What is the White Reaper doing in my chambers unannounced? Valandor smirked. It's a pleasure to see you again, Elder Morrigan. I am simply here to investigate and protect your daughter on behalf of a higher power. Don't mind me. It's hard not to, her mother said, climbing off the bed and slowly walking around it while eyeing Grand Elder Valandor with narrowed eyes. I know that you came to take away our children to feed that monster you serve, and anyone who protested would vanish in the night. So forgive my caution around you. Valandor glanced between Elaine and Elder Morrigan before his smirk faded into a frown. It seems my past continues to haunt me like a phantom. An understandable situation but uncomfortable nonetheless. I will take my leave and guard Elaine from the ether until this investigation is complete. White flames wreathed his body, and with a step back, he phased out of reality like a ghost. Weirdo. Her mother clicked her tongue, and after tearing her eyes off where Valandor had once stood, she offered her hand to Elaine. Elaine took it and couldn't help but smile, finally holding her mother's hand after so many years. Whoa. Elaine yelped as she was pulled to her feet by her mother. Daughter, before we go, I have to know, what in the heavens is your skincare routine? She caressed Elaine's cheek, ran a hand through her hair, and then pouted like a child. I almost didn't recognize you when you first walked in. Are you using some products from the black market? I swear I know every brand, even those exclusively sold through the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion, and none of them are as good as this. Elaine pushed her mother's touchy hands away. Well, that's a long story. I love stories. Now really isn't the time, Elaine sighed. Her mother's personality could be grating at times. Just tell me on the way. A condensed version if you must. Her mother led her by the hand through the door and past the many doors that led to various dungeons. I also want to know what you have been up to these years. You seem less meek than I remember you. Thanks. Elaine never understood why her mother couldn't just give a compliment. So, tell me everything. Fine. Elaine huffed the hair out of her face. Long story short, Uncle died, and I was kidnapped and imprisoned in Red Vine Peak by a group called the Ashfallen sect. There was then a vote on whether I should be killed or not, but thankfully, they decided to keep me around. Dante then came to an alchemy tournament. Never mind. You will find out about that later, I'm sure. Anyway, the Ashfallen sect helped me advance my cultivation and taught me to fight. I even met a man. Her mother suddenly paused and got uncomfortably close again. A man. What's his name? How tall is he? What's his job? You're too close. Elaine pushed her mother away. His name is Douglas. He is taller than me, and his job is, well, a warlord king to a race of monsters from an alternate dimension, and he's also a construction worker on the side. Her mother nodded happily. Sounds good. I need to meet him. Elaine started to regret rescuing her mother. Do you have to? Of course. She kept walking. And if he's not a good match for you, I will send him to the void. Elaine vowed to never let them meet. So you were kidnapped and almost died, yet came out the other side and found true love. Her mother continued. How lovely. But you still haven't told me where you get your skincare. The Ashfallen sect makes it, Elaine absent-mindedly replied. I like them already. Mom, did you not hear they kidnapped me? Darling, I have been kidnapped like 20 times. Her mother shot her a grin. What is some kidnapping compared to godly skin care? Your priorities are all wrong. Elaine shook her head as they climbed the staircase to the upper floor. Her mother laughed. When you have lived as long as I have, that is only natural. They reached the top of the stairs, and as they walked through the residence, Elaine couldn't help but notice how quiet it was. Where is everyone? War. Darling, her mother shrugged. The elders mostly remained behind to power the formations while the youngsters went to fight the Skyren family. If we lose the Void Chi gathering formations, the family would be finished either way, and the Skyren family knows that. The attacks on this place have been relentless. So that's why the formation was powered up at full strength when I arrived. Elaine realized. I don't really know the full details, though. Just rumors from the maids. As they bring me things, and when the whole building shakes, I assume we are under attack. I see. Elaine nodded. So this Ashfallen sect that you are a part of now, are they here? She asked as they stopped before the main hall. Something like that. Elaine pushed the door open and stepped through. Dominating the center of the main hall was the void tree that had once been her father, still ablaze with lilac flames. Its bark was curved toward her as if trying to conceal the gateway to the void still open. Surrounding the tree were void ents, 5 to be exact, including Chaos, who was easy to point out as she had no head and 4 arms. The rest were more similar looking to the old chaos, with spindly arms ending in meter-long claws and horns growing from their heads. Meanwhile, Larry surrounded the few remaining elders while a short white-haired human wrapped in a very fluffy-looking white tail as a substitution for clothes created a bubble of void around them before crushing them and then floating the void bubbles down a hollowed-out ethereal route. Elaine looked at the room and wondered how the hell she was supposed to explain this to her mother. "Hey Elaine," her mother tapped her on the shoulder. "What? Is that a friend of yours?" she asked, pointing at Maple in his human form. "Kinda." Elaine wasn't sure if she would go so far as to call them friends, but Maple's siblings had been the ones to guide her in breaking the curse, so they were certainly close. "From the Ashfallen sect." Elaine nodded. "Ha! I knew it." "How?" Elaine raised a brow. "At Nobleman at." Mother tapped her nose and looked smug. "Their fur is far too fluffy. I mean, just look how it shimmers under the lilac hue of the tree. They are definitely using the same product as you." Elaine rolled her eyes. "Don't you have any other questions?" She mused, looking around. "I suppose I have a few." "Such as?" "I can answer any questions you have." Ashlock's voice thundered in Elaine and her mother's mind. "Is this your boyfriend?" "No, Mom," Elaine hissed. "It's his and my boss. The head of the Ashfallen sect." She whispered back. Elaine nodded seriously. Her mother became serious and gathered herself. Looking toward the tree in the center of the room, she cleared her throat and said, I heard the Ashfallen sect kidnapped my daughter and almost killed her. Why is she pretending to care about that now? As her mother, I find such treatment of my daughter simply unacceptable." "But," Elaine narrowed her eyes. "Where is she going with this? Hold on, there's no way. I would forgive such a transgression if you give me some of the skin care products she has." Elaine covered her face with her hands in despair as there was a drawn-out silence. "There's no way Ashlock will accept such nonsense. I mean, look around. He has our entire family under his control. Why do you think you can make demands? Really? You would forgive me?" Elaine peeked through her fingers to see her mother nodding. "Would you also turn a blind eye to everything that has occurred here and help run the Voidman family from now on as its head if I were to give it to you?" Her mother shrugged. "Sure, why not?" A rift opened, and her mother caught the large truffle that fell through. "Eat that, and you will see the results you are after." "A truffle." She sniffed it cautiously before glancing at Elaine. "Is this what you had?" Elaine nodded, though mine was smaller. Her mother grinned and gave her a thumbs up. "Great. Thanks for getting kidnapped." Elaine rolled her eyes and walked off. She wanted a refund for her empathy. Chapter 315. Investing in Protection. Ashlock had been rather busy picking and choosing which Voidmend elders to turn into Ents. So he hadn't been able to divert attention away to check on Elaine and her mother's rescue mission, but at least the woman seemed in good spirits. Is this normal? Ashlock couldn't help but wonder. He had been expecting a more natural reaction, such as shouting, crying, or maybe even hurling a few void lances here and there. Instead, Elaine's mother seemed more interested in getting her hands on a skin improvement truffle and talking to her daughter. "Your mom is quite the character," Ashlock said to Elaine as the woman trudged across the room and sat on an exposed root of the void tree with a sigh. "Tell me about it," Elaine grumbled. "I was so worried about her, but it seems it was one-sided." "Oi, I was worried about you," her mother said, chewing on the truffle while walking over and glancing around. "Say, where is your brother?" "Dante." Elaine sighed. "He died." "Oh." Her mother paused for a moment but then continued chewing. "That's it. Justin." "Oh," Elaine said dryly. Her mother shrugged. "Did you want me to start crying or something?" "No, I just thought you would have a bit more of a reaction." Her mother snorted. "Darling, we both knew he was a lost cause. Either he would kill himself doing something stupid, or he would be offered to the Skyrend family to appease the war. I tried to steer him on the right path but knew it was a waste of time. He's also my 37th. No wait, she began counting on her fingers. Was he my 43rd child? 46th. Bah. Does it even matter anymore? Elaine narrowed her eyes. Which number am I? Next question. Elaine groaned as she leaned against the void tree. So you really don't care about his death at all? Darling, I get bored, bring kids into the world, and regret that decision every darn time. They either die off in some dumb duel to defend their unearned honor, or they fall for someone and leave for distant lands with them. All I get is a letter or jade communication years later that they died to some monster or in a battle. Her mother smiled as she slowly ate the last half of the truffle, though you turned out quite well so far. Would you care if I died then? Of course I would. Her mother rubbed her head like one would to a cute puppy. I still haven't met this boyfriend of yours yet. Her voice then dropped to a whisper. Also, you helped me get this truffle. Mother, you stink. Elaine pushed her away. Really? She ran a finger along her cheek and then rubbed her two fingers together to produce a few flakes of impurities. Oh wow, this truffle works fast. When I ate that truffle, I had so many impurities I had to bathe in a river, Elaine grumbled. That's because you had a lot to improve upon, darling. Her mother grinned as she brought out a mirror and cloth and sat down beside her daughter. I'm sorry to say, but my good looks were worked for, and between you and me, your father's looks didn't help. Speaking of, where is he? Dead as well. You were sitting on him, Ashlock said. He drank my cursed blood, so he turned into a tree. She burst out laughing. A tree. You turned Erebus into a darn tree. She looked the tree up and down in amusement. You know, now that you mention it, it does kind of look like him. So his name was Erebus. What is your name, if you don't mind me asking? You can call me Elder Morgan or just Morgan now, I suppose. You don't care about father either? Elaine asked, clearly unamused at her mother's reactions to everything. Meh, he was one of the most boring out of the 20 husbands I've had over the years, Morgan chuckled, which makes him having one of the most interesting deaths rather ironic. He's not actually dead, Ashlock informed her. He sacrificed much of his soul for an attack. Soul. Something. Something Ray, right. Morgan interrupted as she meticulously wiped away the impurities in the mirror. Yeah, that's the one. Due to using it, Erebus's soul was consumed to the point where he's hardly conscious anymore, but he will slowly recover in time. Funny that. I listed ways I thought Erebus would get himself killed, and that technique was number one. He always bragged about it, but we all know how soul techniques are, especially those involving the void. A big no-no. Morgan smirked. I suspect living life as a tree will suit him, though. He can watch the world go by without having to pretend he's interested in conversations. Ashlock was starting to realize that this was the first time he had a long conversation with a truly ancient cultivator, aside from Senior Lee and maybe the Redclaw Grand Elder. At first, he had thought she was a bit of an airhead or perhaps someone who didn't take life seriously. But the more they spoke, he realized she simply had the view of a very long-lived person who had seen it all to the point where others' lives were like a game to her. So, leader of Ashfallen. You can call me Ashlock. Oh, we are on a first-name basis now. How lovely. Morgan stowed away the mirror and relaxed as she surveyed the room. So Ashlock, what are your plans for the Voidman family? Enslavement. Death. Maybe even a little kidnapping. I heard you are a fan of that one. Ashlock did not appreciate this terrible picture that Morgan was painting of him. Quite the opposite, actually. I need the Voidman family alive, at least on the surface. Strange voice in my head. I don't like beating around the bush and speaking cryptically. Just tell it to me straight. Fine. Valandor is working with me to fake my daughter's death to buy her some time, as she's earned Vincent's interest. For Vincent to believe that she was killed during the crossfire of this war, I need the war to still be going on when he finds out. I see. You need the Voidman family to still be around. Morgan tapped her chin in thought. Exactly, and that's where you come in. I will power the residence's defensive formations through Erebus here, and your job will be to keep any Voidman family members or outsiders from learning what happened here. So I just have to sit around looking pretty, then. Morgan stretched her arms over her head and cracked her neck. I can do that. Just keep me entertained, alright. Otherwise, I might wander off. Please don't. Ashlock chuckled. I really have nobody left to run this place. It will only be for a few months at most. Fiend. Morgan threw a hand around Elaine's shoulders. So dear, tell me more about this Douglas lad. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. Elaine groaned at her mother's affection and tried to push the woman off to little effect. Ashlock left the mother-daughter pair to their catch-up and focused back on Red Vine Peak. The heavens. Wrath overhead continued to roar as lightning endlessly rained down and dissipated on his lightning chi barrier. There was only around a day left until his system estimated his ascension would be complete, and so far, Vincent hadn't come to obliterate him, but there was no telling when that could happen. The war with the Lunar Shades made me realize that I need to focus more on improving my personal power as well as the sect. Ashlock mused. I will need to learn more techniques via Willow and Kada, especially as those attacks will now carry the weight of my inner world, but first, I need to upgrade one of my system skills with the Void Affinity. A while ago, he had discovered a system exploit that came with being a divine being immune to the Void. Having someone go supernova inside your own soul would usually result in instant death, but since he was immune to void chi, he wouldn't die, but the system would still need to dispel the foreign chi from his soul somehow. Thank you for bringing these to me, Maple. Maple nodded before transforming back into a fluffy white squirrel. Like balloons, a collection of void bubbles floated above him. I ate 2 on the way, Maple shamelessly admitted. Quote. I guess that's only fair. Ashlock quickly opened his demonic eye before Maple got hungry and ate another. The void bubbles were shepherded through his eye and floated near his still-forming inner world. Was this risky? Yes. But Ashlock's system had handled such a scenario for him twice before, and he planned to be even more careful this time. Okay. Crush the void bubbles one at a time until the elders go supernova. But ensure you contain their blast and carefully let the void chi into my soul. Maple was floating alongside the void bubbles and having fun doing somersaults while Ashlock was busy explaining, which didn't fill him with confidence that the Worldwalker had listened to him. Maple, did you listen to me? Yes. Maple stopped chasing his own tail and glazed down at his inner world with curious golden eyes. Okay. Let's begin then. Maple tapped one of the void bubbles with his claw, causing it to condense. The elder inside pleaded and begged, but his cries fell on deaf ears. Worldwalkers weren't ones for empathy toward humans, and Ashlock was excitedly anticipating his skill upgrade. You bastards will die in the chilling void for what you have done, the elder finally yelled before going supernova. Maple opened the void bubble once the man's body was consumed by his own soul, and the leftover void chi poured out into Ashlock's soul and sort of fizzled out. No system message. Ashlock waited a moment, but nothing came up. Does it not work anymore? Wondering if it was perhaps because the supernova didn't actually go off in his soul but rather in the void bubble, he told Maple to open the next void bubble at the last moment and direct the supernova in the opposite direction of his inner world. Maple did as instructed, opening the void bubble at the last second. An explosion of void chi erupted out, and rather than wreaking havoc, the void chi simply mingled with the spatial chi filling his soul. Once again, there wasn't a system message. Well, I only got 1 shot left because I turned the rest into ents, and you ate the other 2, Ashlock grumbled. What should I do this time? Maple asked, casually ignoring the accusation of snacking. Ashlock looked to his inner world. Surely, the system would feel the need to intervene if he blasted it with void chi, right? It wasn't a totally suicidal idea, as he could see a golden divine aura surrounding his inner world flickering as it fended off the void chi he had already welcomed into his soul. Direct the blast at my inner world this time. Just try and clip the side of it, though, in case something goes wrong. Ashlock watched in deathly silence as Maple forced the elder to go supernova and directed the blast at his inner world. The void wave washed over the still-forming planet, making the divine aura glow a pale gold. Warning. Foreign chi detected. High risk of soul corruption. Finally, Ashlock cheered. Generating solutions. Convert foreign chi into spatial chi. Merge void chi with a system skill to upgrade it. Dispel void chi into the nearby atmosphere. Selecting the second option, his full status screen appeared. Demonic Demi-Divine Tree, age 9. Star Core. 9th stage. Soul type. Amethyst, spatial. Mutations. Demonic Eye, B. Blood Sap, C. Summons. Herald of the Divine Ash. Larry, S. Midnight Ink Lindworm. Kata, B. Skills. Skyborn Bastion, SSS. Necroflora Sovereign, SS. Mystic Realm, S. Locked until day. 3626. Progeny Dominion, S. Dimensional Overlap, S. Nocturnal Genesis, S. Ethereal Roots, S. Eye of the Tree God, A. Abyssal Whispers, A. Magic Mushroom Production, A. Lightning Chi Barrier, A. Chi Fruit Production, A. Consuming Abyss, B. Blooming Root Flower Production, B. Language of the World, B. At Novelban at. Fire Chi Protection, B. Transpiration of Heaven and Chaos, B. Mental Protection, B. Superior Poison Resistance, C. It wasn't too long ago that he had last been met with this choice, and other than mental protection, he hadn't gained a new skill since. Mental protection doesn't seem that useful to upgrade for now. Ashlock ran down the list and mentally checked off the expensive skills like Skyborn Bastion, or any skill that involved his offspring, like Progeny Dominion. Sacrificial credits will only get harder to come by as I advance, so upgrading a skill like Dimensional Overlap to SS grade when it's already quite expensive to use seems counterproductive. Ashlock also wanted to focus more on his attack skills or skills that could help him survive if Vincent Nitros showed up on his mountain peak tomorrow. Ignoring my production skills and my cultivation technique, as it's going to upgrade tomorrow anyway, I am only really left with Abyssal Whispers A and Consuming Abyss B. Ashlock mused but didn't really like either option. Abyssal Whispers is treated as a mental attack skill by the system. Adding Void Affinity would help me bypass Vincent Nitros's mental protections. But even when I forced my way into the Lunarshade Grand Elder's consciousness, he seemed rather unfazed by my illusions. Ashlock thought. He also wasn't too happy with the idea that using this skill may start to cost sacrificial credits, as it was his only way of talking to his sect members. Meanwhile, Consuming Abyss has already been empowered with Void Chi, so upgrading it here would only increase its grade and make it stronger overall. Ashlock sighed. It wasn't a terrible choice, but it felt like a waste. Is there really nothing else that would benefit from Void Affinity? His focus landed on his protection skills. Come to think of it, my Lightning Chi Barrier A hasn't upgraded despite the onslaught from heaven. Is that because the current power the heavens can unleash doesn't surpass what an A-grade protection skill can block? If that were the case, what would an S-grade protection skill be capable of defending him from? Vincent Nitros is likely some kind of blood affinity, but I only have protection from lightning, fire, poison, and mental attacks. My bark is strong, but without a technique or skill, I definitely can't survive a single direct hit from a nascent soul realm cultivator. Ashlock hadn't given much thought to protection skills before, as he had focused more on improving his offensive capabilities and uplifting his sect members, which had been the right call in the past. Yet, now he had an inner world to protect and foes that could appear suddenly and kill him in a single move. If there was an affinity that could defend him in such a situation, it would be Void Chi. Now the question is, which protection skill should I upgrade? Lightning Chi Barrier A. Fire Chi Protection B. Mental Protection B. Superior Poison Resistance C. Obviously, it will be between lightning or fire, as upgrading a C-grade skill is a total waste, and mental protection isn't going to save me from getting one shot. The only issue is I am currently using my lightning barrier to fend off the heavens, so it's not the optimal time to upgrade it. However, the difference between an S-grade and an A-grade protection skill is clear, and it seems that upgrading a protection skill past A-grade is only possible with sacrificial credits for now. It was going to really suck if his new void-based barrier sucked up all his remaining sacrificial credits to combat the heavens, but it was a sacrifice he was willing to take to have an S-grade protection skill. Choose system skill. Lightning Chi Barrier A. Yes. Skill upgrading. 1%. Skill upgrading. 32%. Skill upgrading. 100%. Void Chi Corruption eradicated. Skill upgrade successful. Upgraded Lightning Chi Barrier A to Voidstorm Aegis S. Interesting. If he understood the skill correctly, at the cost of sacrificial credits, it would surround him in a dome that would unleash void lightning at anything he deemed a threat, including people or incoming attacks. As more detailed information about his new skill settled into his mind, he couldn't help but wonder. Isn't this basically an attack skill? Chapter 316. Beauty Hides Rotting Flesh. Ashlock was relieved to learn that his new Voidstorm Aegis S skill had two modes, much like Consuming Abyss B. The purple lightning chi barrier covering the entire mountain range and Ashfallen City from before was still active, just denser than before. However, for the initial cost of 500 sacrificial credits, he could activate the Voidstorm Aegis, an immense defensive formation that would create a dome around him. Anything deemed a threat that entered this dome would be deleted from existence by a barrage of void affinity lightning. It would need some testing, but Ashlock suspected the amount of chi the formation would take to keep running would be unfathomable, but thankfully, there was no sacrificial credit upkeep once it was active. At least it doesn't cost sacrificial credits to use after the initial cost. Ashlock sighed with relief. Consuming Abyss was already a big enough drain on his precious sacrificial credits, so he didn't want any more. It's quite annoying. I have 1174 SC stored up in my system, which is enough to do an A-grade draw, but I need to keep enough credits on hand in case I get attacked. It definitely was a frustrating aspect of his system. Hopefully, when the system upgrades, it will introduce some new features, Ashlock thought as he looked up at the enraged sky over Red Vine Peak. Not long now. By this time tomorrow, I will be in the nascent soul realm, assuming nothing goes wrong. It was a crazy thought that he was about to enter a realm of power that had seemed so far out of reach years ago. Even some of his sect members who didn't have the cheat of being a tree and owning a system were inching ever closer to stepping into the elusive realm of true immortals that could escape the shackles of time. Speaking of, I wonder how old Elder Morrigan is. Ashlock mused, She said Erebus Voidmond was her 20th husband and that Elaine was her 50th child or something. Even if she only stayed a few hundred years with each husband, that would make her thousands of years old. But isn't she cursed to the peak of the Starcore realm? So, shouldn't her body be dying by now? Ashlock paused as he remembered what she had been most interested in. Is that why she is so into skincare? There were hardly any impurities expelled from her skin when she ate one of my skin improvement truffles. Ashlock felt like he had discovered Elder Morrigan's dark secret. I wondered why she was so obsessed with it, but I suppose skincare is more than simply looking beautiful. She is literally extending her lifespan with self-care, as no Star Core cultivator should live as long as she likely has. Ashlock. Maple tapped his branch with his tiny paw. What is it? Ashlock asked as he was broken from his thoughts. Make a portal for me back to the void tree. Why? Ashlock wondered. What reason could this usually lazy squirrel have to go back to Sleemere? Did you not see the gateway to the void in the center of that tree? I should be able to use it to meet my family without waiting for the mystic realm. Ashlock hadn't even considered such a thing. Wait, does that mean your siblings could come here through the portal? Maple shook his head. It's the same issue as before. They must be summoned or protected from the heavens, carefully woven reality by something like mystic chi. Otherwise, the realm will kill them like a fish out of water. I see. Ashlock thought to himself, if we have a portal to the void, I wonder if I can get the cult to figure something out. He wasn't sure if he wanted the Worldwalkers running freely in the realm just yet. One unhinged Worldwalker was enough, and they had a pact of mutual protection that gave Ashlock some peace of mind. So, where's the portal? Maple demanded. Ashlock was still a bit miffed about Maple eating his void cultivators, resulting in only a single upgrade, so despite this revelation of the void portal, he wasn't so motivated to assist the fat squirrel. Why don't you void step over yourself? Maple grinned. Because then I would get hungry again, and we don't want that, do we? Good point, Ashlock admitted. Fine, but take these truffles with you and give them to Elder Morrigan. Ashlock had no idea how close to death she was despite her youthful and perfect looks. For all he knew, her body may be rotting beneath that flawless skin. Maple turned into his human form and held the 2 truffles in his hands. As this wise, despite her power, you could entice that woman to do a lot for these. How could I be so heartless to the mother of one of my closest sect members? Ashlock said. Though, assuming she has to maintain such a high standard of purity to keep her body alive, a single truffle won't be enough. Once she has experienced how effective they are, she will hopefully do all she can to keep me alive so she can get more. Maple narrowed his eyes. I can't tell if you are benevolent or evil. That's because you have a more questionable moral compass than me. Ashlock clapped back. Besides, I have to play to my strengths. I am a provider of miracles to the cultivators of this land, which, if used unwisely, will lead to my enslavement or death. Maple hummed as he inspected the miracle truffles in his hands. So you don't plan to tell Elder Morrigan that there's a way to give her a second affinity and break her curse? Ashlock couldn't think of a worse idea right now. No. Morrigan may be Elaine's mother, but you saw the disregard she has for her own family. She is dangerous. Perhaps even more so than Vincent Nitro's. For now, I will give her incentives to assist me, and once I have verified her character or assured her loyalty with a contract, I will tell her such a solution. Ashlock personally wasn't so afraid of Morrigan as a divine being immune to the void, and he had Larry to fight her if needed. But there was no guarantee he could protect Stella or others from such an ancient void cultivator if she got serious. I do wonder if Erebus was nothing but a puppet and Morrigan was really the one controlling the family from behind the scenes, Ashlock mused. Erebus felt a bit lacking for the head of such a supposedly powerful family. Sure, he was chilling to listen to and had a mean look, but he didn't give off that unhinged ancient cultivator aura like Morrigan does. What if Elaine tells her? Maple asked. You sure are asking a lot of questions. This isn't like you, Ashlock said with a hint of suspicion, but in that case, I would just say she has to wait. Don't misunderstand me. I plan to offer her the opportunity at some point soon, just not now. Ashlock didn't want to be questioned anymore, so he created the portal that led to the Voidmond residence. I would be careful with who you try to control, Maple said before jumping through. What does he mean by that? Ashlock muttered as his vision blurred. He returned to the Voidmond residence, where Morrigan was holding her daughter hostage and making her tell her stories. Maple's arrival drew both women's attention. Oh, it's that representative from Ashfallen, Morrigan said with an oddly respectful tone as she stood up and freed Elaine from her prison of motherly hugs. Maple was the name, right? Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. That is the name the mortals of this realm have given me. You speak through the void. How curious. Morgan looked Maple up and down and smirked. Despite your attempts to hide it, I can tell you are beyond powerful. Isn't that right? Maple gave her a blank stare. That feels like an insult coming from you. Oh my. Morgan grinned widely, and Ashlock swore for a moment he saw an extra row of teeth. I do apologize. I wouldn't want to insult my benefactor. Did I just hallucinate that? Ashlock honestly wasn't sure. It had been for such a brief moment that it could have merely been due to the lighting in the room. But something definitely felt off. Elaine walked past the two of them, giving each a confused look before quietly escaping through the still open portal back to Red Vine Peak. Maple shrugged. None taken. I am still young. Morgan Void stepped behind Maple and wrestled him in a tight hug. Yes, you are. Please put me down, Maple asked, still blank-faced. But you are simply too adorable. Morgan twirled around and buried her face between the fluffy squirrel ears on Maple's head. I want hair as soft as this. I brought a gift from Ashlock for you. Maybe they can help. You did. Morgan set Maple down. Where? Maple presented the two truffles, Heart Demon Expelling and Spirit Root Improvement truffles. Yahoo! Morgan grabbed both of them, and Ashlock saw the faintest hint of chi envelop them from her hands before she scoffed them down. Did she just check them for poisons or curses? Ashlock pondered. Her actions were so over the place it was hard to read her. Maple took the opportunity to bail and jump through the gateway to the void. Unlike Elder Natalia, he wasn't killed instantly and could pass through. Guess I will see him later. Ashlock focused back on Morgan. He was very curious to see if his truffles would have any effect. A while passed, and the tiniest heart demon that he almost mistook for a fly appeared at the corner of Morgan's mouth, and she easily killed it with a void-wreathed tongue strike. No sign of the spirit root improvement truffle having any effect. Does that mean her spirit roots were already pure? Morgan licked her lips and glanced up at the ceiling. For the briefest moment, they locked eyes, but then she looked elsewhere. Thanks for the meal, she muttered, stretching like a cat. She then wandered over to her husband, who had been turned into a tree, and decided to nap against him despite the lilac flames still blazing around him. Ashlock didn't know what to make of anything he had just witnessed. He decided to quietly take his leave after injecting a lot of chi through Erebus into the residence and reactivating the defensive formations. Now, with the Voidmind residence secured and Morgan hopefully happy, should I check on Stella? Ashlock's gaze drifted over the mountains as he returned to Red Vine Peak. Or I could grab an early night's sleep under the 9 moons. It's going to be a big day tomorrow. As tempting as grabbing some sleep was, he would grow restless if he didn't know what Stella was up to. Hopefully, she hasn't caused another war or something, he grumbled as he focused on Nightshade City in the Tainted Cloud sect. I should be harsher on her, but I just can't. I know it's silly, but if I am too hard on her, I fear she will grow to hate me. He wasn't proud of being an overly doting parent as he knew they often raised bad kids. Yet, despite being self-aware of the issue, he didn't feel like changing his parenting style. Now, where is my dear daughter hiding? Ashlock checked on his routes throughout the Eternal Pursuit pavilion but came up empty. Stella and Diana were both missing. Strange. I thought they would be here somewhere. Ashlock grew slightly concerned as he switched focus to the Duskwalker residence, at Nobleman at. To his relief, he found Stella pacing the meeting room while biting her nail. The atmosphere was heavy, and the only other person present was Diana, looking out the window at the distant horizon in concern. Did something happen? Ashlock asked Stella and Diana. Tree. Stella frantically looked at the ceiling. Yes, something did happen. Calm down and explain from the start, Ashlock said as calmly as he could. Okay. So, Stella got her bearings. While handing in the bounty on Albus, a lot happened. The good news is that our pills were evaluated as being way more valuable than initially predicted and have been sent to be auctioned. The Ashfallen sect has also been recognized as a divine level sect, on par with the Celestial Empire. A divine level? What? That doesn't sound good at all, Ashlock muttered. It was understandable that she was so stressed. That was huge news. Because of that, my pendant was upgraded, Stella said, showing off an impressive gem-encrusted pendant. In the words of the Lotus informant, I'm an esteemed guest with close ties to a sector person with power more significant than the pavilion. Diana, too. No, Diana smirked. Just Stella. Huh, that's weird. You both have ties to the Ashfallen sect, so why are they only scared of Stella? Diana hummed with amusement. Truly a mystery. Anyway, none of that is important right now. Stella clapped her hands to draw their attention. Huh, Ashlock was baffled. That wasn't what worried you. Stella shook her head. I was invited to speak with the Celestial Warden. During our talk, the topic of my father came up as I had used Yinxi coins to inquire about him. Right, what did you learn? Ashlock had so many questions, but he felt that hearing this to the end first was for the best. His name is Janice Crestfallen, or at least that's what is registered in the bloodline records. His current location is the Frozen Star sect to the far west of here, a Monarch Realm level sect. Stella explained. The Celestial Warden suggested I message my father. I tried to refuse and say I would do it later as I didn't want him listening or reading any message I received, but he insisted. So, did you get a message back from Janice? Ashlock couldn't believe he had missed out on such a pivotal moment. Stella gulped. Yeah, a single line. Ashlock didn't like her reaction. Was it something like, never speak to me again, or, who are you? In which case, he could understand Stella's terrible mood. This was supposed to be her biological father, after all. It was a warning. Stella bit her lip. Run, they are coming for you. What? Was that it? Ashlock asked. Are you even sure the message was from Janice? Stella nodded. The Celestial Warden said he recognized the voice, and that is all he told me before the message cut off. Do you have any idea who is after you? Stella exchanged a glance with Diana. There are a few options, and none are good. It could be the Frozen Star sect. Diana said, the reasoning is unknown, but they are the only Monarch Realm level sect, apart from the Celestial Empire and apparently us. Stella nodded in agreement. He did sound a bit rushed in the message. Though personally, the rumor that the Celestial Warden hinted at sounds like the more likely cause. What rumor? Apparently, the Celestial Order, the most powerful group in the Celestial Empire, in charge of harvesting the sap from the World Tree, started doing some demonic-style experiments with the sap. Stella explained, what if I have something to do with those experiments? Ashlock hummed. He didn't want to say it, but if Stella was the child of a World Tree, some nonsense had to have occurred for her to be birthed. So, in that case, you think the Celestial Order is after you? Yeah, the only other group I can think of is the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion. But if that was the case, I'm not sure the Celestial Warden would have let me go so easily. Stella tapped her chin in thought, though I did have to use my earrings to get away from him. Ashlock felt his anger rising. Did he try to hold you against your will? Stella waved him off. Don't get mad, Tree. I don't think he's a terrible person or after me. He just got a bit too curious and wanted me to stay to answer more questions. Fine. But I'm not letting you stay here. It's too dangerous. Ashlock ripped open a portal to his soul that led to the island he had gotten distracted building earlier. Stay inside my soul where I can protect you. Stella looked at the portal with some apprehension. Can Diana come too? Sure. Diana didn't seem so sure about staying inside another person's soul on an island surrounded by the chaos of a forming inner world. But Stella grabbed her wrist and dragged the poor girl along with her. Okay. You two stay here and don't move, he told them, returning to the outside world. If unknown foes were potentially inbound on the night of his ascension, he wouldn't hold back. He already had his 4 lunar ents guarding him. Titus, Jeb, and Saul were also healed up and ready to go. One can never be too safe. Ashlock directed Chaos and one other void ent through a portal and told them to guard him. And now for the final layer of defense. Do you wish to activate Voidstorm Aegis S for 500 SC? Yes. The credits vanished from his system, and a faint dark purple bubble that looked like a more sinister lightning shield rapidly expanded out to encompass most of the mountain peak. A red feathered bird trying to steal one of his chi-dense fruits from his uppermost branches didn't even make a noise as void lightning silently arced from the shield's perimeter and deleted it from existence. Holy shit, Ashlock gasped as he felt chi being pulled from his soul core to replenish the dome. That attack took out like 1/10 of my total chi. Thankfully, chi rushed in from his roots connected to the world tree and his many offspring to replenish the spent chi, but it was still stupidly expensive. At least it's effective, I suppose. Ashlock thought but told Saul to shoot down any bird before they entered the dome to avoid wasting so much chi. He also closed the ethereal routes leading to his monster farm as any monsters that crawled through would be reduced to nothing by the void, so it would be a waste. Ashlock did a few more checks as the sun dipped below the horizon, and as the darkness of night enveloped him, he activated Nocturnal Genesis to speed up the formation of his inner world and fell into slumber. Chapter 317. Nascent Soul Realm. Stella idly sat on a rock surrounded by sparkling wealth and unfathomable chaos. Strewn across the island in Ashlock's soul were piles of spirit stones, mortal currencies, and artifacts looted from the Lunarshade family. With nothing better to do while they waited, Stella and Diana had been sorting through the items. The currencies went into one pile, while the unverified artifacts were piled up with the intention of selling them through the Silverspire family or getting a few of the more interesting looking ones evaluated. This feels nice, Diana said with a pleasant sigh. Stella glanced up from a spatial ring she had been trying to crack open at Diana sitting on a taller rock opposite her. The demoness, illuminated with silver moonlight, was casually leaning back on her arms and smiling up at the 9 moons. It was quite the ethereal scene, as her black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and it was made all the more mystical by the dreamscape backdrop. The moonlight, it feels like it's healing my soul. Diana tilted her head and locked eyes with Stella. Don't you feel it, too? Sure I do, Stella replied, looking away and using telekinesis to float over a pile of artifacts and set them beside Diana, but I don't let it distract me from our work. Diana frowned at the pile. Why do you even care about this stuff? What do you mean? Stella raised a brow. Why do you think cultivators chase wealth? Because wealth is power, Stella said but was unsure. No, it's because of what wealth can be exchanged for. Wealth on its own is nearly useless to cultivators, but it can be used to buy pills, create chi gathering formations, hire rogue cultivators, and more. Diana picked up a handful of dragon crowns from the pile Stella had just set beside her. What use is this to us? Ashlock produces the best pills, his groves are superior chi gathering formations, and there's no need to hire rogue cultivators when we are a sect that can welcome in new cultivators. Artifacts are useful, Stella retorted. Sure they are. But despite the sea of artifacts here, how many do you plan on wearing? You have worn the same casual clothes for months, and the only artifacts you wear are the earrings Ashlock gifted to you. Stella touched the maple leaf earrings she had worn since childhood. Something about them made her feel safe, and she could depend on them. Meanwhile, she didn't desire to rely on these cultivator-made artifacts. You don't want to wear the artifacts, right? Because they feel like borrowed power. Maybe unreliable. Diana smirked knowingly when she saw Stella's expression. That's because they are. A cultivator's true wealth is their own personal power, their cultivation. Defensive artifacts are great and all, but they usually don't scale alongside a cultivator's power. Eventually, they become obsolete, but if the cultivator relied on that artifact for their fighting style or survival, they would be stuck until they could find a superior artifact to replace the old. Stella frowned. Why are you telling me all of this? Because I know that you know this deep down. The Ashfallen sect may have some uses for wealth, but you don't and never have. Diana rolled over and looked at her. So, why the sudden interest in sorting through mountains of shiny rubbish you have no use for? Sighing, Stella threw the spatial ring to the side. You're right, I don't care for this stuff. I'm just doing this to take my mind off things. Happy now? Diana beamed, showing off the tips of her cute fangs. Yes, I am. Now, what is worrying you? If you don't speak about or try to solve your problems, they will only fester. Stella huffed the hair out of her face. Why couldn't Diana just leave her alone to her mindless task? Fine. I'm still thinking about what the Celestial Warden told me. Stella looked down and started fidgeting with her sleeve. Maybe it's silly, but once I heard the words of the cosmic being, a small part of me hoped there were a mother and father who loved me out there, and we were simply separated by circumstance. I know I have Ash, and nothing will detract from our relationship, but you know. So what about Janice and the World Tree? Diana asked. Stella smiled wearily. There's no confirmation yet if Janice is really my father, and assuming I have something to do with these experiments with the World Tree sap the Celestial Order was rumored to be conducting, I fear my birth was far more artificial than I had been hoping. I see. Diana's expression turned more serious as she sat up. Even though I don't see how it could have been possible, you hope that you were created by the union of the World Tree with some human, possibly Janice. Right. Stella nodded. But now, due to the rumors you heard from the Celestial Warden regarding the Celestial Order, you think you might be the product of some demonic ritual involving World Tree sap. Stella nodded again and felt her lip quivering, which is a far colder origin story than I had been hoping, and now I have people after me who might cause problems for Tree. Don't be ridiculous, Diana scoffed. Ashlock has and will go to war for you. That is why the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion gave you an esteemed status, as they know this too. Stella grumbled. I'm tired of causing Ash problems, though. Just because he will do something for me doesn't mean I want him to. I get that, I really do. But I think Ashlock would be far more distraught if you pushed him away and tried to face these problems yourself. Stella bit her lip and fell into silence. Diana hopped off the rock and walked to the island's edge. She stood there for a while and surveyed the chaos. Eventually, she began speaking to break the silence. Ashlock may not be a divine being yet on the level of the world tree, but I have to say I am impressed. Why? Stella asked as she got up and walked over to join Diana in appreciating the surrounding chaos. Under the 9 moons, roaring winds moved giant chunks of land across a depthless ocean. As the landmasses crashed into one another, molten metal and fire fused them together, forming islands large enough to be continents if this small world was scaled up to the size of the layers of creation. I read about inner worlds as a child, Diana said, reminiscing. Legends of cultivators having such profound knowledge regarding the heavenly Taos that heaven granted them the privilege of weaving their own pocket of reality inside their own souls. Diana grinned. You know that's where the term monarch realm comes from. Those who reach that level of power become the rulers of their own realm. A monarch of their own reality, Stella muttered as she took in the breathtaking display of power. But Ash isn't ascending to the monarch realm, yet he has an inner world. How can that work? Stolen from Royal Road, this story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. Diana shrugged. All I know is the difference between a nascent soul realm cultivator who has escaped the shackles of time by creating a secondary soul and a monarch realm cultivator is whether or not they have an inner world. For all we know, Ashlock has jumped to the monarch realm and just needs his cultivation to catch up. I hope that's the case. Stella smiled and felt very proud of her dad. He always did everything he could to ensure those around him were cared for and praised them when they progressed. Yet silently in the background, he had progressed the fastest, all to protect them. Diana laughed. To be fair, when has anything concerning Ashlock made sense? From the day he summoned Larry, I gave up on trying to understand the source of his power. Diana's voice dropped to a whisper, and she leaned in. Do you happen to know? He offered to tell me once. Stella mused and smirked as Diana's eyes widened, but I refused. What? Why? Stella leaned back and looked up at the endless dreamscape, because if I knew the secret to his power and was captured, I might cause him problems if they found a way to torture or extract the information from me. That is why I refused. It's all to protect him. Huh, that's surprising. Stella tilted her head. Why? Dunno. Diana shrugged. I know you say you don't want to cause problems for Tree, but you have quite the track record. But if you are willing to turn down such knowledge to protect Tree, I'm starting to think you are just reckless. Stella punched Diana in the shoulder. I'm not reckless. Diana burst out laughing. Yeah, good one. And the sky isn't blue. Wait, that phrase doesn't work here. See, Stella sneered. It's all about perspective. Something. Uh-huh. Diana rubbed her chin. Such profound words. Just shut up. Fine. Stella couldn't help but smile as she stood beside her best friend while watching her dad's inner world finish forming. Despite their joking, this was a sight few cultivators would ever witness. Such a raw display of Taos weaving together a reality was helping Stella reach enlightenment. So, for the next few hours, Stella and Diana sat in silence and meditated on the world's truths. Stella was analyzing the entire process from the spatial plane when the final landmass fused into place. The moment it did, the whole planet glowed with a blinding divine light, and Stella swore she heard a gong go off. Confused, she opened her eyes. You heard it too? She asked Diana, who was also glancing around in confusion. Yeah. Did you hear a gong? I did. Stella jumped to her feet and surveyed the island, which was now the center of multiple larger landmasses. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but bare earth covered in patches of grass and the occasional meandering river. Stella didn't know why, but something made her shiver. Diana walked past Stella. Weird. You feel it, too. Diana's lips pressed into a line. I feel something sinister. Yeah. Ah. Stella yelped as she felt something wet pass under her bare foot. Leaping back, she hopped around on one leg while she checked the sole of her foot. What? Why is there blood on my foot? Diana backed up from where they had been standing. Is it yours? Stella wiped away the blood and didn't see any evidence of a cut. I don't think so. There's no cut or anything. Look, the grass is changing, Diana pointed. Following her finger, Stella saw that the grass was shifting from a dull green to a scarlet red. Stella dropped to the ground and planted her palm on a patch of bloodied grass. Closing her eyes, she entered the spatial plane to find the source. What she saw horrified her. A giant creature of some kind originating from the center of the inner world was surging toward the surface. Why is such a thing inside Ash's soul? Stella thought as she stood up. Her spatial ring flashed, and she leapt onto her sword. Diana, take to the skies. Something is coming from below. Diana didn't need to be told twice as giant feathered wings erupted from her back, and she shot up into the air with a single flap just in time, as the ground below cracked before rupturing upwards as the creature below broke to the surface. It was genuinely titanic in size, as Stella felt like an annoying fly desperately buzzing out of the way. What in the 9 realms is this thing? Stella cried out as the ground trembled for miles, throwing up a cloud of dust as a living pillar of bloodied white flesh that pulsed like a beating heart rose to the sky. We should wake up. Ashlock. Diana, who was a tiny black dot in comparison, cried out. How? We are on a planet floating within his soul. If the appearance of this monster isn't waking him up, then his shouting at the sky isn't going to do anything either. Helpless to do anything, Stella and Diana flew to a safe distance and watched from afar. Why does it look like a tree made of flesh? Diana said. Stella looked at the still rising pillar of flesh and noted it was getting wider at the base. The top had also split open, and what could be described as leafless branches of ivory bone were sprawling out to form a canopy. Stella was about to agree with Diana when the pillar suddenly stopped rising, and the ground settled. Is it done? Stella asked skeptically. I sure hope so, Diana snorted. Any higher, and it will reach the moons. Stella bit her lip. I wonder if this is how big the world tree is. Another gong sound reverberated through the inner world, and Stella was sure it originated from the flesh tree. Diana clicked her tongue. That strange noise again. I wonder what it means. Nothing good, I suspect, Stella said, and she was proven correct as slits appeared down the entire length of the flesh tree, and in unison, they split apart. Blood exploded out of the slits, sending globs of scarlet that rained upon the land all around, and rivers of blood flowed down the length of the flesh tree. Once the blood spewing out the slits slowed to a trickle, thousands of red eyes peered through the slits and looked all around. The slits blinked like eyelids, making the flesh tree seem more conscious than Stella had initially thought. Heavens, that thing is creepy. Diana shuddered. Stella chuckled as she watched the flesh tree look around. I think it's kinda cute, though. Diana stared at her. How? Are you crazy? Its ridiculous size aside, and the whole river of blood thing. Look how curious it is. Stella grinned, enjoying Diana's horrified glare. Don't you want to try and befriend it? Maybe it's friendlier than it looks. That, Diana pointed at the flesh tree, is the stuff of nightmares. Understand? It's not friend-shaped. It's vaguely tree-shaped, which means it could be a friend. Oh look, there's now a forest of death blooming, Diana said in disbelief. Stella glanced down, and sure enough, the many blobs of blood were rising into tiny flesh trees covered in eyes. More friends. The next day, Ashlock awoke to silence. There were no chirping birds or roaring thunder from the wrath of the heavens overhead. All was calm except for a quiet breeze. But Ashlock was not calm as many system messages dominated his vision. Formation of inner world complete. Ascension to nascent soul realm complete. System upgrade complete. He had done it. He had completed his ascension. Quickly, he looked within himself at his inner world as the dreamscape faded away. As expected, he was greeted with a world of order rather than chaos. There were continents, oceans, and even plant life appearing. However, one thing was impossible to miss as it dominated an entire side of his inner world. What the hell is this creepy thing? Ashlock muttered in disbelief as he examined the towering tree of flesh and eyes wreathed in a divine glow. To his surprise, his system offered an answer in the form of a notification that floated over the tree. Divine flesh tree, the physical manifestation of that system. It was crafted from the image of the many mortals and cultivators that revere you as a deity, added Nobleman at. That's how my worshippers see me. Ashlock had no idea what to think. Wait, this is a physical manifestation of the system. Is this tree, you? Yes, floated above the tree. Ashlock was amazed. Did the system just speak to him like normal? What about these little flesh trees all around you? They are the physical manifestation of your sacrificial credits. Each tree represents 1 SC. Ashlock had 674 SC left after activating the Voidstorm Aegis last night, and by a rough estimate, there were around that many tiny flesh trees surrounding the divine flesh tree. Why are they here? So they can grow. What? How does that work? The divine energy gathered from your worshippers flows into the forest, and over time, they will multiply. One tree will split into 3. However, if faith in you diminishes, the forest can wither away. So this is a divine stock market. The more divine energy I invest, the faster it compounds. Ashlock had been worried that hitting nascent soul realm would completely cripple his sacrificial credit inflow, but it looked like becoming a deity had given him a new source of credits. This is a system upgrade, right? Was there anything else? You can now upgrade any specific skill or mutation you want for 2x the cost of an equivalent level gacha pull. Ashlock had a few skills, such as Consuming Abyss B, which he really wanted to upgrade, but blindly doing gacha pulls could have taken him until the end of time to get the upgrade he wanted. The cost is steep at 2x, but I suppose that's the cost of guaranteeing I get something I want. Ashlock mused but was pulled from his thoughts as he noticed Stella and Diana sitting and hanging out on one of the divine flesh tree's ivory branches. Chapter 318. Sapience. What the hell are you two doing up there? Ashlock asked Stella and Diana, who were sitting on a vast bone branch of the divine flesh tree. They looked like insects compared to the tree's size, which is why he hadn't noticed them at first. Diana seemed very uncomfortable as she shifted around. Meanwhile, Stella happily swung her legs while surveying the sprawling landscape of his fully formed inner world. Oh, good morning, tree, Stella grinned. Morning. It was quite the night, huh? I have been trying to talk to my new friend here but haven't had a lot of luck so far. Stella patted the bone branch. There is no way this thing will be your friend, Diana grumbled. Well, can you be her friend? Ashlock asked his system. In the past, the system had remained silent regarding most topics that didn't concern his direct survival or the system's functions. Something like a casual conversation had seemed beyond its capabilities, but since its upgrade, he had noticed a new level of sapience. I refrained from revealing my existence to the fate-tied human. That wasn't an outright no, but it did show some reluctance. Also, fate-tied was a rather odd way to refer to Stella, as that is what Senior Lee had called Stella in the past. Now that you mention it, keeping yourself hidden from Stella is probably for the best. Ashlock remembered he still hadn't told Stella about the system's existence as she didn't want to cause him problems. What should I tell her this tree represents then? The divine flesh tree is your infant soul, created to complete the ascension to the nascent soul realm. If you wished to be reborn in a new vessel, you could plant this tree as a seed in the outside world and transfer yourself to it. Huh, this is my second soul. Ashlock shivered as he looked at the demonic creation. I thought it was your body. I don't require a physical body, so I would survive even if the divine flesh tree were to perish. So what is the purpose of this body besides being my second soul? Deities require a physical body to harness their divine energy. Since I needed access to your divine energy to implement the divine stock market, as you call it, I crafted your second soul into a form most compatible with receiving the divine energy. Hence, it was made in the image your worshippers have of you. Okay, just to confirm, if that tree were to die, you would be fine. Yes, though my control over your divine energy would be crippled. Ashlock didn't like that sound of that. What is divine energy exactly? The purest form of chi untainted by anything. Due to its purity, only those with unlimited cultivation potential can hope to harness it. Usually, a deity will be rewarded with divine energy from the heavens when they inspire cultivators and mortals to pursue power. The heavens reward me with divine energy for making people want to pursue power. What a strange motive. Actually, speaking of motives, what is yours? Ashlock asked, followed by an uncomfortable silence. To assist your growth, the system eventually replied. Since the messages appeared in text form, Ashlock could not infer any tone behind the words. So your motives align with my personal growth, then, Ashlock mused. If that were the case, he wouldn't have any issues, as the development of his allies also contributed to his personal growth, so the system was unlikely to do anything to them. Do you know who or what created you? No, I only know my objective. I see. Wait, on that topic, what are you? Once you unlock all 9 moons, my existence and your reason for being reborn will become clear. Until then, knowing the truth will cause the collapse of the 9 realms and your death along with everyone else. Well, that's ominous. Ashlock was surprised the system didn't outright ignore him. Can you really not give me a clue? The system fell silent and never replied. No dice. Huh. This reminds me of when the Worldwalkers couldn't tell me more about bloodlines without earning the heaven's ire. I wonder why heaven tries to safeguard certain knowledge so much. The system did not entertain his thoughts with an answer. Ashlock didn't want to push his golden finger in this world any further, so he focused on the present situation. The system had been nothing but helpful thus far, and its goals seemed aligned with his. So, until proven otherwise, he planned to continue working alongside it. Unlike the cosmic guard in Stella's library, it seems my system understands the dangers of knowledge and knows where to draw the line on how much it's willing to share, Ashlock mused. Though, I do find it interesting that heaven rewards people for chasing power, and it seems my system does this as well. The more I kill, the more SC I am rewarded. The higher my cultivation reaches, the more the system upgrades. There's even an incentive to reach the next layers of creation with the allure of the divine fragments and 9 moons. What a suspicious coincidence. Ashlock didn't like that he was being kept in the dark, but at the end of the day, he was still just a nascent soul realm spirit tree growing on a desolate mountain peak at the edge of a demonic sect out in the wilderness on the lowest layer of creation. According to Stella, there was a monarch realm patriarch out there, and the world tree dwarfed him in size and cultivation. I have so far to go, but the system is helping supercharge my growth to catch up to them as quickly as possible. Ashlock understood his position in the grand scheme of things and his unfathomable potential. With the addition of divine energy, his power would only snowball from here. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. System, you still there? Could you show me any more upgrades I received for ascending? Certainly. Upgraded Transpiration of Heaven and Chaos B to Transpiration of Heaven's Divinity A. Your cultivation technique was upgraded to be capable of processing divine energy. While cultivating, you will now have a divine aura that blesses the land and increases your spiritual presence. As the monarch of an inner world, your attacks will now carry the weight of your inner world. With the formation of the inner world and the creation of the divine flesh tree, your maximum chi holding capacity has exponentially increased. Your base cultivation rate has increased 100-fold, further increased by your connection to the world tree. How normal is this compared to a typical nascent soul realm cultivator's ascension? Ashlock felt the need to clarify if these upgrades were as ridiculous as he thought. As abnormal as it gets. This is the result of my great ideas. You're welcome, smiley face. Did you just smile at me? You know what, never mind. With these increases, how long will it take to reach the monarch realm? A few years with cultivation alone. As a spirit tree, your soul is far bigger than most, so despite the insane inflow of chi, a large amount will go to developing your inner world and growing your soul. I see. Ashlock was happy to hear it wouldn't take him decades or centuries. It would seem being able to cultivate divine energy was a more significant boon than he had first thought. Withdrawing his focus from his inner world, Ashlock took a moment to feel the changes. His body didn't appear much different as he towered over Red Vine Peak as a tree of black bark, supporting a beautiful canopy of scarlet leaves that gently rustled in the mountain winds. However, even he could tell from a glance there was a certain awe-inspiring grandeur about him that hadn't been there before. If he had to guess, it was the natural presence of a nascent soul realm cultivator that also possessed an inner world and a hint of divinity. Looking like a handsome mate, Ashlock chuckled as he praised himself, but he really meant it. His trunk was a blessed sight compared to the monstrosity of flesh and eyes his system had so nicely made for him. The mountain, especially his peak, was also glowing with a divine aura that made the place seem holy. The Voidstorm Aegis barrier is still active, Ashlock noted. It constantly drains chi to stay active but will not fade unless it's dismissed. Oh, neat. Ashlock had no plans to dismiss it for now despite the relatively significant chi drain, as he had spent 500 sacrificial credits to summon it, and the threat of Vincent Nitros or those people after Stella appearing at any moment still lingered over his head. Once things calmed down a bit, he might dismiss it. Say system, are we enemies of the heavens? Ashlock asked as he began feeling more like a holy tree than a demonic one, assuming he ignored the abomination in his soul. Anyone who cultivates chi will, in time, seek to reach the pinnacle of existence and surpass the heavens. So that's a yes then. Yes, smiley face. Stop doing that. Opening square bracket ... No. Whatever. Ashlock dismissed the messages and activated his new cultivation technique after taking a moment to take in the surroundings some more. The faint divine aura wreathing his form glowed with intensity and made him look all the more holy, with the rising sun cresting the distant mountain peaks and illuminating him. Well, as sacred as a giant blood red and black tree that devoured people could look. I should have Douglas build some temples around me, Ashlock thought as the view he saw was something out of a painting. Actually, that's a good idea. If playing into this whole deity shtick will accelerate my cultivation and sacrificial credit gain, then I need to look the part. However, I would need to lean into the demonic image my followers have of me. Would anyone even want to hang around him if he was surrounded by temples of death and eyes? Ashlock returned to his inner world for inspiration and could instantly feel the ridiculous difference from when he had been at the peak of the Star Core realm. Gushing rivers of chi and divine energy poured in through his roots and leaves, yet they felt like drops in an ocean as they fed the inner world, which hardly reacted to the inflow. What if I pull on the world tree's supply? Ashlock tapped into the ley line and greedily absorbed as much as he could from the untamed chi wreathing the root. His new capacity for absorbing chi was immense, but he soon learned there was still a notable gap between himself and the world tree. I doubt the world tree even notices this loss of chi. Or so he had thought. His whole inner world trembled as what could only be described as a howl of pain from a god echoed through his soul. Was that the world tree? I believe so. Do you know why she is in pain? No. Huh. So you aren't omniscient then. I only know what you know and have some knowledge about reality. The howls continued and were beginning to hurt his mind, so Ashlock deployed mental protection to shield himself. Are you able to translate what the world tree is saying? I could if you had the skill. Quote. Aren't you the one giving me the skills? You can't create something out of nothingness. Power comes at a cost, and for you, power is paid in sacrifices. So feed me, and I will grant you power. Ashlock looked down at the forest of flesh trees, each representing a sacrificial credit. Unlike a simple number on a screen, they were a brutal reminder of the lives he had reaped for power. They were also kinda cute, in a weird way. Hey, tree. Stella's shouts drew his attention back to the divine flesh tree. Can you let us out now? You can't make a portal. Ashlock asked. Stella shook her head. Nope. This place is sealed tight from the outside world. The spatial plane won't let me see beyond the bounds of your soul. It's as if there's nothing but a void. I guess that makes sense. Otherwise, any spatial cultivator could teleport into other people's inner worlds. As for your request, my dear daughter, I can let Diane out, but you must stay in here for now. What? But there's nothing here. It's simply too dangerous for you outside right now, even with my aunts guarding you until I know who the people Janice warned you about are. At least for a bit, stay in here. You can cultivate my chi, and the place is rich with divinity, so you will reach enlightenment faster. Stella sprawled out on the bone branch like a lazy cat. By her expression, his words seemed to go in one ear and out the other. But cultivating is so boring, and I can't get myself to focus on it with everything that's happening right now. That's fine. I have another task you could help me with. Stella huffed the hair out of her face. What is it? The divine flesh tree you are currently lying on is my second soul created in the image my worshippers have of me. The more I am worshipped, the more divine energy I can gather, and the faster I will cultivate. Stella sat up, and her eyes widened, and the sooner we can try to save my moth. I mean the world tree. At Nobleman at. Exactly. Stella clapped her hands together. Okay. How can we get more people to worship you? It's all about presentation. Ashlock laughed as he realized he was starting to sound like a villain. We need demonic temples and a group of devout worshippers to entice the masses by spreading the word and maybe even handing out some free pills. Only once the name of the all-seeing eye is chanted throughout the land will I step into the monarch realm. Stella jumped to her feet, practically bouncing with excitement. Are we going to run the cult from in here? Yes. Here in my inner world is where I possess the most power and can pose as a godly being. Until now, my worshippers have only witnessed my powers from afar, and if they discover I am merely a nascent soul realm demonic tree, it may shatter their perception of me. Ashlock explained, I will connect this place with ethereal roots and tell Douglas and Jasmine to come here, as the girl still needs you to train her. Oh yeah, Jasmine. Stella grinned, she will make a great little cult leader. You are way too excited about running a fake cult, Diana smiled. Of course I am excited. Stella smugly raised her nose to the sky. They will all be worshipping tree after all. Chapter 319. Life in the Ashfallen Sect. Mr. Choi shook his head in shame as he looked at himself in the cracked mirror. It had hardly been a few weeks since Douglas showed up at his noodle shop with a heavenly contract and a proposal he couldn't refuse. Just maintain control over Ashfallen City's underworld for us and complete a few tasks. How hard could it be? Or so I thought. Even in the dim blue hue provided by the glowing mushrooms overhead that grew throughout the mine, he could see the bags under his eyes. He had never even heard of a 9th stage Soulfire realm cultivator having bags under their eyes, but he had done the impossible. Mr. Choi pinched the bridge of his nose as he let out a long, tired sigh. The personal brand he had built up as the big boss of the Golden Springs noodle shop with his terrifying gaze and broad body that loomed over most would be ruined at this rate. Now, he just looked like every overworked mortal on the darn council. What was his name again? Julian. I'm going to start looking as exhausted as that poor bastard. Boss. Mr. Choi froze. He turned his head to look at his door and held back, yelling, "Leave me the hell alone for a day." Instead, he gathered himself and replied deeply, "What is it?" "Grand Elder Douglas and Grand Elder Elaine of the Ashfallen sect are here to see you." "Oh great, more nonsense requests." Mr. Choi muttered under his breath as he grabbed his signature purple silk robe embroidered with golden koi hanging from a stone hook. Wearing it and giving himself one last check in the mirror, he strode over and opened the door to his subordinate, an almost equally tall and broad earth cultivator, his right-hand man. "Gavin, let's walk and talk." Mr. Choi took the lead, and Gavin fell a step behind. "I'm sure Grand Elder Douglas will ask about our control over Ashfallen City." "How is it?" "Everything is running smoothly, boss." A few stragglers from Darklight City tried to move into the upper south side. But the former nobles of Sleemere living there had their hired rogue cultivators inform us, and we dealt with it. "Good." Mr. Choi nodded. "Make sure to keep security tight around there. The princess's disciple's mother lives on the upper south side, and if anything happens to her, I am sure there will be hell to pay." Gavin gulped. "Don't worry, boss. We have all heard the rumors of how Princess Stella slaughtered the last batch of rogue cultivators she deemed an eyesore. I have my boys patrolling that area, and there is always someone from the Redclaw family cultivating nearby. Those lousy red-haired Redclaws nobles are bloody clueless. Their cultivation levels are oddly high, but their answer to every problem is blasting it with flames. They are a bunch of hot-headed idiots." Mr. Choi thought to himself before agreeing with his subordinate, that's for the best. What of the Shadow Mistress? Rumors of her generosity spread far and wide, so the Shadow Dryad has become more selective with whom she gives fruits to. Gavin sighed. Some of the more hot-blooded youngsters gave a bad impression, so now the Shadow Mistress flattens anyone she doesn't deem worthy of her fruits with her mere presence before they can even step foot on the field of white flowers. Mr. Choi let out a hearty chuckle. "Serves those fools right. I knew the Shadow Mistress was being too generous, and it was bound to backfire, but to think she could be so fierce. You thought the guardian of the ethereal route that leads to Red Vine Peak would be weak." Gavin smirked as he caught up to Mr. Choi's pace. "Honestly, I am just surprised she hasn't killed anyone yet." "As am I," Mr. Choi agreed as they left the lower levels and began their ascent up the long tunnel to the surface. Moaning boss, the many rogue cultivators under his command bowed respectfully as he passed. Some were carrying boxes of food to the boys below, who were busy mining spirit stones, while others were dashing up the tunnel with a sword resting on their shoulders as they headed out to work for the day. Mr. Choi answered their greetings with a slight nod, but that was it. He didn't know most of them by name, as his gang had to rapidly expand to maintain their stranglehold on Darklight City while also moving into Ashfallen City. It was hard work, and he disliked the ghostly chains wrapped around his heart that enforced his loyalty to the Ashfallen sect. But with the resources he was being given, it was impossible to be mad about it. Soon, he would step into the Star Core realm. "Oh Gavin, one last thing." "Yes, boss. How's the blockade on information leaking going?" A long time ago, the Redclaw Grand Elder had paid a significant amount of spirit stones to the Mortal Council overseeing Darklight City. In return for the investment, he requested that no information regarding anything strange happening on the mountain range be reported to the Blood Lotus sect. As the Mortal Council loved having the Redclaws as their new overlords, they went to great lengths to silence anyone, even blocking many airship routes. They had naturally approached Mr. Choi with a portion of the funds for his assistance in keeping the rogue cultivators of Darklight City quiet. He didn't have everyone under his thumb, but after a few raids and slaughters, the other gangs got the message. Anything that happens on Red Vine Peak. It might as well be my imagination. Yep. Nothing to see there. The Mortal Council requested more funds to pay off people regarding the event last week. Gavin grimaced. As you can imagine, the attendees of Darklight City's academy from other noble families were rather eager to report back what they had seen. It's not every day you see such an aggressive ascension. It was like a god descended, ya know. What was Ashfallen's response to the request? Gavin grinned. They threw so much money at the problem that I think they almost crashed the economy, and the poor Mortal Council was beyond overwhelmed. Gavin laughed. I heard a rumor that half of the Mortal Council's income now is from the Ashfallen sect, and they have to spend it all on suppressing information. So, are they? Yeah. Gavin nodded. They constructed the most outlandish building I've ever seen to house a dedicated department for the task and have started constructing arrays around the city that block jade pendants. Which, might I add, is an absolute waste of money. Those pendants can only reach Sleemir at best, so anything they transmit there and have relayed to their families in other cities will be seen as rumors at best by the Nitros family. Oh yeah, all this crazy shit is happening in a random mining city at the edge of the sect, as if they would believe that crap. The Nitros family is terrified of getting assassinated outside their stronghold, and the disciplinary committee is busy. True, it does feel like a paranoid countermeasure, Mr. Choi grinned, yet, that's always been the solution these noble families and sects use. Throw obscene amounts of money at the problem until it goes away. Gavin shrugged, better than them having to stroll down from their lofty mountain peaks and waste their chi smiting down the mortals that dare to defy them. And to be fair, I have never seen the Mortal Council move so fast to get something done before. True that. Mr. Choi turned and patted Gavin on the shoulder. The poor lad looked even more exhausted than he did. Good work today. Take the rest of the afternoon off and spend some time with your wife. I fear she will chop down my door with an axe if I give you any more work. Gavin smirked knowingly. Thank you, boss. I will ensure she is satisfied and stop causing you problems. You dirty dog. Mr. Choi grinned and continued walking toward the surface. Now get out of my face and keep the noise down. Those stone walls aren't as thick as you think they are. Gavin's laughter echoed through the tunnel as the large man returned to the dark depths of the mine. Mr. Choi gathered himself by straightening his robe and posture. If it was just Douglas I was meeting, I wouldn't be so concerned, but whenever he brings his girlfriend, it's always some complicated task that goes over my head. Emerging into the afternoon sun, his eyes readjusted, and he saw Douglas and Elaine waiting near the tunnel's entrance. Douglas was wearing a spotless beige suit and that strange stone crown encrusted with gems that had an ancient feel to it. A black cloak hung from his shoulders, and one of his hands rested on a shard of brown crystal shaped into a walking stick. Interlocking arms at his side was the stunningly beautiful Elaine wearing a casual light gray dress embroidered with a subtle black decal of flowers around the chest area. She was beaming and had her hair tied up in a ponytail, which was odd for her. Mr. Choi mustered up all the social energy he could and put on his signature smile as he strode over to them with measured steps. Ah, Boss Choi, Douglas called as they made eye contact. Grand Elder Douglas, my friend. It's so good to see you. Mr. Choi clasped hands with Douglas and was pulled into a brief shoulder hug. As they parted, Mr. Choi gave a slight bow toward Elaine. And, of course, Grand Elder Elaine, it's a pleasure to see you as well. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. Elaine gave a curtsy. It's good to see you, Boss Choi. Ha ha, please don't call me that. He awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. I like it when my men call me boss, but it almost feels like a pet name coming from you too. Please call me Mr. Choi. Elaine smiled. Sure. Thanks. Mr. Choi looked between the lovebirds. You two seem in better spirits than usual. Did something good happen? The two exchanged a knowing look, and Douglas awkwardly laughed. We actually just came back from a date at the Voidmond estate in Darklight City. Whoa. No way. Mr. Choi knew of the residents in the Noble District. Due to the layers of defensive formations and guards, it used to be one of the most mysterious houses in the entire city. Yeah, my mother gifted it to me, Elaine added casually. I complained to her that Douglas has been overworked the last week since the Ascension with helping Stella create temples for the all-seeing eye cult, so she suggested we have a relaxing weekend there together. Elaine pulled Douglas in tighter, but the man frowned. You also promised your mother that I would meet her. No way. Elaine pouted. It wasn't a promise, just a strong suggestion. Not my fault if she tries to follow up on it. Is that really a good idea? Douglas looked genuinely concerned. It will be fine. Elaine waved him off. Maybe. She trailed off at the end. Mr. Choi stood there awkwardly, unsure what to say. He didn't even want to imagine what Elaine's mother could be capable of. He knew his place in the world, and he may rule over many rogue cultivators, but compared to the noble families, he was nothing but trash. They were the true titans of this world, able to decimate entire cities and slaughter millions on a whim. He was merely a bug that played king in their backyard. Even if he gathered all he had earned in his entire life, it wouldn't equate to a fraction of the value of the Voidmond residence in Darklight City, and yet it had been gifted to Elaine to simply fulfill a weekend date. Anyway, Douglas coughed to draw Mr. Choi's attention. While we were passing through, I wanted to invite you for a drink. A drink? Mr. Choi's eyes widened. You're not pulling my leg, are you? I swear if you suggest a drink and then spring more work upon me, I am not going to be a happy chap. At Nobleman at. Douglas put his hand on his shoulder. Brother, how could I do that to you? Trust me, I got the good stuff. Spirit wine? Mr. Choi asked with a whisper. Douglas leaned in closer and grinned, the very best. Brewed it myself. Mr. Choi narrowed his eyes as his excitement faded. You brewed it yourself. What do you know about brewing spirit wine? He had Stella help him brew it ages ago and has been excited to try it for weeks, Elaine mumbled, deliberately loud enough for both of them to hear. Spirit wine brewed by the princess of the Ashfallen sect. Mr. Choi gulped. How could I refuse such an offer? Some bad wine is nothing compared to keeping my head. Imagine if she learned I turned down the opportunity to drink her wine. Forget me, would anyone I know survive? Great. Let's head over then. Douglas took the lead with Elaine in tow, and Mr. Choi walked beside them. They drew many curious gazes as they strode down the main street of Ashfallen City. In the short time he had lived here, Mr. Choi had witnessed an impressive boom as this place transformed from something resembling a slum to a somewhat charming and clean city built with wide tree-lined streets. Also, it was never cold due to the blanket of heat caused by the fire chi flowers growing in the trees. One thing that had changed very recently was the sharp increase in people walking around in black cloaks with a red eye decal on the back. Praise be the all-seeing gaze, a charming woman said as she approached a nearby couple out for a walk with their child. Curious, Mr. Choi channeled some chi to his ears to listen in. The couple gave a weary smile, and the father stepped between his family and the cultist. Good afternoon. What can I do for you? My name is Maya, and I am a representative for the all-seeing eye. Sir, have you ever wanted to be a cultivator? Who hasn't? Right. Well, we are offering our members the opportunity to become cultivators. What? Huh. Maya pushed a package into the confused man's hands. This is our welcome package. It contains enlightening pills that will open your mind to the whispers of heaven. Ever wondered how cultivators are so powerful? With this, you will learn the truth. The truth? Wait, how much is this? Free. Maya grinned. However, inside, there is a parchment that details how to pursue the path of a cultivator under the all-seeing eye. Our first service is actually tomorrow at midnight. Trust me, you don't want to miss it. Okay, have a great day. With those parting words, Maya ran off, her hair flying in the wind as she hunted down the next group of mortals she spotted, leaving the man holding a box of pills and looking very confused. As Mr. Choi followed Douglas up a path that led to the Shadow Mistress who guarded the ethereal route, he couldn't help but ask. Whose marketing idea was that exactly? Douglas smirked. Stella's, obviously. She's convinced it will work, and it's not like her father will tell her no. The immortal of Ashfallen won't tell her no. Mr. Choi furrowed his brows. Actually, speaking of the immortal, as your boss, won't he be mad to find you drinking on the job? Nah, he works me to the bone and has a skewed sense of reasonable requests, but he's usually quite forgiving, Douglas said as he took a left and began walking up the steps that lead to the upper south side, though I doubt he will even notice. Why not? Mr. Choi asked. How could an immortal being not know everything going on? His attention is so split nowadays between multiple cities, battles, and even worlds. I suppose, when one has a level of control that vast, it's only natural for most events to slip under one's notice. Douglas's eyes lit up, and he turned with a grin. Actually, perfect example. Recently, we fought a war in Nightshade City. Details are not important. But the immortal owns a walking mountain, right? He had no idea the Mudcloaks had outfitted it with an entire city and weapons until the moment he went to deploy it. I swear if someone doesn't report things to him, he has no idea what's going on. Mr. Choi had many questions but decided to simply hum in agreement. It's pointless to try and understand noble families and sects. I thought the gang war one fought last week in Darklight City's east side was quite neat, but it was probably a child's fight compared to this one Douglas describes if a walking city was involved. Glancing over his shoulder, he looked down at the street. To his surprise, the mortals were actually inspecting the box's contents and reading the many parchments inside. Maybe it's not such a bad idea after all. Sup Knox, how's it going? Douglas shouted to the shadow tree in the distance, surrounded by a field of beautiful white flowers that seemed to part as they walked. From behind a tree emerged an enchanting beauty of pure darkness. The Shadow Mistress floated elegantly above the field like a spirit toward them with a casual smile. Mr. Choi had laid eyes on her in the not-so-distant past before the Ascension, and she had looked like some sort of wraith that would haunt people's nightmares. However, now, she looked like a goddess crafted from shadows with surprisingly human features. Mr. Choi didn't like being before the Shadow Mistress. She made him nervous. Douglas. Elaine. Welcome back. Knox said with a pleasant tone. Yet her smile turned to a frown as her swirling eyes of darkness landed on him. Mr. Choi, your men. I am aware of the issue and sincerely apologize. Mr. Choi bowed as deeply as his joints would let him. Please feel free to punish them as you see fit if they are to continue. I don't need fools under my leadership who don't know boundaries. Very well. Knox replied simply as she floated away. My flowers do need some nourishment. Lady Knox is wise. It's a death befitting those who try to harm your peace, Mr. Choi readily agreed as he straightened up. All the blood rushed to my head, and I hate having to speak so stiffly to these nobles. Thankfully, he was granted a peaceful passage and could follow Douglas and Elaine down into the ethereal route. No matter how often he used it to get around between the cities, it still amazed him that he could take a few steps and appear many miles away. Reaching Red Vine Peak, he climbed out of the hole and felt a divine presence envelop him. Ah, it's good to be home, Elaine said while sniffing the air. This fresh mountain air and she were sorely missed during our weekend getaway. It's a bit more than fresh. This is straight up divine cultivating conditions. I practically feel myself reaching enlightenment just walking around this place. Holy shit, that is a giant tree. The entire sky until the horizon was seemingly dominated by a dense canopy of scarlet leaves, bathing the empty mountain peak in an autumn-like red hue. The charcoal black tree trunk was at least 100 meters in diameter, and he had to strain his neck to trace its towering length. Divine energy swirled up the tree like a river of liquid gold, merging with crackles of spatial chi that danced between its many branches. Don't stop and stare at the tree for too long. Otherwise, the immortal will notice us and give us more work to do, Douglas hissed under his breath and dragged him along to a hole that dominated the center of the peak. Mr. Choi remained in silent awe as he descended through a vertical city inhabited by the mudcloaks he had briefly worked with in the past. Arriving near the lowest level, Douglas stood before a doorway blocked up with stone. Bob, it's me. Roll aside. Mr. Choi wondered why Douglas was speaking to a wall, but he soon discovered the answer when the stone rippled like water and turned into slime, or was it always slime? Either way, the slime monster he assumed was called Bob moved aside and let them pass into an expansive chamber overflowing with rare cultivation herbs. Douglas grinned as he ran over to a table piled high with books and empty pill bottles. Pushing it aside to make space, he gestured for Mr. Choi to sit opposite him. One moment, I need to find where Stella hid the booze. Hid? Mr. Choi asked. He couldn't imagine Stella was the type to get drunk. Actually, most of her actions aligned with someone drunk on power. Well, I convinced her we were making a type of potion, Douglas explained as he crouched down and rummaged through a cupboard under a nearby table, and she isn't the most organized person, so she must have put it somewhere random. Something loomed out of the darkness. A creature of twisted black vines that obscured limbs ending in claws and glowing blue eyes emerged. Why does it look strangely like a giant mudcloak? Mr. Choi wondered and could smell earth chi from it, though not as strong as his own. Ah, here it is. Douglas accepted the offered bottle from the creature, and it wordlessly lumbered back into the cavern to tend to the herbs. Douglas then put the porcelain bottle usually used to contain potions on the table, and his spatial ring flashed, producing 3 crystal glasses. If you are trying to poison me, we didn't have to go through all this effort. Mr. Choi said, half joking as he eyed the setup. Douglas snorted as he popped the cork and poured the luminescent blue liquid. You think I would bring out the crystal glasses if I thought you would fall over dead with it in your hand? Actually, Douglas had a flash of regret. This shit is really strong. It might fuck you up real bad. The two exchanged a glance and then burst out laughing. I sure bloody hope it fucks me up. If it doesn't make me regret waking up tomorrow, then it wasn't worth the trip over, Mr. Choi said. As he raised his glass, and the 3 carefully clinked their glasses. Downing it in one gulp, Mr. Choi felt it go all the way down as the infused chi wine burned his throat and ignited his soul core. The flavor was intense, and the burn was even better. He felt his spirit roots opening up, and a feeling of ecstasy ran down his spine. I'm in heaven. Woo. Elaine planted the glass down. Her face was already flushed red, and her glasses almost fell off her nose. That's the good stuff. Mr. Choi had to agree. It was the best darn spirit wine he had ever fucking tasted in all his years. The princess really can do anything. What are you 3 doing? Mr. Choi turned to see a demoness stroll in. Her giant feathered wings collapsed into her back as she eyed all 3 of them. Drinking. Douglas said hesitantly. Great. Pour me a glass, Diana said as she pulled up a chair beside Mr. Choi. Oh, I was actually looking for you. Me? Mr. Choi asked, trying to stop his voice from stammering. Yeah, I wanted to ask if you would be entering the mystic realm that's about to open. Chapter 320. Uninvited Guest. Diana had been peacefully cultivating on the mountain peak when she felt Douglas's presence descending into the citadel's depths. Curious and with nothing better to do, she followed and was surprised to find Elaine, Douglas, and Mr. Choi sharing some spirit wine. Inviting herself in, she took the seat beside Mr. Choi. What is the mystic realm? He asked as he leaned his beefy arm on the table and faced her. The man reminded her of every earth cultivator, bulky, chiseled, and blunt. Diana raised a brow. You weren't informed about it when you signed the heavenly contract. She glanced at Douglas across the table. You were supposed to tell him. Douglas shrugged. He accepted the contract before I even had to mention it, so I didn't see the point. Hey, Elaine smacked Douglas on the shoulder and slurred a little as her face flushed red from the spirit wine. You shouldn't be so neglectful, okay? Sure, darling. I'll do better next time, Douglas said with a blank face as he poured Diana a drink. It would seem he had already mastered the art of just saying yes and agreeing with his girlfriend. Diana took the offered glass of spirit wine with a nod of appreciation. Well, since you weren't told, let me fill you in on the details. Once a month, the immortal grants those he chooses access to numerous pocket realms of every affinity you can imagine. Within some of these pocket realms lie inheritances or great treasures. But even if you cannot find such things, the chi inside is dense, and time moves slower. A month in there is a week out here. Right. More noble cultivator nonsense. I hate how calmly you can say such things. Mr. Choi muttered and decided to down another cup of spirit wine. Blinking away the burning sensation, he regathered his senses. Let's say I am entering this mystic realm. What happens if I'm on the cusp of breaking my bottleneck and reaching the star core realm due to the pills the Ashfallen sect has provided me? Would it be fine to ascend inside one of these pocket realms? Douglas laughed. Of course it would be. We have people ascend all the time during the mystic realm visits. Actually, I will also hopefully be ascending this time round so we can do so together. As will I. Elaine grinned, holding up a half-drunk glass. Okay, you have had enough. This is strong stuff. Douglas slowly pried the glass from Elaine's grip despite her grumbling. Mr. Choi leaned on the table. Is it safe though? I heard the ascension to the star core realm can be quite risky, and many die during the process. Doing such a thing in an unknown pocket realm feels dangerous. Nah. Douglas waved him off. I'll just ask the immortal to borrow the walking city, and we can have a nice relaxing ascension with the mudcloaks guarding us. Diana reached into her spatial ring, pulled out 3 truffles from the small pile she had, and placed them before Mr. Choi. The pills you have consumed thus far are made from these truffles. Eat all 3 before entering, and you will have a seamless ascension. Mr. Choi took the truffles and bowed. Grand Elder Diana, I can't tell you how much I appreciate the hospitality and gifts. No worries, Diana said before downing her own glass of spirit wine. The chi in it reacted violently with her demonic mist chi as it went down her throat and burned in her stomach. The hit was nearly instant. It felt like a gong went off as her head throbbed. Wow. Diana set the glass down and nursed her head. That's some strong stuff. She had drunk spirit wine with her siblings as a dare as a teenager. Since mortal alcohol couldn't get cultivators that drunk, they infused mortal wines with chi to produce spirit wine. It was very expensive and never usually this strong. Yeah, Stella made it. Douglas grinned as he poured her another glass. She accepted the second glass. Her head was already recovering as her demonic mist chi consumed the spirit wine, and now she just felt warm. You convinced Stella to brew spirit wine. That's surprising. Diana mused while she swirled the luminescent blue liquid in the crystal glass and debated if she was mentally and physically ready for a second hit. Douglas chuckled. No, she had no idea this was alcohol. I convinced her it was something we needed for a type of pill. Hey, that's not very nice, Diana smirked, and I wouldn't try to take advantage of Stella's naivety. That's bound to bite you in the ass one day. You know that girl can hold grudges like no one else and struggles to accept things as jokes. Douglas gulped. Yeah, it should be fine. Just don't bring this up to her, please. I don't see why you didn't admit it was for wine. Diana shrugged. I'm sure Stella would be open to it without you pulling the wool over her eyes. Douglas looked at her in horror, making her trail off. What? Can you imagine Stella drunk on spirit wine? Diana hummed as she stared into the glass before downing it. Feeling the burning sensation once again ignite the fire in her soul, she held out her hand. Now that you mention it, let's keep this a secret. Douglas grinned and leaned over to shake the offered hand. Deal. He sat down and sighed in relief. I really needed this. Life has been far too crazy recently. Everyone around the table grunted in agreement as they lost themselves in the spirit wine. It had this cleansing effect on one's soul, and there were stories of some cultivators using spirit wine to cultivate, assuming they could afford it. The relaxed state it induced made it easier for one to listen to heaven's whispers. Though it's usually never this strong. This concoction must have been made with Ashlock's fruits and truffles. If I have one more glass, I might start seeing the streams of chi in the air. Say, Diana, do you know who will attend the mystic realm this time? Douglas asked. His face was bright red. The narrative has been illicitly obtained. Should you discover it on Amazon, report the violation. Diana had her head propped up against the table with her hand. Let me think. From what Stella told me, the Ashfallen sect is entering a period of rapid development, so I believe the Immortal wants anyone in the sect to attend to it. Elaine had been sleeping face first on the table, but Diana's words seemed to wake her up, for real. Everyone. Yeah, anyone who has signed an oath of loyalty to Ashfallen should attend. Hence, I asked Mr. Choi if he wanted to attend. Even the Silverspires and the Redclaw youngsters. Douglas asked. Diana nodded, causing the man to lean back on his chair, stroking his stubble in contemplation. At nobleman at. I guess the days of hiding really are over. Douglas frowned. It's an exciting time but also a dangerous one. Nobody knows how powerful the Nitro's patriarch really is, and so many other powerhouses could move against us. With a sigh, he rested his hand on Elaine's back and ran a hand through her hair. I just hope the Immortal knows what he's doing. Many lives now rest on his shoulders for him to make such rash judgments, especially when Stella is involved. Diana hummed in agreement. That's true, but we are also all here and in this position because of those two. Stella is maturing, and the Immortal is getting better at delegating and focusing on problems only he can solve. Only time will tell if this more outlandish era the Ashfallen sect is moving into draws the wrong attention too soon. Yeah, I'm probably just being paranoid. Douglas downed another glass and set it down almost too hard as his face twisted due to the burn. Phew. Heavens, this stuff is strong. It's like Stella is trying to kill us with it. What did you tell her it was when you made it? Elaine asked as she held her head in her hands and stared at the floor. Douglas's face fell as the realization dawned on him. Oh, when trying to explain how to make alcohol without naming what it was, I did say it was a type of poison. No wonder she was so enthusiastic about helping. Idiot. Diana rolled her eyes. She then reached across the table and tapped Elaine's arm. Huh, are you okay? Diana asked. This stuff is strong, but you should be able to use your chi to fight its effects. I don't have any void chi left, and my illusion chi only makes it worse, Elaine grumbled. But didn't you spend all weekend at the Voidmind residence in Darklight City? Don't they have void chi gathering arrays you could? Oh. Diana felt stupid seeing the couple smile. You were too busy doing that to cultivate, I guess. Suffice to say the date went well then. Douglas grinned, and Elaine banged her head on the table, seemingly tapping out for the night. The date went so well that they seemed to have forgotten to come and visit me. Diana froze at the sudden unknown voice. She turned her head to look at the chair right beside Elaine. Since when was someone sitting there, and who the hell is that? A woman with long silky black hair sat casually opposite her as if she had always been there. Her elbow rested on the table, and a glass full of spirit wine hung between her fingertips. Her features were perfect, and her skin was so smooth that Diana wondered if she was hallucinating this person. Why does she look familiar? Yes, I look familiar. And no, I'm not a figment of your imagination, dear, the woman said, taking a sip of the spirit wine and not reacting in the slightest. My name is Morrigan, mother to this lightweight. Come on, stop pretending. I know you saw me a moment ago. Morrigan. Diana's eyes widened a little. No wonder I didn't sense her arrival. She must have traversed the void. But that's quite concerning since this place is thousands of meters underground and near Ashlock. Elaine groaned as she raised her heavy head. Mother, to what do I owe the pleasure? So you do remember those manners I drilled into you as a child. How curious. Though I am disappointed you are hosting a fun little get-together and didn't invite me. She grinned and glanced at Douglas. Your boyfriend is even here, and you have yet to introduce us. Hello. Mrs. Morrigan. Douglas is usually confident and outgoing. Nature seemed crushed under this surprise visit. That's Miss Morrigan to you. She took another sip. Someone turned my husband into a tree, so now I'm single and free. You divorced father. Elaine shouted in shock. Duh. Morrigan grinned. It's not like he could say no. You know, being a tree and all. Dare I ask? Mr. Choi whispered and drew Morgan's attention. Morgan glanced Mr. Choi up and down. Of course you can, handsome. Mother. Elaine interrupted. Please don't show up uninvited and start flirting with people in front of me. Morgan pouted. Why not? You're not my mother. Huh? What? Elaine massaged her temples as she struggled to comprehend what she just heard. She tried to form some words but gave up with a groan. You are so frustrating sometimes. Morgan smirked. You take life too seriously, isn't that right, Douglas? Yes. Wait. No. Douglas winced as Elaine glared at him. Did you just agree with her? Douglas raised his hands in surrender. It was a slip of the tongue. Morgan burst out laughing and downed her drink. Mother, this is so embarrassing. Please just go. Elaine pushed Morgan's shoulder. How did you even get in here? Whatever do you mean? Morgan asked as her body swayed back and forth. I simply walked right in. Everyone looked toward the cave's entrance at the same time and saw that Bob hadn't retaken his spot as the door, leaving it wide open. A bunch of mudcloaks were peering inside as if waiting for something. Hey! Douglas shouted and drunkardly stumbled off his chair. Ah! A mudcloak holding the mostly drunk spirit wine over its head yelped as it ran as fast as his little legs would take him across the cavern. Seeing an opportunity, Elaine followed Douglas in chasing the mudcloak. I suppose I should take my leave as well, Mr. Choi chuckled as he stood up. I will return for the Mystic Realm trip in a few days. Diana nodded to him. Sure, see you soon. Mr. Choi thanked Diana one last time before leaving through the wide open door. That left only Diana and Morgan at the table. Mystic Realm. Huh. Morgan smiled at Diana as she rocked her empty glass on the table. That sounds interesting. Diana sobered up real quick. If you haven't been told about it by the Ashfallen Patriarch directly or signed a heavenly contract, I can't tell you anything about it. She wasn't sure why, but her whole body was tense. Something about this woman opposite her prickled her danger senses and made her bloodline act up. Morgan's ink-black eyes stared deeply into hers for a moment, and Diana swore they would swallow her whole. What's got you so tense, darling? You don't have to tell me anything you don't want to, Morgan mused, and that overwhelming sense of danger faded like a cool breeze. Your name is Grand Elder Diana, right? I've been looking for you. Diana gulped as she tensed up again. You have. I heard you are the woman I should ask if I have problems with the Voidman family, as the other two leaders are quite hard to get a hold of. Oh, yes, that's right, Diana replied. What could an ancient void affinity cultivator possibly need help with? I'm sure you have heard of Sleemere Academy. Diana nodded. Well, I established it back in the day when I went through a phase of wanting to find a husband with an artistic talent. That's not important. Morgan shook her head. I left it in the control of my children and whatnot a long time ago when I outgrew that phase. But the academy still stands to this day. Though, it's running into a slight issue that I was hoping you would help me with. Diana leaned on the table. This seemed like quite a severe issue for the founder to be the one seeking assistance. Go on, I'm all ears. Morgan sighed. As uncaring as cultivators are regarding their surroundings and the mortals that live beneath them, it suffices to say that the disappearance of all the mortals in Sleemere has caused some problems. The nobles from other houses have begun raising quite a fuss about the lack of maids tending to them, as many vanished during the storm. I fear that in time, one of them may dare to step beyond the Sleemere Academy's grounds and notice that the entire city is missing. If that happens, news may spread to the nearby cities. Diana scratched her head. That was indeed quite an odd problem to solve. Chapter 321. Sacrificial Credits. Demonic Demi-Divine Tree, Age. 9. Nascent Soul Realm. First Stage. Soul Type. 9 Moons, Spatial. It had been over a week since Ashlock ascended to the Nascent Soul Realm. As the system had warned him, it had taken around a week to fully stabilize his new cultivation and imbue his attacks with the weight of his inner world. Along with all the changes, it now said on his status screen that his soul type was of the 9 moons. Hey, system. You know, asking me pointless questions costs divine energy, right? I talk through the divine flesh tree, so that's divine energy not going toward growing your sacrificial credits. Over the last week, it seemed the system had gotten rather tired of his questions, most of which it refused to answer. Either because knowing the answer would bring the end of the world or because it simply didn't know. I know that. You have reminded me like 20 times, but I still want to ask a question. Go on. It says my soul type is of the 9 moons. Can you confirm my theory that each moon represents a potential affinity I can unlock by gathering divine fragments? Yes, that theory is correct. Thought so. Ashlock mused as he looked up at the 9 moons dominating the sky over his inner world. They were quite strange as they didn't seem to be physical objects. He had confirmed with Stella that their position in the sky never changed regardless of where she stood in the inner world, so they seemed more spiritual in nature. System, will I be able to pick which affinities I want? You will have a degree of control over which affinities are picked. That's rather cryptic. Ashlock sighed, though it's reassuring to know I won't get stuck with a random affinity that I have no say in. Any new affinity would boost his capabilities, but some would help far more than others. He was currently quite interested in acquiring some higher tier affinities like Lunar as they had a lot more capabilities than lower tier ones, at the cost of being difficult to cultivate. A drawback that hardly applied to him as a spirit tree with access to endless pocket realms and who could terraform the environment to suit his needs. However, worrying about a second affinity was pointless until he reached the Monarch realm and initiated the era of Ascension to the next layer of creation. For now, his focus was entirely on divine energy. I better check on the divine stock market. I wonder if it's gone up today. Ashlock chuckled as he satisfied his latest addiction. He must have been glancing at it 20 times a day, but it was too satisfying. The divine flesh tree dominated the center of a vast forest of flesh trees. Divine energy from across the realm flowed into the tree, and then his system distributed the gathered energy to the forest of flesh trees via streams of ethereal gold. From a quick glance, he could see tiny flesh trees on the outskirts being fed the divine energy and blooming. Oh, the latest campaign advertising the ceremony tonight seems to be working. I'm already seeing returns. Ashlock mused. He had around 600 credits a week ago, but it had already increased due to the cult's efforts in Ashfallen City and his general notoriety being spread across the realm. Idletree daily sign in system. Day 3625. Daily credit 59. Sacrifice credit 845. Sign in. After tonight, it might even double if we put on an impressive enough display. It would be an infinite money hack if doing so wasn't such an expensive affair. To entice people, he gifted free pills made from his truffles that could have been sold through the pavilion. He had to hire many salespeople to convince people, and creating thousands of high-quality cloaks with their logo on the back was a whole industry by itself. The cost of constructing many temples floating over the flesh trees and orbiting the divine flesh tree was also high. Although labor was technically free, the materials had to be bought from Darklight City, and some unique decals were made by artists now living in Ashfallen City. In just a week, we have blown through 2/3 of all the wealth we acquired from defeating the Lunarshade family. The piles had seemed so high, so I didn't pay much attention to how much we were throwing at problems. Ashlock sighed, maybe I should have been more vigilant. All of that preparation aside, there was another issue. Most attendees would be mortals, so he had to be careful not to break their minds too much, as broken people wouldn't give him continuous divine energy and spread the word of his greatness. They would be too busy rocking in their chairs and muttering about the horrors they had seen. Cain Azurcrest and the other alchemists under the White Stone Palace have been working day and night to produce thousands of potent mind fortress pills and other things to prepare for tonight. Ashlock occasionally checked on them, but his attention was more focused on discovering the intricacies of his new system upgrades. The first thing he tested was the number of sacrificial credits needed to upgrade each tier of skill and mutation. To his surprise, it wasn't a fixed amount for each skill, and mutations seemed to require more credits to upgrade than skills. Directly upgrading the skill, Consuming Abyss B, will consume 1276 credits. Directly upgrading the mutation, Demonic Eye B, will consume 1589 credits. These were two upgrades he had been eyeing up to purchase soon, as well as his mutation, Blood Sap C, which would cost 470 credits. For fun, he had seen what upgrading his highest grade skill would cost. Directly upgrading the skill, Skyborn Bastion SSS, will consume 13,846 credits. More credits than it took to form my inner world. Ashlock dismissed the notification. Over the past week, he had compiled a vague list detailing how many credits it would cost to reach each grade via an upgrade. This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. SSS 10,000 plus. SS 8,000 plus. S 5,000 plus. A 800 plus. B 300 plus. C 200 plus. D 100 plus. E 20 plus. F 2 plus. Of course, obtaining each grade would cost half of that if he used the gacha. However, that upside came with a problem, as the gacha pull would consume all of his stored sacrificial credits, which seemed contradictory to the benefits of the divine stock market he had unlocked. Finding it ridiculous, Ashlock pestered his system to see if he could spend a specific number of credits to do a gotcha pull. But it shrugged him off, never really giving him a straight answer. However, after much observation, he noticed a ring of divine energy around the forest that expanded the more flesh trees he grew. Taking over the divine flesh tree as it was his second soul, he could forcefully pull this ring in to only encompass a fraction of the trees for a brief moment. To think this system would have exploits. Ashlock laughed as his sign in system showed a different number. Idle tree daily sign in system. Day. 3625. Daily credit. 59. Sacrifice credit. 324. Sign in. Weirdly, the daily credits would never change. Ashlock had asked the system about this, but it refused to disclose the nature behind the daily credits and how they differed from sacrificial credits. Like, where did they even come from? What was so significant about a day passing? Ashlock released his hold on the divine energy, letting it flood back to the trees. The more divine energy he had, the harder it was to pull back, so the lowest gotcha draw he could manage right now would be something in the B grade. Hey, Stella, are you here? Do you know if Ashlock is around? Ashlock was hyper-aware of anything happening in his soul, so he followed the voice and focused on what he liked to call the light side of his inner world. It was nothing but endless green pastures, winding rivers, and horizons dominated by towering mountains. There were no flesh trees, eldritch abominations, or spires of darkness like on the other side. It was just seemingly endless, untouched nature. Well, except for the sizable ornate-style single-story pavilion built on a riverfront. Douglas and a team of mudcloaks had built it for Stella on the first day here, as although she wasn't so fussed about having a place to live, Jasmine was staying with her, and as a cultivator that had barely surpassed a mortal, Jasmine still had to eat and sleep somewhere. The door swung open, and Stella wandered out with a towel wrapped around her body and head, munching on a fruit. What you want? Diana looked her up and down. Did you have a bath in the river again? Yeah, so, Stella asked while she tried to dry her short blonde hair with the towel. Diana raised her finger, and a small stream of water flowed from Stella's hair, which gathered in a tiny swirling ball above her finger. Why do you waste time like this? You could use your soul fire to burn the water away instead of relying on towels. Stella pouted. It's part of the experience, Diana. I don't even need to bathe in the river. But Jasmine took one after every training session, and it looked fun, so I joined in. I wonder how people would react if they knew the Princess of Ashfallen, the Slaughtererif rogues and head of the fastest growing cult, did nonsense like this. Diana jokingly shook her head as if it were a real tragedy, if only they knew you were such a child. Speaking of, how is Jasmine doing? Ready for the tournament? Of course, she will win for sure. Her training is going fantastic, and her talent for hand-to-hand combat is impressive, so we have been focusing on body tempering. She has also been entertaining the idea of picking up poison affinity as her second affinity. Wait. Stella narrowed her eyes. What do you mean I am such a child? I can do whatever the hell I want. Actually, why are you even here? I thought you went to cultivate outside. Diana snorted at Stella's sudden change in attitude. Well, I stood beside Ashlock and shouted for a while but couldn't get his attention, so I came in via the ethereal route to see if you could call him for me. Stella glanced at the sky. He has been focused on the inner world or sleeping for most of the week. But I can feel his attention on us right now. Ashlock manifested his soul avatar nearby, and both girls glanced at the tree. Sorry, Diana, I have been rather stuck in my own head these last few days. Ashlock apologized. What can I help you with? Two things actually. First, a bit of a slip-up. We were having a meeting in the alchemy cavern with Mr. Choi and were explaining the mystic realm to him when Morgan showed up unannounced and was curious about it. Ashlock's soul avatar mirrored his distress as he began pacing around with his roots. That is quite a problem. I have some thoughts about Morgan that make me apprehensive about sharing too much with her. Ashlock paused and asked Diana, what are your thoughts about her? Terrifying and strange, which is how I would describe most ancient cultivators. Their immense, unknown power and aloof personalities make them notoriously difficult to deal with. Diana sighed, and she has to be one of the worst I've ever met. It's impossible to tell if she is a friend or foe or what her motives are. I agree, which is why I have tried to keep her at arm's length. My pills and truffles are one thing, but her learning about the mystic realm may awaken an ancient greed in her that will be hard to quell. Ashlock sighed. This was a headache that he didn't need right now. There was the first major service for the all-seeing eye cult tonight, and then tomorrow morning, the mystic realm would open. He planned for everyone under an oath of loyalty or secrecy to go inside as he needed to uplift the cultivation level of the entire sect. I will find a way to deal with her. Ashlock decided to face that problem when it arose. In the worst case, he could send Larry to fight her off, as he's immune to the void. What was the second issue? Diana seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, that's good. As for the second issue, Morgan actually raised it with me. That doesn't sound good. What could such an ancient cultivator need help with? Diana nodded. That's exactly what I thought, too. So, what is it? Apparently, Morgan founded the Slemere Academy. Some nonsense reason about seeking a man with artistic talent. That aside, she remarked that the nobles attending the academy have noticed a lack of maids and complained about it. That's the issue. Stella snorted. Oh, poor cultivators. However will they survive without being tended to by the mortals they deem so lesser? This is such a tragedy. Are you done? Diana asked while crossing her arms. Stella dropped her arm and clicked her tongue. Yes. I'm finished. I assume the lack of maids is due to us displacing Slemere's mortals. Ashlock mused, but I can't see how this is a big issue. Diana grinned. Turns out the egotistical cultivators attending the best academy in the Blood Lotus sect deem themselves so great that not a single one has stepped outside the academy grounds since the incident and actually noticed what has happened. I bet they don't even know the Voidman family are at war. Ashlock's avatar froze in place as he processed Diana's words. There's no way, he said as he slowly turned to look at her. You're telling me that every noble cultivator in Slemere has had no idea this whole time, and a lack of maids tending to them is what will reveal us. Diana shrugged. It's actually not that surprising. Some will attend the academy for a century without ever stepping out. Not everyone cultivates and comprehends the Tao as fast as you and Stella do. It's only been a few months since you started, which isn't even a single closed-door cultivation session for most. That is true. I have progressed shockingly quick. Ashlock realized he had started the year at the start of the Star Core realm and was now in the nascent Soul realm. Such a massive leap in cultivation was likely unheard of. So they just need maids, and they will stop raising a fuss and stay inside their walls. Diana nodded. Well, I do have two solutions. Ashlock said. 1. Give them the maids that we rescued from the Lunarshade family, as I haven't found any use for them yet. What's the second option? Diana asked curiously. Kill them all. Yes. Stella cheered. No. Diana shot the option down. We don't know which noble families are working with the Silverspires to revolt against the Nitros family. Until then, no slaughters. Lame, Stella said and wandered back into her house. Diana rolled her eyes. Good point. We will go with option 1, then. Could you deal with it for me? Sure. Diana agreed. At Nobleman at. Great. One more thing. Yes. Could you head to the Duskwalker residence and call over the Mistshroud family? Oh, and tell Evelyn that Knox wants to meet her now that she has a more human-looking form capable of speech. Diana nodded and left, leaving Ashlock to continue messing with his system and ensuring everything was set up for tonight. Chapter 322, Sisters. Evelyn strode through the Duskwalker residence with a spring in her step and a smile on her face. It felt like centuries of misery were finally paying off as she passed maids hanging up new art pieces and a team of mortal builders repairing cracked tiles. For the first time in generations, she had money that wasn't obtained by groveling at Albus Lunarshade's feet. Since the Ashfallen sect's arrival, the money had been flowing. Boxes of porcelain pill bottles were delivered daily, and she took them to the pavilion to be sold throughout the realm. As agreed, she got a cut of the sale for acting as a proxy for the Ashfallen sect, and that is how the residence's wealth rose from the negatives to a healthy surplus. It also helps that with the Lunarshade family gone, the Duskwalker residence is now considered the leading family in Nightshade City. So many businesses that used to sell exclusively to the Lunarshades now come to us. Evelyn hummed a tune as she picked up today's delivery and headed to the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion as usual. She climbed to the Crimson Tracker area and patiently lined up to see a Lotus informant. It was a daily routine at this point. Next, Evelyn Duskwalker of the Crimson Trackers, she said as she placed the wooden crate on the table, here to sell another box of Florist's Touch pills. I'm starting to think these are created out of thin air, the Lotus informant joked as he took the box, and it vanished in a flash of silver as the spatial formation built into his desk glowed. The alchemy hall has been crazy for these pills. You should have seen how they flew off the shelves. Do you wish to sell this batch locally or in an auction? Well, they sell higher at an auction, right? So let's do that. Hold on. The Lotus informant leaned in closer. Just between you and me, I wouldn't do that. Evelyn raised a brow. Why not? The Lotus informant tapped the desk. 50 Yingxi coins, and I will tell you some important information. Evelyn clicked her tongue. That's extortion, and you know it. Our main commodity here at the pavilion is information. The Lotus informant gave a knowing smile. But how can I sell you answers to questions you don't have? Evelyn grumbled as she brought out her pendant and transferred the funds. Having lived a life of lavish poverty until now, a small part of her died as she saw those funds go. Now tell me, why shouldn't I sell these pills at an auction? Pleasure doing business with you. The Lotus informant gave a slight bow. The reason you should reconsider selling through an auction is the Golden Dragon Alchemy Guild. They are majority owners of almost every auction house across the realm, and the reported prices your pills have been selling for at auctions differ from the funds we receive and pass on to you. Evelyn narrowed her eyes. So what's happening here? We believe the Golden Dragon Alchemy Guild receives the pills and pays us the appraiser market value. They then sell the pills at auction as if they were their own at 10 times the price. 10 times. Yes. We believe the Golden Dragon Alchemy Guild is hiding away the majority of the pills to artificially inflate your pills, value and protect the sales of their other products. Evelyn's eyes widened. So they are profiting by reselling our pills at a higher price. Precisely. The Lotus informant nodded. Now, this is bad practice and goes against their own rules as you are supposed to receive money based on the auction price, but alchemy sects and guilds are known for being ruthless to their competition. The Golden Dragon Alchemy Guild didn't spend centuries clawing their way to the top to be outshined by an upstart. Evelyn drummed her fingers on the counter. So the ones benefiting the most from our pills are the Golden Dragon Alchemy Guild. But selling locally isn't possible as there are not enough people with deep enough pockets left in Nightshade City that can buy our pills. With the eradication of the Lunarshade family, only a few minor families were left to sell pills to in Nightshade City that weren't already under Ashfallen. The Lotus informant shrugged. That's a problem for you to figure out, as there's not much we can enforce on the Golden Dragon Alchemy Guild. Their leaders are considered esteemed guests as their organization has a stranglehold on pill distribution. You said these florists' touch pills were flying off the shelves in the alchemy hall, right? Let's sell these locally. Perfect. And here are the 8,400 Yingxi coins from your last few batches of pills. The Lotus informant deposited the funds, but compared to the last few times, she didn't feel a sense of joy. Instead, there was a sickening twist in the stomach now that she knew what the Golden Dragon Alchemy Guild was up to. Bidding the Lotus informant goodbye, Evelyn returned to the Duskwalker residence with a frown. I need to inform Ashfallen of this transgression against us. Heading to the heavily guarded transport hub deep within the residence, Evelyn briefly nodded to the many cultivators from different families silently lining the corridor. Reaching the end, she paused before a grand doorway shimmering from many layers of runic protection. The formations in the room beyond the door had been installed by the Ashfallen sect to protect the ethereal route leading straight to Red Vine Peak. Open the door, she informed two of her cousins standing guard. Shadow Chi surged into the door, and the lock slowly opened with a satisfying click. The many layers of runic protection on the door were lowered, and the door opened to reveal a plain room with a hole in the floor. Inside were two elders silently cultivating atop chi gathering formations. One was from the Mistshroud family, and the other was from the Blightbane family. Evelyn was about to give her greeting when a sudden presence blanketed the room. It wasn't suffocating like the immortals but likely belonged to one of the stronger sect members, and from the uneasy feeling of the approaching chi, Evelyn had a suspect. The demoness is here. Tips of feathered wings were the first to emerge, followed by a woman with long raven hair that flowed down her back with a hint of blue. She effortlessly stepped out of the hole and surveyed the room with cold gray eyes as demonic mist swirled around her enchanting figure. Even as her wings retracted into her back, she maintained her identity as a demoness with black claws that gleamed under the light and two prominent fangs. Welcome, Grand Elder Diana. Both elders who had been quietly cultivating were now standing at attention as the third highest ranked member of the Ashfallen sect graced them with her presence. Elder Mistshroud, your family's presence is needed on Red Vine Peak, Diana said, getting straight to business. Gather, everyone, and head over before dusk. The cult of the all-seeing eye is holding a service. This tale has been unlawfully lifted without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. As you command, Grand Elder. The Mistshroud elder bowed and left the room. While passing Evelyn on the way out, the man gave her a respectful nod. Evelyn, you're just the person I was looking for. Diana strode over with a slight smirk. How are things? I have something to inform you of urgently, but why are you looking at me like that? Evelyn shifted uncomfortably under Diana's gaze. Why does she seem amused about something? Great. You can tell me on the way. Follow me. Huh. Where are we going? To meet your sister. Diana grinned. She's been looking forward to seeing you. My sister. Evelyn paused and looked at Diana with confusion. Do you mean Knox? You told me she was dead. No. The Knox you knew is dead, but a part of her lives on. Diana laughed, clearly enjoying her confusion. Come on. It's no fun if I explain it. This is fun for you. Evelyn was baffled. If she really is alive, I hope you know that I will send her to the afterlife myself. Diana snorted. I'd like to see you try. The chilly evening breeze messed with Evelyn's hair as she soared through the sky alongside Diana, who glided so effortlessly beside her that it felt like cheating. Red Vine Peak was to their backs, with the great spirit tree lording over all, surrounded by a purple bubble crackling with black lightning. Thankfully, they had left that place quickly. The overbearing pressure of the immortal had been suffocating, and Evelyn could still feel it weighing on her now, even after leaving the peak and flying toward the White Stone Palace. Stella put in a request for our pills to not be sold to the Golden Dragon Alchemy Guild, but since you are acting as a proxy for us, the pavilion hasn't applied those restrictions to your pills. We could rectify this issue, but Diana fell into thought for a while. The Golden Dragon Alchemy Guild stealing our profits might not be such a bad thing, Diana mused as she flapped her giant feathered wings a single time to remain airborne. As you mentioned, they are claiming the pills are their own. That draws focus away from us until we can establish our own distribution network, likely through the cult, as it's disassociated from us. If anything, we can use their greed as a shield while we gather power. Evelyn rubbed her chin. That is a shockingly reasonable reaction and plan. Most sect leaders would be furious knowing they were being taken advantage of, but the Ashfallen sect only considers how it can puppet others for its own gain. Evelyn glanced at Diana with a newfound respect. I knew she managed many of the Ashfallen sect affairs as the princess is rumored to be lacking in diplomacy. But I didn't think her decision-making and insight were so deep. I need to learn a thing or two from her. We are here, Diana said, suddenly diving down the mountainside. Wait, what? Out here? Evelyn had many questions as she tried to match Diana's immense speed. How is Knox still alive? Why isn't she staying on Red Vine Peak or in the White Stone Palace? Has she been hiding out in Ashfallen City this whole time? And if she is alive, why did they feel the need to lie to me? Diana touched down in a beautiful field of jasmine flowers lorded over by a tree seemingly doused in darkness. From the bark to the leaves, it was pitch black like night, and Evelyn could sense familiar shadow chi. What is going on? Why can I feel my sister's presence from the tree? For her crimes of stealing Stella's earrings gifted to her by the immortal, Knox's soul was trapped in a spirit tree. Diana casually gestured to the shadow tree as if what she had just said made any sense. You turned my sister into a tree. At Nobleman at. Knox. Your sister is here to see you. Diana called out, and something shifted from behind the tree. A woman crafted from the darkness stepped out and gave a little wave. Long time no see, sis. What kind of sick joke is this? She was alive this whole time and just hiding behind the tree. Evelyn felt her blood boil as centuries of stored up anger and misery exploded all at once. After what you did, you still dare to call me sis. Evelyn's shadow stepped forward and punched her sister in the face. Her fist harmlessly passed through a wisp of shadow as if her sister were made of smoke. The shadows shifted around her feet before reforming behind her. Evelyn spun around, ready for another punch. However, upon closer look, Evelyn furrowed her brows. The shadow woman had some of Knox's features from when she had been younger, but the figure of their mother. It was as if she were staring at a family member she never had. What are you? Evelyn asked, dropping her fist to her side. A shadow of someone you once knew. Sis, when I tell you I'm not the Knox you remember, I mean it. The shadow woman touched the tree. When my soul was split and twisted into a spirit tree, it changed me. The soul damage was so extensive I lost who I was and became someone new. However, don't misunderstand. That does not excuse me from repenting for what Knox did to you and everyone else. Every night, I relive my memories with a new perspective. It's torture. I hate my past self on a level that's hard to describe, and I selfishly called you here to say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for selfishly leaving you behind to pick up my burdens so I could go off and live a life free of family obligations. Evelyn bit her trembling lip. She had spent many nights screaming at the mirror, reenacting all the things she would say to Knox if they ever met again. Evelyn had barely managed to contain herself the last time Knox visited for a day, so she had promised herself she would go through with it this time round. But how could she, in the face of such a sincere apology? I understand if you say no, but is there any chance you could find it in your heart to forgive me? Yes, Evelyn said, feeling like an immense weight lifted from her shoulders. I forgive you. I don't have the energy to hold so much hatred in my heart anymore now that my life has improved. You made my life a living hell, and for the longest time, I wanted to inflict misery on you. But now, I just want to move on from it all and start again. Knox dashed forward and embraced her, and Evelyn was surprised at how solid her shadow body felt. I can't tell you how glad I am, Knox whispered in her ear as she tightened the hug. The guilt of my past life has been eating me alive. Evelyn awkwardly patted Knox on the back. You definitely don't talk or act like the sister I knew, and that's certainly a positive thing. She was a real bitch. Right. Knox laughed as she freed Evelyn from the hug and stepped back. Even as I regain my past memories, I still have no idea what I was thinking. What an absolute bitch I was. Evelyn nodded in agreement and looked her sister up and down. So, not sure how to really begin understanding this, but you're a spirit tree now. Yeah, Knox said, looking up at her canopy. I left behind a body of flesh and bone for one of bark and sap. I have to say it's a lifestyle completely opposite to my past life as a merchant, always on the run and moving between locations. Knox looked down and met Evelyn's gaze with a warm smile. Now I spend my days and nights watching over Ashfallen City under the sea of stars. Sounds like a quiet and peaceful existence. It is, but it got terribly lonely, Knox said, crouching on the ground and plucking a jasmine flower. Nobody came to visit or talk to me. Is that why you made this body? Knox nodded. I used our shadow soul technique to make this form, and once I ascended to nascent soul realm, it became more detailed and capable of speech. You reached nascent soul realm. Nobody in Nightshade City is even near that realm of power. Only those in the pavilion are at that level. If you came back, you could elevate the Duskwalker name. No, Evelyn. Knox stood up and put the jasmine flower she had plucked behind Evelyn's ear. My home is here now. I still consider you my sister, but I have left the Duskwalker name behind. Evelyn felt rather stupid. Sorry. I got carried away for a moment and forgot you were a tree now. Even if you wanted to, it's not like you could move back home. Knox cracked a smile. Who said I couldn't move? You can. A sudden pressure descended on the area. Sorry to interrupt, the immortal's voice thundered in Evelyn's mind, but could you three make your way to my inner world? The service is about to begin. Inner world. Does that mean the immortal is in the monarch realm? The sky overhead split open as a giant rift formed. As three, Evelyn wondered. But there's just Diana and I who can go. The ground began to tremble, followed by the sound of falling rock. Evelyn stumbled before catching herself by leaning on the tree. Whoa, what is happening? Are we flying? Up we go. Knox gestured upwards, and a whole section of the mountain floated up toward the portal. Evelyn's ears popped as they phased through the rift and emerged above a forest of flesh trees shrouded in a bloodied mist that encircled a gigantic pillar of white flesh. It was covered in eyes that Evelyn felt were watching her as the island floated to join the many other floating islands wreathed in spatial chi and supporting spires of black stone covered in intricate carvings of eyes. Squinting at the other islands, Evelyn saw hundreds of mortals and cultivators wearing the same cult-like cloaks pouring out of portals. An impressive sight, isn't it? Diana mused as she stood on the edge of the floating island with her arms crossed. To think the Ashfallen sect wasn't even known a year ago, and now our leader has become a recognized deity revered through the land. Evelyn gulped. This was indeed an awe-inspiring display of power. Oh look, it's about to start. Diana pointed into the distance as a gong sound reverberated through the world. The sky tore apart, and an impossible to describe eye of godly proportions gazed down at its believers. The cult of the all-seeing eye was about to make its entrance onto the world stage. Chapter 323. A Mortal's Perspective. Sam had been nothing but a simple village boy, born immortal and raised on a farm a mountain range away from Darklight City. As a child, he was told stories of the elusive cultivators that lived on the mountain peaks. How they could fly through the skies and effortlessly slaughter the monsters the mortals were so afraid of with a finger flick. They sounded like unbelievable fairy tales to the young Sam until he grew old enough to join his old man on a trip to Darklight City to sell their produce to the millions of mortals there. Passing the mining area, he laid eyes on a man who looked too perfect. His skin was flawless as if crafted from porcelain, his eyes were sharp, and the immaculate white robe carried a sense of majesty. The difference between this man and the line of mortals before him was like the gap between heaven and earth. Father, who is that? He whispered to his old man, who was controlling the horse and drawing their cart loaded with vegetables. Is he a noble? Don't point at him. His father hissed back with a grave look on his tired and sun-kissed face, "That is a cultivator." Sam's eyes widened as he looked back at the white-haired man. That was a cultivator. Sure, he had this aura around him that showed he was different from the common man, but he still looked human. In his mind, cultivators were giant ethereal beings from the tales, not handsome humans. "Mortal, did you think your tricks would escape my notice?" The cultivator casually told the man standing before him with a half-filled dusty sack clutched in his callous hands. The man gulped. "Whatever do you mean, my lord? You are trying to smuggle spirit stones in your clothes without paying the tax," the cultivator said, looking down his nose at the mortal. Lord Winterwrath, it was an honest mistake." The accused man dropped to his knees on the rough stone and groveled at the cultivator's feet. "I ran out of space in my bag, so I used my pockets to carry the excess spirit stones. It was not my intention to question your rule." White flames wreathed the cultivator's hand, and with a simple tap on the man's forehead, he was flash frozen into a groveling ice statue. "Mortals should learn their place." The cultivator lightly kicked the ice statue in the face, shattering it into a million bloodied shards that showered the line of mortals waiting behind. Sam felt his heart freeze in his chest. What just happened? He turned to his father to share his utter shock but was met with a disinterested stare. Sam's father didn't offer any commentary. Instead, he shook his head and pulled on the reins to quicken the horse. Once they were halfway down the road with Darklight City dominating their view, Sam was finally able to suppress the tightness in his chest and stutter out. "He really killed a man." "That he did," his father answered bluntly as if they were discussing the weather. "Shouldn't the cultivator be punished for that? How can he just kill someone so casually like that?" His father stopped the horse and slapped Sam so hard it shocked him awake. "Don't you ever have such useless thoughts again, my son," he said in a grave tone his usually cheerful father had never used before. "We toil away on the lands and the mines for the cultivators, and in return, they protect us from the beasts. When it comes to the cultivators, there is no law, they are the law. If they wish to kill you in the street for looking at them funny, then they can do so, and nobody will dare to stop them. Not even the other cultivators." His father looked at him as if he were stupid. "Why would they? To them, we are no better than rats. Have you ever thought twice about killing the rats eating our crops?" "No," Sam admitted. In fact, he liked to kill those disgusting creatures after hearing them scampering through the ceiling at night. His father pulled on the reins to continue their slow journey toward Darklight City. "Now you know how cultivators think about us." That day, Sam learned the truth about cultivators and has been fascinated by them ever since. He would take every opportunity to visit the city to catch a glimpse of them. Soon, he learned there was a difference between cultivators, just like with mortals. The noble cultivators lived atop the mountain peaks and lorded from above, while the rogue cultivators, who seemed far more human, roughed it with the mortals in Darklight City. "Father, why can't I be a cultivator?" His old man leaned on his shovel and wiped his sweat with a hole-filled rag. "Only those chosen by the heavens can be cultivators." Sam frowned. "So I wasn't chosen?" His father shrugged and pulled his shovel from the dirt. "Who knows? I never got your spirit roots checked at the academy, but you haven't shown any signs of detecting the whispers of heaven or absorbing more chi than the rest of us. If you were born to be a cultivator, you would have developed faster and wouldn't be so scrawny." Sam narrowed his eyes. "Why didn't you get me tested to be sure?" His father laughed as he dug the shovel into the ground and threw up dirt in a swift motion. "Because then you wouldn't help me on the farm, and those evaluations aren't cheap, you know. Cost an arm and a leg." Sam begged every birthday for a chance to be tested, but he always received the same answers. His father would say, "It's too expensive. Now go work in the fields. The chance of a farming family like us producing a cultivator is 1 in a million," his mother would repeat with a tired smile while ruffling his hair. "It's not even worth the journey to the academy, Sam." They treated him like an ignorant child. "I hate living like this," Sam muttered to himself on one fateful rainy night as he was outside toiling the fields alone. All that was on his mind was wanting to leave behind his mortal life as a villager and join the ranks of the cultivators. It was his dream. What are these monsters we are so afraid of anyway? I have never seen them, yet we cower behind these walls and give half our money to the cultivators. Sam ranted as the rain roared in his ears, soaking him down to the bone. His whole life felt like a lie. He was just supposed to shut up and accept being nothing but a farmer until he died at the ripe old age of 120. That was when he made a life-changing decision to venture into the woods in search of one of these monsters. The dense canopy gave him some respite from the rain, and before long, he found himself lost in the darkness. That is when he encountered that thing in a clearing, an insect larger than a hut with razor-sharp claws dripping with rain. He turned and ran. It hunted him for days, and as Sam hid shivering under a rock in a puddle of mud, he swore if he survived somehow, he would return to his life as a farmer boy and work hard for the cultivators. The monsters were far too terrifying. As he knocked on death's door, the stone was pulled away, and to his surprise, a blonde-haired girl offered him salvation, a cultivator. Something his father swore was impossible had happened. The cultivator not only saved him, a mere mortal, but she also promised he had the potential to follow the path of a cultivator and would even teach him if he reached the top of the mountain. From then on, his life in the village changed. Instead of being forced by his father to work the fields, he was told and supported by the whole village to practice the sword and meditate on heaven's whispers. Which he did, every single day. From morning until night, he would swing the crude wooden sword his father made for him until his arms went numb, and then he would meditate in different locations to try and hear the whispers of heaven. Maybe she lied to you, his father suggested one day. You have spent hours meditating every day with no improvement. In this state, you would disgrace yourself if you dared to try and climb the mountain. Why would she lie? Sam snapped back with frustration. He didn't want to agree with such a theory, but deep down, he was starting to also have doubts. If he showed up at the mountain peak after so long with no capabilities to wield chi, maybe they would kill him on the spot for wasting their time. His father shrugged as he walked off to the fields. We all dreamed of soaring through the skies at some point in our lives. But the world has a nasty habit of reminding us of our place. We are mortals, and they are cultivators. We belong down here, son. Sam gritted his teeth. He refused to give up on his dreams like his father had. So he doubled his efforts. His muscles became more defined, and his mind became a spotless temple surrounded by a serene lake. No matter how much the villagers began to doubt his capabilities, he stuck with it, working harder and harder. Enjoying this book? Seek out the original to ensure the author gets credit. One day, the cultivator who saved him made a surprise return with their disciple in tow. They both wore masks and spoke to him from the sky, reminding him of their differences. To Sam's bewilderment, he wasn't shamed for his lack of progress. Instead, he was encouraged and gifted a truffle, a bottle of pills, and a parchment that detailed a basic breathing technique. He was then informed of a tournament occurring in a month. After the cultivators left, Sam scurried off to his room and devoured the truffle. His body expelled black sludge as his spirit roots unclogged, and despite the stench, he took in a deep breath according to the diagrams on the parchment, and to his shock, he finally felt it. Chi, the underlying power of creation, flowed through his body in a noticeable enough way that he could focus it on particular muscles. With a grin, he strode out and under the eyes of the villagers and punched a dead tree down in a single strike. Finally, the power he had wanted for so long was at his fingertips, and it was all thanks to that cultivator. He basked in the village's praise and received numerous marriage proposals from neighboring villages. But in the end, he began to distance himself from the villagers. They were different now. Heaven's whispers opened up his perspective of the world, and as he meditated and saw how vast and intertwined reality was, he couldn't help but feel that the village was suffocatingly small and their lives were meaningless. He tried to explain the whispers of reality to the villagers, but they couldn't understand him. They needed to see, but without open spirit roots, it would never happen. The following month passed in a blur as he shut himself away and trained non-stop until the day the skies over Red Vine Peak darkened and the heavens unleashed their wrath. With the rest of the villagers, he had gathered in the town square and gazed up at the mountain peak as thousands of lightning bolts rained down relentlessly. They watched in awe, the hours slipping by unnoticed, as the dazzling spectacle showed no sign of stopping. The tribulation for the Reborn Grand Elder's ascension was nothing like this, his father muttered while scratching the back of his head. Just how much did that person infuriate the heavens? You don't think it's my master? Sam asked. Since he had been gifted the art of cultivation by the blonde-haired cultivator, she was his master as far as he was concerned. She seemed powerful, but it's likely her master that is causing this. His father shuddered, to think such an earth-shatteringly powerful cultivator was living nearby. That Sam had to agree with. Having started on the path of cultivation, he couldn't fathom the level someone had to reach to incite such a reaction from the heavens. I need to train even harder. Sam clenched his fist. For the next week, under the constant booming thunder and flashing of lightning, he trained until his hands bled and he heard the heavens' whispers in his sleep. What was that? Sam's eyes snapped open, and he pushed his exhausted body to stand. Opening his door, he noticed the sky overhead had cleared up, and the chi throughout the land had changed. It feels so fresh and pure. What happened? Unsure of what to make of it, he returned to his training. Despite his efforts, progress was not as fast as he wanted. He needed to beat his master's disciple in the tournament to earn her favor. Sam gritted his teeth and tripled his efforts, only to be interrupted by a person wearing a black cloak embroidered with a red eye 2 days later. Hello, boy. I heard from asking around that you have shown promise as a cultivator. Depends on who's asking, Sam said while directing some chi to his fingertips. The other villages had not taken the news of his progress kindly, as his presence elevated the prestige of his village too far above the others. I represent the all-seeing eye, the woman smiled. I'm passing through villages and offering anyone curious to join a free welcome package. Darn cult, his father muttered under his breath. The woman's smile hardly faltered at the accusation. What does the welcome package contain? Sam asked curiously. We believe everyone has the right to cultivation under the all-seeing eye's benevolent gaze. The welcome package contains a pill that will help awaken dormant spirit roots. The woman gave Sam a wink. It's not strong enough to achieve spirit roots as pure as yours, but it will help any mortal cycle a little chi. Sam was pushed aside as his father strode past. How many other villagers accepted your offer? The woman tapped her chin in thought. Almost all of them, though some did say no. Funnily enough, around half the villagers who initially said no ran after me only a few hours later. I see. Sam's father stroked his chin. Is it really free and works? Yes. I swear on the all-seeing eye that your path to becoming a cultivator will start today under his guidance. The woman bowed slightly. This welcome package is his benevolence. You are not required to do anything after receiving it. More villagers had gathered, and soon enough, everyone accepted a package and giddily returned to their huts. Meanwhile, Sam inspected the pill's smell and concluded it was made from the truffle his master had given him. The other pills and instructions provided in the welcome package were quite helpful. So my master has a hand in this. Sam wondered as he put on the provided cloak. It was a little big on him, as it seemed to be a standardized size, but he just folded the sleeves. Walking outside, he glanced up at Red Vine Peak. Master, what is your plan here? I thought I was special, but now I have to wonder, did you uplift me just to cause jealousy among my fellow villagers? If so, just how far did her plans go? The stench of impurities became overwhelming, and by sundown, the villagers emerged with grins. They had stepped on the path of cultivation and were eager to let him know about it and beg him for guidance. Son, thanks to the all-seeing eye's benevolence, things are about to change around here. His father patted him on the back as he stood before everyone wearing the provided black cloaks. Cultivators have always been heaven's chosen. It was unheard of for a mortal to dare walk their path. But now, with the all-seeing eye watching over us, we too can challenge the heavens. His father stepped forward and raised his arms triumphantly. If every other village also accepted the all-seeing eye's benevolence, then we must work hard to stay ahead of them. If everyone is special, then nobody is. A cheer rang out through the village. Days passed, and the night of the all-seeing eye's service dawned. As twilight turned to dusk, portals rippled into existence across the land. In every single village, town, and city surrounding Red Vine Peak, streams of mortals dressed in matching black robes embroidered with red eyes made their way through the rifts and spilled out onto floating islands. Sam led his village through their portal. Welcome to tonight's service, a man whose features were obscured by the cloak hood said in a pleasant tone. To survive the experience, everyone is required to take these pills. To survive? Sam asked as he was handed a handful of multicolored pills. Yes, the presence of the all-seeing eye can be rather intense on the untrained mind. The man gestured for him to move along and repeated the same words to those behind him. Sam shrugged and followed the rest of the worshippers down a stone path that snaked through towering black stone spires encrusted with glowing red gems polished into the appearance of eyes that gave Sam an unsettling feeling. Rounding a corner, his breath was taken away by the breathtaking view of 9 giant moons that dominated the sky from the horizon until the peak. Where the hell are we? Sam wondered as he paused beside many other people and strained his neck to take in the otherworldly spectacle. Why is one of them purple? With nobody around to answer his question and eager to not have to stand alongside his family and village during the service, he disappeared into the shifting crowd and took up a spot behind a fence. Okay, the moon was one thing, but this. He stared at a living tower of pulsating white flesh that vaguely resembled a tree with a canopy of bare bones wreathed in a golden aura. An uncountable number of slits flickered open and closed like eyelids, with each one concealing numerous eyes that rolled in their sockets and made Sam's skin crawl. Surrounding the tower of white flesh were dozens of floating islands, much like his own, wreathed in a purple hue. I didn't think I would need these pills after all of my training, but if the service hasn't even started and this is what I have to look at. Sam found himself humbled real quick and downed the handful of pills without a second thought. To his surprise, the air began to shimmer as the pills took effect, and soon, he was looking around like a lost child at the streams of chi rushing all around him. Vivid greens, deep blues, bright purples, and murky browns all intertwined into spirals of color. When I cultivate, the chi streams are disorderly and impossible to separate. I never realized it could all be so clear. Sam felt a newfound appreciation for the all-seeing eye due to this experience. Even if he couldn't get a hold of these pills again, he felt enlightened to the truths governing reality. Curious, he leaned on the fence and looked down. Encircling the tower of living flesh was a forest of creepy-looking trees fed by streams of gold that flowed out of the base of the white flesh tower. A blood mist shrouded the whole thing in mystery. How is this place real? Sam bit his lip as he took it all in. I thought I was closing the gap as my cultivation advanced, but this is on another level of unfathomable. Is this something a mere cultivator can achieve, or is it reserved for the realm of the gods? A gong sound shook Sam to his soul, followed by the sky tearing apart. An impossible to describe eye of godly proportions peered through the rift, and Sam felt his whole body freeze. He had never felt so small and insignificant before. At Nobleman at. We will now begin the very first service to the all-seeing eye. A woman's voice, carried by chi, reached everyone's ears as a black rock ship nestled in the canopy of bone emerged and took center stage, lording over all the other islands. Standing on its bow was a purple-haired woman wearing the same black cloak as everyone else but had its hood down. My name is Elysia, and I am the vice leader. Here to my left is the head priestess Stella. Sam could not see the woman's face as she was wearing a black mask with a giant red eye painted on it. The taller person beside Elysia took down her cloak hood, and despite also wearing a mask, Sam narrowed his eyes. That short blonde hair and red maple leaf earrings. I recognize her. But from where? His eyes widened in shock. It was his master. She was the head of the all-seeing eye. Now we can begin the ceremony to honor the all-seeing eye's generosity to you all, Elysia announced. But a wave of confusion rang out as multiple cloaked individuals soared into the air from every island on swords and encircled the black rock ship with a red leaf tree growing on it. One of the cultivators floated slightly closer and pointed toward Sam's master. Stella crestfallen. We have traversed across the realm and searched high and low for you with the intention of bringing you home. However, in light of what you are doing here with this accursed abomination pretending to be a god, by command of the highest chair in the celestial order, you are hereby sentenced to death. Every one of them drew a sword that shone with golden light and pointed it toward Stella. An overwhelming pressure flooded the land. These guys were powerful. Any final words? Stella stepped forward. Yeah, I have one. What would that be? The leader asked. As Stella raised her arm, Sam saw a section of the flesh trees below wither into dust. A moment later, a purple hue ballooned out, encompassing everything. Perish, under the wrath of a supposedly fake god, Stella said simply, pointing at the accuser. Pitch black lightning silently arched through the air, instantly striking every one of the cultivators and reducing them to nothingness. Their now ownerless swords fell like rain to the forest of flesh below. Silence from every island followed as everyone tried to process what had just happened. Anyone else dares to question the legitimacy of the all-seeing eye? Stella's voice boomed across the land. Receiving no takers, she quietly stepped back and let the service continue. Chapter 324. Hunt for the Lost Child. In a sunlit room made from interwoven and overlapping golden wood, a group of white-cloaked cultivators sat crossed-legged in silence around a shimmering crystal tree that supported thousands of tiny golden balls on its branches like fruits. Divine energy swirling freely through the room was pulled in and circulated by the cultivators, making their veins glow like a web of golden thread through their skin. A door to the side of the room opened, and a tall, slender man gracefully strode in, followed by two attendants who didn't dare raise their heads. His long flowing hair that cascaded down the back of his robe was like strands of golden silk, while his eyes were narrow and his gaze piercing. Council, how goes the hunt for the lost child? The man addressed the room. One of the old monsters let out a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. Chairman, there was a development. Speak freely. Very well. The cultivator stood up and bowed. The lost child, Stella Crestfallen, was found. However, it appears she has connections to an upstart cult. We received a kill request from the Inquisitors. The man straightened up and met the chairman's gaze. The council decided to agree. What? The chairman glared around the room. Retract that order right now. Stella may be a heretic, but she was the only successful example from our decades of work. The order has already been sent. It cannot be recalled now. The cultivator shrugged. Sorry, Chairman. Maybe it's time to say goodbye to your failed experiment and move on. I see what's happening here. The chairman glared at all the cultivators in the room who refused to open their eyes or greet him. You will all come to regret this. Whatever do you mean, Chairman? The cultivator said with a slight smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Don't be too harsh on them for not giving you face. It's hard managing the empire, you know. Of course, I know. I was the one who founded it. Lest you forget, the chairman turned on his heel to leave the room. Be careful who you dare to make an enemy councilman. An explosion occurred in the room as a dozen golden balls on the crystal tree branches disintegrated simultaneously. Every single councilman's eyes snapped open. Something terrible had just happened. How many did we lose? The cultivator shouted, joining the others in circling the crystal tree. All of them, another cultivator replied while stroking his beard. Every inquisitor we sent after Stella Crestfallen has perished. Ashlock was astounded, not because of the Celestial Order cultivators who had snuck in with the crowd as worshippers. He had flagged them as suspicious when he detected their peak star core cultivation and hints of divinity likely from the consumption of world tree sap. No, he was astounded because of how easily they died. There had been a dozen of them, decked out in artifacts and wielding swords wreathed in divine energy. Yet, in the face of his Voidstorm Aegis, they fell faster than flies. Thank the gods I decided to hold this service inside my inner world, Ashlock mused as he opened small portals and collected the falling swords. I doubt they would have fallen as easily if I tried to fight them outside. At nobleman at. Inside here, he truly was a god as the void lightning also carried the entire weight of his inner world without restraint. So they weren't just struck with void chi, but also all the Taos from his inner world all at once. Those foolish Celestial Order cultivators never stood a chance of challenging him inside his own soul. Stella stepped back after her show of force and let Elysia continue the service alongside the Mistshroud family. They planned to use their mystic chi to fill the people's minds with visions that were on theme with the all-seeing eye, but it seemed like their efforts would be in vain. Divine energy was already flooding into the divine flesh tree from the thousands of people here after witnessing him effortlessly deleting so many powerful cultivators. Nothing like an overwhelming show of force to get people to take you seriously. Looks like we got our answer to who is hunting you down, Ashlock said to Stella, who was leaning against Willow on the bastion. The Celestial Order. Stella bit her lip. The bastards who are hurting the world tree. Yeah, from their words, it seemed they wished to bring you home, but your ties to me made them change their mind. Home. Stella snorted. My home is here. I don't need a bunch of tree-torturing freaks to drag me back somewhere else. I thought you wanted to go to the Celestial Empire. Stella nodded. I do, but with you. We will save my mom together. I do suppose it's hard to deny the world tree was involved in your birth somehow at this point with the Celestial Order hunting you down, combined with the rumor the Celestial Warden shared and all the other clues we have gotten. Ashlock sighed. What a mess, but fret not. I plan to help the world tree, and we will do it together. Stella sighed wearily. Thank you, tree. You're welcome. At least we now know who your father tried to warn you about. Of course, the Frozen Star sect or the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion could also be sending people after you as well. But hopefully not for now. Stella let out a long sigh and rested her head against Willow. Then what should I do now, tree? She said while looking up into Willow's canopy. Hide forever. Well, tomorrow morning, the mystic realm opens up. Ashlock replied as he hummed in thought. That should keep you occupied for a while. After that, I don't know. All we have planned is the tournament we are holding for Darklight City, which I bet will be a lot more interesting after we have gifted the ability to cultivate to so many mortals. Stolen from its rightful place, this narrative is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. I doubt it will do much, Stella said, pushing herself off Willow. We made hundreds of pills from a single spirit root improvement truffle. All you gave these mortals was false hope and maybe extended their lifespans a little. Cultivation is already an expensive endeavor, and there is a need for constant pills, chi gathering formations, and technique manuals made all the worse with barely functioning spirit roots. None of them will have a chance at making it as cultivators. That was the plan from the start, Ashlock explained. We gifted them the chance to become cultivators. For those dedicated to the cult, we will reward them with endless pills and techniques. Effectively, we will raise a devoted army of cultivators whose faith in me further empowers myself and the Ashfallen sect. Stella clasped her hands behind her back. Excellent. It's about time all these mortals' freeloading office in Ashfallen City became useful and worth the headache they gave us. It's a good relationship. I gave them salvation from Sleemir. A new city, free food, and protection. I even gifted them the chance at something the heavens had deemed them unworthy of and offered a path to power under the all-seeing eye, all in return for their faith. Stella nodded, benevolent as always, Tree. I try my best. Ashlock chuckled, and their conversation died down. There wasn't much more to discuss regarding the Celestial Order, as Stella would be heading into the Mystic Realm soon. After that, they would figure it out. I doubt they can send more people for a while, but I'm sure a dozen of their people perishing at once is bound to raise some alarm. Ashlock sighed as he returned his focus to the service. I will have to keep an eye out and maintain my Voidstorm Aegis for now. While Ashlock was thinking up defensive measures, the service continued. Elysia, alongside the other members of the Mistshroud families, flooded each island with mystic chi. They then summoned abominations from their imagination, with many clearly inspired by their experience in the forest where Ashlock broke their minds. Ashlock didn't find the whole show that impressive, but he bet to the mortals it was absolutely enthralling compared to their usually mundane lives. He couldn't imagine going from digging up dirt in a field to being drawn through a portal, fed a load of pills, and then told to stand and watch as so much unfolded. Hours passed, and Ashlock was beginning to feel sleepy. Elysia, wrap the service up, Ashlock told the girl, who was far too into it and had even tried summoning Pluto, but the Worldwalker was either unable to or refused to enter Ashlock's inner world. Ah, fine. Elysia did as instructed while Ashlock did the annoying part of opening 100 portals across the land to get the mortals back to where they lived. Once his inner world was empty, he turned off his Voidstorm Aegis, as running 2 at a time was an immense drain on his chi reserves. It was a shame to have spent 500 sacrificial credits on it, only to have to dismiss it so soon, but it had served its purpose, maybe a little too well. I still can't believe they all died instantly like that. If I had known I held such unbelievable power in my inner world, I would have just crushed them with my presence and devoured them. Though more cost-effective, there was the argument that such a death would have been far less impressive and resulted in less reverence from his followers. From then on, if his followers were watching, he had to follow the rule of cool. The more flashy he made the enemy's deaths, the better. Am I going to need to bring in sacrifices? Ashlock suddenly realized. Today should be a one-off event, as he doubted that the Celestial Order would be stupid enough to send more cultivators just to die in the same way. He would need targets if he wanted to stage more impressive demonstrations of his powers. Maybe I could ask my sect members to haul some monsters from the Mystic Realm back here. Putting on a show for his new worshippers aside, maybe he should inspect the reward for all his effort. I had around 800 credits this morning, which had passively grown from the 600 I had last week. After spending 500 on the Voidstorm Aegis, I would have gone down to a mere 300. Ashlock glanced down at the forest of flesh trees surrounding the divine flesh tree. It looked like a lot more than 300, and the amount of divine energy pulsing through the land was immense. This inflow of divine energy is nothing like before the service despite the cult's marketing efforts, Ashlock mused. Everyone in Darklight and Ashfallen City knew of my existence, yet the returns were minuscule compared to tonight. Ashlock opened his system to check the new number. From 300, he had gone to Idolatry Daily Sign in System. Day 3625. Daily Credit 59. Sacrifice Credit 1637. Sign in. My number of credits increased by 5 times, Ashlock mused. System, if I had 5,000 credits, would it have also increased by 5 times? No. Do you think your little display of power in front of a load of mortals generated enough divine energy to grow 20,000 flesh trees? Fair point. Ashlock sighed. At least that confirmed that he wasn't being that heavily punished for not saving up more credits before the service. Having more would definitely be better, but it seemed there were diminishing returns. If that was the case, he wanted to upgrade something. Directly upgrading the skill, Consuming Abyss B, will consume 1276 credits. It was a bit expensive, but it was one of his most used skills, and in the past, he had increased its effectiveness with Void Chi, making it the skill at the top of his list to be upgraded, even over his mutations. Upgrading it now won't leave me with many credits, but I am bound to devour a lot of monsters in the Mystic Realm tomorrow, and my sacrificial credits will passively grow as my infamy spreads throughout the land. Are you sure you want to upgrade this skill? Yes, system, do it. Upgraded Consuming Abyss B to Abyssal Devourer A. Most of the forest of flesh trees below him withered away to dust as he spent his sacrificial credits. Information regarding the skill flooded his mind. His beloved Consuming Abyss skill now had many new features alongside its new name, Abyssal Devourer. His thorn-covered vines now had a corrosive aura that he could activate at will for no cost, which devoured the chi of anyone nearby and fed it back to Ashlock to replenish his chi reserves. This feature would have been handy against the Lunarshade Grand Elder. Ashlock sighed as he recalled that battle. If he had this feature back then, he could have devoured the Lunarshade Grand Elder's infant soul, which he dared to wear as armor. Though this other feature, system, can you explain it to me? Targets impaled by your void tendrils experience a draining effect, where their life force and chi are slowly consumed, healing you and restoring your chi reserves. This can significantly weaken enemies over time and bolster your strength. I see this upgrade comes with a theme of devouring people alive. Ashlock yawned and dismissed the system messages. He was exhausted and wanted to sleep under the 9 moons. Sam returned to the village with his worldview shattered. Witnessing the immense tribulation that had occurred over Red Vine Peak a week ago was one thing, but something about it still felt disconnected. It had been hard for him to fathom the level of power that would incite such a tribulation, but now he felt he understood a little more. That otherworldly eye in the sky that had gazed down at them through a rift was no short of a godly being in his eyes. If its priestess, his master, could instantly wipe out so many powerful cultivators with a click of her fingers, what cultivation level could the all-seeing eye possibly possess? The mood in the village was ecstatic. His father, along with the others, eagerly gathered around the campfire with their cult cloaks still on to discuss the experience. Sam meanwhile faded off into the darkness and returned to his hut. While his head was still buzzing with pills and heavenly enlightenment, he wanted nothing more than to meditate and train. He was not in awe nor terrified by what he had seen tonight. Instead, it motivated him to strive to improve even more. Whatever cultivation level those from the celestial order possessed, it was too weak for this world. He wanted to reach many realms higher than that and then some more. Nothing would stand in his way. Not even his master's disciple, whom he would face in the upcoming tournament. Chapter 325. Rival. Jasmine awoke to a familiar wooden ceiling. Huffing the hair out of her mouth, she rolled over on the incredibly soft futon Stella had bought her and looked out the window. The 9 moons that always dominated the sky here in Ashlock's inner world were dimming, and the dreamscape was fading away. It's almost morning, Jasmine murmured and pushed her body and sat upright. Perhaps it was a habit she picked up from her master, but she wouldn't call herself a morning person anymore. Yawning, Jasmine grabbed the wooden comb from the floor beside her and stood up. Her head was relatively empty as she idly stood beside the window, combing the knots out of her hair. At Nobleman at. Jasmine grunted as her comb got stuck in a dense knot. How does my hair find new ways to knot itself in ways previously unknown to mankind during my sleep? Just how much do I roll around? Jasmine grumbled as she wrestled with the knot and debated giving up. Why do I even bother? It's not like I'm doing anything except training with Master today, and she cares about appearance even less than me. Jasmine paused as she realized something. Wait, isn't today the day I'm entering the mystic realm? She had heard stories about the place from Stella and had been both excited and extremely nervous about it. I can't wait to advance in cultivation and maybe find a treasure or inheritance. But Stella also told me about how dangerous it is. Am I ready to survive for a whole month in such a place? Jasmine looked down at her balled-up fists under the fading moonlight. Despite all her training under her master's guidance, she had never fought with a monster before. If Master thinks I am ready, then I must be. Jasmine nodded to herself and turned around to face her room. She would need to pack for this trip. Thankfully, she was a cultivator now. She inserted some chi into the silver ring on her finger, and everything in the room vanished as she waved her hand in a flash of silver light. Being a cultivator is cheating, Jasmine shook her head. When she was younger, she went on trips with her parents and spent hours with her mother packing their belongings into chests and loading them onto a cart. Many arguments and headaches could have been avoided if they'd had spatial rings. Leaving her bedroom, she sleepily walked down the corridor to Stella's room. Not bothering to knock, she walked in. Master, wake up. Today is an important day. A single hand emerged from the giant bundle of blankets, followed by a muffled voice. 5 more minutes. Master, last time you said that, you spent the rest of the day sleeping. Jasmine crouched down and found Stella's foot poking out of the blankets. Taking out a feather from her spatial ring that she had gotten for this sole purpose, she tickled her foot. Ah, Stella yelped and pulled in her leg with frightening speed. Jasmine, I told you not to use that thing again. Jasmine rolled her eyes as she hid the feather. Sorry master, I forgot. Though master, I have to ask, why do you sleep so much? I thought cultivators of your level could go forever without sleeping. Stella grumbled, because I'm bored, and this bed is so darn comfortable. Also, those moons in the sky make me so sleepy. Oh, Jasmine hadn't been expecting such an answer. So, it wasn't some cultivation technique I was unaware of. She is just lazy. Stella sat up and rubbed her eyes. What did you wake me up for? It's not even morning. Master, the mystic realm opens today. Stella's eyes widened. Oh yeah, Ash told me about that last night during the all-seeing eye service. How are you feeling? Are you excited? Excited and nervous, Jasmine admitted. I'm scared of the monsters. Will I really be fine, master? What if I get injured and starve to death or something? Stella smirked. If it was anyone else asking, I'd tell them it was their fate, but for you, my dear disciple, you will have nothing to worry about. You will be drawn to enter a mystic realm that's of a suitable level for you, and I will tell Ash to have Saul look after you. The light ent. Yeah, Stella nodded. Saul is at the peak of the Star Core realm. His offensive capabilities are quite good, but he is best at healing and can provide shields. If there's anyone under Ashfallen who can keep you alive without denying you the experience by eliminating everything, it's Saul. Jasmine felt the bundle of nerves in her chest relax at the reassurance that she didn't have to face the mystic realm alone. Thank you, Master. After all the effort I went through to raise you to deal with the annoying things, it would be inconvenient for you to die, Stella said as she rocked Jasmine's head from side to side. So don't die, okay? Jasmine could tell Stella was half joking through their link. But only half joking. She really did think Jasmine dying would be inconvenient. I'm so lucky to have such a caring master, Jasmine replied sarcastically. Yes, you are, Stella grinned. Now, make sure you are ready. I can't follow you through due to my bloodline, as Vincent might detect me if I go outside and wait for it to appear. I'm already ready, Jasmine interrupted. Now that the fear was gone, she was giddy with excitement. She couldn't wait around anymore. Can we go? Stella groaned as she rolled out of bed and stood up. Fine, let me get dressed first. Shoo, get out of my room. I should have listened to Stella. It was too early to leave. Jasmine thought as the excitement she had felt was long gone. She had spent the freezing morning perched on one of Ashlock's many branches. The black bark felt like ice under her, and no matter how tightly she pulled the coat Douglas and Elaine had gifted her, she struggled to ward off the chill. Meanwhile, Stella sat casually in their warm living room back in the inner world with one leg propped up and watched the horizon through a portal that she had somehow convinced the divine flesh tree to manifest for her. She was dressed in her usual white cotton outfit that looked like casual summer wear. They were waiting until sunrise because, according to Stella, Ashlock would wake up at the crack of dawn and open the mystic realm for all the people gathered and waiting. Since the mystic realm was only open for exactly a week, nobody seemed to want to waste a single moment, even if that involved waiting around in the dark and cold. Master, it's so cold, Jasmine said as she blew into her cupped hands. They were bright red and puffy. Can I come back home? Because it's winter. The sun is taking longer to rise than I expected, but it should rise any minute now, Stella retorted. Anyway, you should use this as training for the mystic realm. In there, you won't be able to return home when you face an inconvenience. Jasmine sighed, causing a cloud to leave her lips. Fine. But do we have to hide up here away from everyone else? You make it sound like I forced you to stay up here. You could have taken the ethereal route but said you wanted to watch the sunrise with me. Stella tilted her head to look at her through the very clear portal except for a slight purple hue. If you're so cold, coat your skin in chi. If that doesn't work, snuggle under a fire chi tree or ask a redclaw to warm you up. I just didn't want the divine flesh tree to open a portal to my home in full view of everyone as it's quite messy. This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. Jasmine frowned. The portal from our house led to this branch. How is that not forcing me to sit up here? Am I holding you hostage here? Yes, you aren't letting me return through the portal for supposed training. Stella rolled her eyes and gestured to the ground. Just jump down if you want to escape the chilling breeze. Use your head a little. Jasmine glanced down at the drop. It was easily more than 100 meters high. Master, do you want to kill me? Stella gave her a strange look. If I wanted to kill you, you would be dead already. Go on, jump. You will be fine if you cycle chi. Don't give me that look. Trust me, okay. If you are scared to jump from such heights, you will struggle in the mystic realm. Despite how ridiculous her master's suggestion was, she could tell Stella was dead serious through their master-disciple link. Her master wholly believed that she wouldn't die from such a height. I did jump down the citadel, but that was thousands of meters deep. There was no way I would survive, no matter how I landed, so I didn't think about it. This drop, though, is much less, and I have chi now. Fine, I will trust you, master, Jasmine said confidently, but in truth, she was desperate to get some warmth. Avoiding frostbite was a powerful motivator to do potentially suicidal actions. Surging chi to her legs and gritting her teeth, she pushed herself off the branch. The freezing wind burned her ears as it rushed through the hair she had so carefully combed earlier. The ground came sooner than she expected. A dull pain smacked her feet, and she was thrown forward onto the stone. Are you all right? Jasmine groaned as she rolled over and saw a young red-haired woman standing over her and offering a hand. Surprisingly, I feel fine, Jasmine said as she took the offered hand and was gently hauled to her feet. The dull pain had already faded, and her coat seemed to have cushioned her fall, so she didn't have any scrapes or bruises on her elbows that had taken the brunt of the second fall. Glancing up at the canopy, she couldn't believe she had survived from such a height. Master was right. She really is amazing. I need to stop thinking like a mortal and remember that my body is far stronger now. The problem is I don't know how strong I am now compared to before. Maybe this is something I should have figured out earlier. Well, I'm glad you seem fine, the red-haired woman smiled. Seeing such a young girl falling from the tree like a fruit gave me quite the scare. My name is Amber. By the way, you are Amber. Where have I heard that before? Jasmine wondered, and then it dawned on her. Master offhandedly mentioned once she had made a bet with Ashlock for me to beat someone. I think her name was Amber. Is this her? Jasmine couldn't believe it. Even though she was suppressing it well, there was still notable pressure around Amber that Jasmine knew was from Star Core cultivators, as Stella and Diana had the same pressure around them. Stella wants me to defeat such a person. How would that even be possible? Something wrong? Amber asked. You seem pale. Are you sure you aren't injured? No, I'm fine. Jasmine offered a weary smile. My name is Jasmine. Jasmine. That's a nice name. It is one of my favorite flowers, and jasmine tea is also great. Wait, Jasmine. Are your Princess Stella's beloved disciple? Jasmine grimaced, remembering Stella's true reason for training her. Being called her beloved disciple was a bit of a stretch. Yes, she sighed, Stella is my master. Amber threw herself into a deep bow. I apologize if I spoke out of turn. Jasmine swore she would never get used to powerful cultivators throwing themselves at her feet at the mere mention of her master's name. Just what did Stella do to these people to cause them to have this level of respect, or fear? Now that she thought about it, it was probably fear. Please raise your head, Jasmine said frantically. There's no need to bow to me like this. You are a far more powerful cultivator than me. Amber straightened up and offered a kind smile. You will surpass me soon enough. I bet Stella is sparing no effort to power you up, and now you are joining us in the mystic realm at such a young age. Your progress will be frightening. Jasmine thought back and had to agree that, as lazy as her master seemed, she had given her more truffles and fruits from Ashlock than she could remember, and her training had been quite brutal thus far. Have you gone into the mystic realm before, Amber? Jasmine asked while enjoying the heat radiating off the woman from the fire chi flickering across her body to ward off the cold. Amber nodded. A few times, actually. I see a few new faces such as yourself here, but almost everyone else here has gone at least once before. Amber gestured to the many other people gathered on Red Vine Peak. Jasmine recognized many of them. All the people with bright red hair and wearing dark red cloaks like Amber were from the noble Redclaw family, and judging from their numbers, it seemed like the entire family was here. Diana, Douglas, and Elaine were also off to the side, casually discussing with each other alongside the Redclaw Grand Elder and a large bald man wearing a purple silk robe that Jasmine didn't recognize. There were also the two cultivators from the Silverspire family who seemed about as nervous as she was by their uneasy expressions. Do you have any advice? Jasmine asked Amber after glancing around. Make use of every moment in there. The month will fly by faster than you realize, and once you leave, cultivating out here will feel like a waste of time. Amber sighed. Even with the groves of fire flowers and chi-gathering formations, I find myself slacking while cultivating ever since my first Mystic Realm visit. Interesting, Jasmine mused. She was even more excited now. Beside that, Know that these mystic realms are pocket dimensions created by monarch realm cultivators. Some were created to pass down their legacy, while others are monster-infested hellscapes. Both are likely designed to kill you. Until you grasp your chosen shard and enter the mystic realm, there's no way to know what you have gotten yourself into. Jasmine gulped. The uncertainty and importance of making the most of the mystic realm visit, as she would be participating in a tournament right after, made her nerves return. She had to pick the right one. Okay. Everyone. Diana's voice echoed across the mountain peak, drawing everyone's attention. She was floating above with her feathered wings spread out. Sunrise is almost upon us, meaning the immortal will arise and open the mystic realm. Anyone who is lacking pills, come and see me. A few people in the crowd began to make their way over toward Diana. As the demoness touched back down on the stone, streaks of sunlight hit the peak. It's about to begin, Amber whispered, and Jasmine could see a grim determination on her face. Did something happen to her? Jasmine knew little about Amber, but Stella seemed to want her to defeat Amber in the future. So, if something was motivating her rival to get stronger, she would need to find equal motivation. The sun crested the distant mountain peak some more, bathing Red Vine Peak in its warmth, and then Jasmine could feel it. Ashlock was awakening. It wasn't as obvious to everyone yet, but as someone attuned to nature chi and having often hung out with Stella and Ashlock, she could tell that the entire mountain was becoming alive. It was a slow process. It always was. But eventually, the demonic tree lording over them all awoke from his slumber. All the highest-ranking members of the Ashfallen sect glanced toward the tree at the same time as they were likely receiving his words. Jasmine felt the ground under her tremble slightly. Confused, she glanced over her shoulder and saw Saul towering over her. I guess Master already spoke to Ashlock about my protection. Jasmine smiled as her bodyguard took his place beside her. By the glory of Ashfallen, the mystic realm is about to open. Everyone stand back, Diana instructed, and everyone shuffled to form a wide circle in front of Ashlock. Jasmine's eyes widened as a dense mist of what appeared to be glass shards manifested out of thin air and ballooned out to fill the space. Once it was finished, everyone ran inside. Jasmine even saw one of the mudcloaks pick one of the floating shards on the outside of the cloud, and the moment its hand wrapped around the glass shard, it popped out of existence. Scary, Jasmine muttered as she slowly walked toward the cloud. Holding her breath and tensing her body, she stepped inside. The lack of a floor was somewhat disorientating, and now that she was closer, she could see that these were no simple glass shards. Each one showed a glimpse into another world. Okay. Calm down, you can do this. As Master suggested, I should just trust my instincts. Jasmine closed her eyes and let the chi guide her to the pocket dimension she should pick. She wandered for quite a while until she felt one calling to her. In the sea of options, this one alone felt perfect. It looks peaceful, Jasmine mused as she peered into the shard and tried to make out the tiny details. There seems to be a dense forest of some kind surrounding a cliff, and is that a waterfall? I can't see any signs of monsters or birds, but it's hard to tell. Reaching out with some apprehension, she grasped the shard and felt herself being dragged into it. Blinking the blinding light away, she found herself on a rock outcrop above the treeline. The sun was intense, the air was incredibly humid, and the loud hum of insects was assaulting her ears. So this is going to be my home for the next month, Jasmine frowned as she removed her thick coat and stowed it away. Not what I would call ideal conditions for living, but the nature chi here is incredibly dense. Jasmine closed her eyes and took in a deep breath. Wow, it's so much better than back home. There was a loud crash behind her. Snapping her eyes open and balling her fists, she spun around, ready to face the monster, only to feel stupid. Oh, thank the heavens. It's only you. The portal overhead snapped closed, and Saul stood there wordlessly, looking at her with his ball of blinding light for a head. Shaking her head, Jasmine walked past her guardian. Come on, let's go explore our new home. Deciding to take advantage of her vantage point, she scanned the surroundings while covering her eyes, and to her surprise, she saw what appeared to be a stone temple in the far distance. That looks way too maintained to be a ruin. Jasmine decided to go investigate. Chapter 326. Eclipse Behemoth. Ashlock hated winter. The days were shorter, and he took longer to wake up. Which was a problem when the mystic realm had a set duration. After finally wrestling off the sluggishness of sleep and rushing to open the mystic realm for everyone waiting, he had some questions. Stella, what is this? Ashlock asked his adopted daughter, who was lounging on a couch in her house and watching the sunrise through a portal he didn't remember making. Morning to you too, Stella rolled her eyes. As for what this is, it's a portal. I can see it's a portal. Why is there one leading to my branches? Well, I have to stay inside your inner world so that Vincent doesn't discover I am still alive after we faked my death in the Voidmond and Skyrend family war, remember? Yes, but what does that have to do with this portal? Stella stretched out like a lazy cat and yawned. My adorable disciple came and woke me up this morning all excited about the mystic realm. I know she could have used the ethereal route to leave the inner world, but I wanted to see my disciple's first time entering, so I begged the divine flesh tree to open a portal for me to watch the sunrise with her and see her off. It sucks being locked in here, you know. I don't want to miss the big moments. Ashlock changed his focus to the divine tree in question, system. You did this. Yes. Why? The fated one threatened to leave through the ethereal route with her disciple and put you in danger if I didn't help her. Fated one. Your fates were tied by the. Do you mean Senior Lee? I do not know of a Senior Lee. Strange. Ashlock squinted at the system message. The were blurred as if something else was preventing him from seeing what the system had said. At Nobleman at. Whatever. How come you can open portals? Since when could you control my chi? I cannot directly control your chi without your permission, but I manage your second soul. I simply made a path through the inner world to the outside, and Stella did the rest. So Stella threatened you to make a path through my soul so she could make a portal. Ashlock didn't even know where she got the idea from. Switching back to the house on the other side of his inner world, he saw Stella's eyes glance up at the ceiling when he arrived. I heard you. Threatened the divine flesh tree. Don't worry. I wouldn't have gone outside if it had said no to my request. I was just really desperate. I'm sorry. I know you wouldn't have done anything to put me in danger. Ashlock sighed again. I will tell the divine flesh tree to honor your requests so long as they are reasonable so you don't have to threaten it in the future. Just don't go asking it questions, okay? Stella smiled. Sure. I don't want to know anything I shouldn't anyway, so I'm fine with that. Good. Are you ready for the mystic realm? Everyone else has entered. Stella stood up and nodded with determination. I've been waiting all week for this. I will try to close in on the peak of the Star Core realm and catch up with you. You will need to pick quite a high-level pocket realm if you want to achieve that. Ashlock chuckled as he opened a portal that led directly to Willow, who was in the middle of the mystic realm cloud. He didn't believe she could ascend 3 whole stages in the Star Core realm in a month, but he nonetheless offered his support. Good luck. Thank you. Stella grinned. I will bring you back a corpse or two for you to snack on. She then vanished through the portal, waving behind her. Ashlock closed it with a pop and was left alone in an empty room. Even though he could now interact with the mystic realm more than ever before, it was still a rather lonely feeling when the peak became deathly quiet with everyone gone. I wonder where everyone ended up. Ashlock brought up his dimensional overlap menu. Holy shit, there are so many. Hundreds of pocket realms had at least one of his people in them. I have never seen so many pocket realms being occupied at once. It's only been a handful before this. Ashlock quickly scrolled through the list. It reminded him of those old video games where he would scroll through the list of open lobbies with people waiting for others to join for a full game. Ah, I see what happened. It seems the Mudcloaks have decided to invade the galaxy. Meanwhile, the Redclaws went their separate ways in small groups into pocket realms of varying difficulties, which makes sense. Elder Mo and his spirit fire had become a living legend among the Redclaws. His weapons were well known, and once the mystic realm became more widely known among the Redclaws, they learned that he had achieved the spirit fire through an inheritance from one of the pocket realms. No wonder they all split up. Strength in numbers would be for the best as the chi in the pocket realms isn't likely to run out, but these are hot-blooded youths with a burning passion to get ahead of their peers. There is no way they would let the chance slip by. I wonder how many will return with treasures or inheritances. Ashlock glanced past the long list of earth and fire pocket realms. Honestly, he was unsure what the Mudcloaks were up to. Something about their capabilities and motives made him suspicious. They seemed loyal to Douglas and were hard workers for the sect, but they also created weapons out of nowhere and were more competent than they let on. Oh, here we go. This must be Jasmine's pocket realm. Secret Garden of Venomwood. Description. A vast forest that was once used by the Venomwood sect to grow poisonous plants. During the sect's downfall, this pocket realm created by their patriarch was the stage for their last stand. Chi level. Soul fire second stage. Environment. Hostile. Monsters. True. Current occupants. 1. Interesting. The chi level seems a bit high for Jasmine, but there are unlikely to be any pocket realms below the soul fire realm, considering they are all made by Monarch Realm beings, usually with the purpose of helping train or kill cultivators. Ashlock looked back at the description of the realm and felt it was a good reminder. Throughout history, many empires believed they would be around forever, one of the best examples being Rome. I suppose it's the same here, even with cultivators that can live forever. Make a wrong move or annoy the wrong powerhouse, and a sect that has lasted thousands of years can be wiped out in a day. Just like this Venomwood sect might have been. The dreams from the World Tree also taught him this important lesson. Even the most powerful beings can fall if they don't prepare to deal with threats to their existence. Jasmine should be fine with Saul at her side. He can dispel and heal any poisons and deal with monsters of the Soul Fire realm level. Scrolling down some more, he found the Shadow Chi realm that Evelyn had likely entered. This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. Shadow Veil Sanctum. Description. A forbidden enclave once used by the Shadow Sovereigns as their hidden training ground and fortress. Chi level. Nascent Soul First Stage. Environment. Hostile. Monsters. True. Current occupants. 1. Oh shit. Ashlock triple checked if he was reading the system message correctly. Evelyn somehow stumbled into a pocket realm with Chi at the Nascent Soul realm. Which means the monsters may be of similar strength. How strong was Evelyn again? Somewhere in the lower stages of the Star Core realm. There was no way she could survive a month in such a place. I had planned to cycle between my different bastions with Progeny Dominion, and explore different pocket dimensions, but it seems Knox will be the first one up. Ashlock switched his view from the empty room Stella had left behind to the other side of his inner world, where Knox was still floating from last night. She had wanted to sleep directly under the 9 moons, so he had seen no reason to send her back, only to recall her for the mystic realm. Knox, are you awake? Ashlock asked as he manifested his soul avatar on Knox's bastion. The black leaves rustled, and from the shadows of the canopy, a woman of liquid darkness emerged into the light. Morning Ashlock. She looked his spiritual tree avatar up and down. I'm awake now. Is something up? Your sister, Ashlock hurriedly replied. She has entered a pocket realm far beyond her capabilities, filled with monsters that may be at our level. Knox's eyes widened. What? Can you pull her out? Not from here. The only 2 ways out of the mystic realm are if I enter their pocket realm directly and teleport them out through a portal, or if they survive the whole month inside and are pulled out when the mystic realm closes. What are we waiting for then? Knox panicked. Let's go. Ashlock pointed one of his avatar's roots at the bow of the bastion, and a giant portal to the mystic realm opened up. One of the weird intricacies of his dimensional overlap skill was that as long as a fragment of his soul was present within the mystic realm fog, it was free to enter a pocket realm with one of his people already in it. While Knox floated the bastion toward the portal, Ashlock activated Progeny Dominion. Having never activated the skill with the target tree already inside his soul, he wondered if it would even work. Progeny selected. Initiating soul transfer. His soul avatar was drawn toward Knox. He shuffled over, and to his surprise, his avatar phased through Knox's bark and merged with her soul alongside some divine energy. Soul fragmented. Damage to soul mitigated. Connection complete. Time till sundown 8:15. That felt like a way smaller fragment than usual. Ashlock briefly checked his inner world and didn't see a giant fragment missing or anything. Has my soul really grown that much that using Progeny Dominion has become so trivial? Maybe I could use it every day and just heal the soul damage overnight. Leaving aside the new discovery of how ridiculous having an inner world really was, Knox passed through the portal. They were now engulfed in the mystic realm's fog and surrounded by floating celestial shards. So this is the mystic realm. Knox watched the shards passing by in awe. Don't touch any of them, Ashlock reminded her as he glanced back at the dimensional overlap menu and confirmed that Evelyn's shadow pocket realm was now free. Let's go see what a nascent soul level pocket realm looks like, Ashlock said as he pressed the button. Dimensional overlap initiated. Reality briefly twisted before everything went dark. Ashlock spread out his spiritual senses to the maximum but found he could only penetrate a few hundred meters through the shadow veil and could not find anything. He would believe they were in the void if not for the slight breeze that rustled Knox's leaves. The shadow chi here is remarkable, Knox said as she strayed from her tree and made her way to the edge of the bastion to look around. Can you see much? Knox frowned. Not as far as usual. The shadow veil all around us seems to be a type of defensive formation that is at least at the nascent soul level. I likely have an easier time peering through it than you due to my shadow chi, but not by much. So we are blind. What an interesting type of defensive formation. Ashlock had always considered defensive formations shields or something offensive like a trap or his void lightning. Who would have thought robbing someone of their senses, such as sight, would be just as effective? There's no point in such a formation if it's not being used to obscure something. The question is what? Knox said as she began pacing along the edge of the bastion. Monsters, buildings, traps, your sister. Ashlock listed some suggestions. Either way, we should pick a direction and get moving. Knox nodded. We are moving, right? Ashlock asked after a moment. Without reference points, it was hard to tell if they were going forward, backward, sideways or remaining stationary. Should be in this direction. Knox pointed downward. If my sister is here, she was never the best at flying on her sword, so she might have taken to the ground, assuming there is one. A good place to start, then. Ashlock agreed, and the two fell silent for a while as they moved through the darkness. To fill the time, Ashlock decided to ask his system something that had been bugging him. System, you know the name and background of every pocket realm I have access to, right? Yes, there are many more pocket realms out there, but I only have access to named and documented ones. Who does the naming and documentation? I don't know. I see. Can you tell me anything else about this Shadow Veil Sanctum? Maybe about its layout or the monsters here. Such specific details are unknown to me as they can change with time. All I know is the pocket realm's history, purpose, and I can estimate its threat level. This place was made by the Shadow Sovereigns, right? Who are they? One of the more powerful factions fighting for dominance on the upper layers. Unlike the Venomwood sect, they are still around, though they have fallen in power from their peak. I can sense the floor, Knox said, drawing Ashlock's attention. What's it like? Seems to be a type of black stone. Wait, it's trembling. What? Ashlock said, but then the floor entered his range of spiritual sense, and he could see what Knox was talking about. The floor was indeed moving, almost as if it were alive. Ashlock then noticed that between the slabs of black stone were deep fissures pulsing with shadow chi. Almost like veins between scales. The floor then moved quickly, swinging around, and before Ashlock knew it, he and Knox were staring down the throat of a colossal creature made entirely of darkness. Eclipse Behemoth. The name of the monster flashed in golden letters in Ashlock's mind. The system knew what this thing was. Shield up, Ashlock said. The bastion's core pulsed with power as a bubble of shadow manifested around them. Shadow shield. Active. Right as the system informed him of the shield being active, he saw something massive moving incredibly quickly in his spiritual sense. Due to its immense size, it took him a moment to realize it was the monster's claw. The shadow chi-wreathed hand smacked the bastion's shield, sending it plummeting to the actual ground of this place, which seemed to be made of the same black stone as the monster's scales. Just not moving this time. Despite the brutal hit, the shield held strong, and the bastion didn't suffer much damage. Nascent soul bastions are a whole league above my star core ones, Ashlock mused as he looked up at the looming monster. Due to the shadow veil over this place, he couldn't see the thing's face. Just how tall is this monster? Ashlock wondered, but the system didn't seem to answer him. Either way, he needed to find a way to kill it. Sacrificial credits aside, the bastion wasn't fast enough to outrun this monster as they weren't over his roots. Ashlock, I believe this monster is the source of the shadow veil that's preventing us from seeing. Knox pointed at the looming titan. It draws in and absorbs the light, which is why the area around it is so dark. Wait, a shadow affinity monster draws in the light. For what reason? Ashlock trailed off at the end as the monster's face came back into sight with its abyssal maw now illuminated like a miniature sun. It bent down and, using both arms, held the bastion in place, making the shield ripple against its crushing pressure. The best way for a shadow monster to fight another shadow monster isn't with shadow chi. It's with light. Knox narrowed her eyes. What a dishonorable way to fight. Truly befitting of a monster. The ball of light in its mouth grew as it leaned in even closer. Ashlock could not get the bastion to move under the eclipse behemoth's grasp. The shadow shield was unlikely to hold out against the light blast, and the monster was still too far up for him to devour its head. From his rough estimate, the monster towering over him was at the level of a nascent soul realm. Thankfully, he had many options even while fighting through a proxy, and he was far from helpless against a nascent soul realm threat. However, before he unleashed his attack, Knox seemed to have taken up the initiative. Get off me, you overgrown lizard, Knox pointed at one of the eclipse behemoths. Hands, and dozens of roots conjured from shadows emerged from Knox's tree body. They passed through the shield and drilled into the monster's hand. Ashlock felt an immense pull on the bastion core and his chi reserves as the shadow roots bulged. A moment later, the monster's hand exploded with 1,000 shadow tendrils, splattering the shield with blood. The monster roared in pain that seemingly shook the whole world and made the shield tremble. Good job, Ashlock said. She had drawn on a lot of his chi for that stunt, but it was still quite impressive. Knox spun around and repeated the same attack for the other hand. While Ashlock felt his chi being drained even more to make the monster's hand explode, he decided to stop the end-range monster powering up the light chi attack. Due to the dense veil of darkness surrounding the monster, shadow attacks from the bastion would be worthless, and any long-range attack he did would dissipate. I can't eat you when you are standing over me, so be a good lizard and kneel. With the full weight of his inner world, Ashlock's presence slammed down on the towering eclipse behemoth. The monster groaned as its muscles bulged, and shadow chi blazed across its scales as it tried to resist his pressure. Perhaps knowing it was in trouble, the light ball in its mouth seemed to reach its zenith. Ashlock quickly targeted one of its quivering knees with his spatial blades techniques and added fire Dao from his inner world. Reality tore apart, cutting deep into the monster's scales and setting its flesh ablaze. With only one leg to stand on, the eclipse behemoth roared as it fell to the side, and what could only be described as a disintegration ray left its mouth. It hit the side of the shadow shield, eliminating it instantly. However, the light beam went off course, leaving a burning fissure in the ground, followed by an earthquake as the titan fell. As the dust settled, the bastion slowly rose into the sky with nothing to hold it down anymore, and Ashlock directed it toward the still alive monster. Now, should I turn you into an ant or feast on your corpse? Ashlock mused as he floated over his prey. Chapter 327. Void Reapers. Despite being downed, the eclipse behemoth continued to put up a fight. I guess a nascent soul realm monster wouldn't be so easy to kill, Ashlock grumbled. Through his spiritual sight, he could vaguely see the flow of chi as the veil of darkness began pouring toward the monster. It's using darkness absorption to heal, Knox informed him, and if the amount of shadow chi around us is anything to go by, this monster might as well be immortal. Sure enough, the crimson flames dancing across its flesh turned black, and its badly damaged leg rapidly healed. It was slower than Soul's healing with light chi but was still quite impressive. Knox whistled. It knows dark flame manipulation as well. I should avoid imbuing my attacks with fire Dao then, Ashlock said as he lowered the bastion toward the monster's chest as it lay on its back. Just in case the beast knew Shadow Step, he cast Spatial Lock. Unsurprisingly, matching the eclipse behemoth's soul pulses was a breeze when he used the weight of his inner world. With the monster unable to teleport away and pinned down by his presence, all he had to do was take care of the limbs and stop the eclipse behemoth from regenerating. Targeting each limb's joints and the monster's neck, he unleashed spatial blades, this time imbued with Earth Dao to hopefully make the attacks harder to heal. As if a spectral reaper manifested from his chi, reality tore apart and cut deeply into the monster. Despite my immense chi regeneration, the drain from these and Knox's earlier attack is significant. This accursed veil of shadow all around us eats away at my attacks, making them less effective unless I pour a ridiculous amount of chi into them, Ashlock lamented. This was why fighting monsters in these pocket realms was always a pain, as they fought on their home ground, where they had a massive advantage. Of course, the fact that he could exert such power through a proxy with no danger to himself was pretty unfair to the monsters, but whoever said life was fair? This was the power of an S-grade skill that he had to kill many things to afford in a level of cultivation he had gone through numerous trials to reach. Speaking of skills, he had just the one to stop the monster's regeneration. Abyssal Devourer, I had thought of making you an ant, but you just had to seal your fate as my food by refusing to roll over and die for me, Ashlock sighed. He had no use for a corpse that would be half-eaten by the void when he was finished with it. Ramming the bastion into the monster's chest, which was so vast, it felt like landing on an alien planet. He activated his upgraded version of Consuming Abyss. The void lake spread out faster than before. It blanketed the bastion in seconds, and numerous void tendrils rose from its depths. This was followed by thick thorn-covered vines wreathed in a corrosive aura that devoured chi and returned it to Ashlock. The writhing mass of tendrils and vines flowed over the sides of the bastion and, like anchors, dug into the eclipse behemoth. Shadow chi and life force were drained out of the monster down the vines and tendrils into the bastion's core, where they were then redistributed to Knox and Ashlock. This is an impressive amount of chi. Almost as much as I receive from the world tree. Likely because I am draining the monster alive without restraint. Ashlock could also feel the flow of life force heading toward his inner world. It felt refreshing. I wonder what effects life force will have on my inner world. Will it cause wildlife to appear, or will it accelerate the growth of nature? Ashlock's thoughts were interrupted as the bastion shook because the monster unleashed a belly-deep roar of pain. The vines strained to keep the bastion locked onto the monster's chest as it tried to shake off the leech on its body. Oh no you don't. Ashlock used some of the chi he had drained from the monster to once again unleash a barrage of spatial blades at the monster's joints. However, this time was different. As if the monster had anticipated his attack, the shadow chi around the joints had hardened into something solid. It looked very similar to the technique Knox had used to block Stella's attacks long ago. His spatial blades still managed to tear through the shadows but barely left a wound on the joints. Shadow armor, Knox said, would be far too chi intensive for a monster of this size to cover its whole body, but it can protect weak points with it. Annoying. Why does it insist on dragging out its death? Ashlock complained as he remembered how irritating Knox had been to kill. If only he had Saul with him right now and hadn't agreed to send the end with Jasmine, this fight would be over already. Ashlock didn't want to waste any more chi than he had to on keeping a struggling monster pinned to the ground. But it seemed the Eclipse behemoth had underestimated him and was now showing off the true capabilities of a nascent soul realm monster. To think there will be a whole wave of monsters at this level in the beast tide. It was an almost tiring thought. Before the shadow armor around the joints reformed, the bastion core glowed with power as Ashlock unleashed another round of spatial blades, this time cutting deep. The wound began healing immediately as shadow chi poured into the fissures in the monster's scales, furthering Ashlock's growing impatience. A loud groan reverberated from the monster, and everything began to move. Despite its wounds, it shifted its weight. Like a tsunami of shadows, the monster's body rose as it heaved its titanic body into a sitting position and loomed over them. Shadow armor coated its entire head as it opened its maw that could swallow the world, and light began to bloom in the abyss of its throat. Okay. This is getting ridiculous. Ashlock had to come up with a new attack strategy. The bastion moved too slowly to dodge the attack. The shield had shown it wouldn't hold against the light beam no matter how much chi he shoved into it, and spatial blades were ineffective as the monster healed too fast. Perhaps Voidstorm Aegis S can block the light beam, but then what? We will be back to square one. Ashlock paused. Wait, the void is perfect for piercing defenses. I should call on Chaos and the other void ents. Quickly switching his view to his main body, he opened a portal on Red Vine Peak. Chaos, who was very distinct from the other void ent standing beside her due to her missing her head and having 4 arms, was standing guard alongside the 4 lunar ents and 1 void ent. Ashlock briefly debated telling the lunar ents to also go through, but he wasn't even sure if there was a moon in the pocket realm, so he decided they were best left here as they would be crippled due to the environment. Stolen from its rightful place, this narrative is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Just chaos won't be enough. His vision blurred again as he went through his routes to check on the Voidmond residents. The 3 other Void Reapers he had left there stood silently in the empty room. Morrigan was nowhere to be seen. Come assist me, Ashlock told the Ents, and in unison, they moved toward a portal, brandishing their meter-long claws. They phased through the portal with a whisper and reappeared on the bastion. Ashlock closed the portals. Kill the monster. He glanced up and noticed only its eyes were uncovered in shadow armor. Target its eyes and then destroy it from within. Chaos vanished along with the others as they used Void Step. For whatever reason, they reappeared near the monster's neck and were unable to Void Step all the way to its head. The monster seemed to notice the new threats silently rushing up its neck toward its head. Ashlock noticed the monster swinging its massive claw from the shadow veil in time to open a dozen portals and use telekinesis to control a dozen swords wreathed in spatial flames and the weight of his inner world with a focus on metal Dao to sharpen their edge. The swords impacted the swinging arm, and despite how tiny they looked compared to the arm's massive size, the force caused the monster's arm to snap back the other way with a sickening crunch. So that's what getting hit with the weight of an inner world looks like, Ashlock mused as he dialed up his spiritual pressure to use the monster's instability and push it back onto its back. The world trembled once more as the Titan fell and was now aiming its light beam uselessly at the sky. The Void Reapers, as he had decided to call them, were making swift progress, which seemed to concern the monster. The shadow armor around its neck began to shift into a liquid resembling oil, and from the liquid darkness rose fiends, abominations halfway between humanoid and beast comprised of haunted darkness. As if to mirror their creator's size, these fiends towered over the approaching Void Reapers. Chaos and the others began tearing into them, but the wall of living shadows kept reforming faster than the Ents could cut through the void. Shit, what can I do? Ashlock could barely even see that far away through the shadow veil pouring into the monster, let alone assist his Ents. Two can play at that game. Knox stood at the bow of the bastion and punched at the shadow shield of the bastion. An accursed bird of darkness manifested from the shadow chi and shot out toward the other fiends. Knox didn't stop there. She kept punching at the shield until a horde of shadow birds soared across the eclipse behemoth's chest into the wall of fiends and viciously attacked them. Nice one, Ashlock said as he saw Chaos use the distraction to carve a path straight toward the monster's eye, but that is when Ashlock lost sight of them. As the beast had fallen, the furthest his spiritual sight could penetrate was the top of the monster's maw, which was still glowing like a sun as the attack powered up. Just doing my part to pay you back, Knox slightly bowed. Oh, and this monster deserves it. Any shadow cultivator that uses shadow chi to trap light is an insult. If anyone in my family showed interest in such techniques, I wouldn't be surprised if my father struck them down where they stood. Ashlock sometimes forgot how intertwined with their chi-type cultivators became, as his spatial chi didn't affect him that much. If a cultivator's soul was altered to take in shadow chi, it made sense that shadow cultivators would have a natural hatred for their main weakness, light chi. Taking in and trying to coexist with their enemy must seem disgusting to them. There was a sudden pained and panicked roar from the eclipse behemoth, followed by it tensing up and thrashing around its head. I think Chaos found a way in. The monster let out one last groan before its head fell back with a crash. The light gathering in its mouth dimmed, and the shadow fiends on its neck faded away in the wind. The shadow veil slowly lifted, revealing Chaos emerging from the eclipse behemoth's eye with yellow blood dripping from the end of her forearms. Looks like we won, Knox said with relief. If that monster hadn't underestimated us from the start, we might have struggled to leave even a dent, let alone kill it. That's always been the advantage of fighting monsters over cultivators. Ashlock replied, one is far more cunning than the other. Monsters tend to believe in their strength more than they should. Knox nodded in agreement. It was quite an impressive fight. You two should be proud. Knox spun around, and Ashlock looked to where the voice had come from. Leaning casually under the shadow tree with her eyes closed was Morgan, Elaine's mother and someone who should not be here. Why are you here? Ashlock asked and was glad he no longer had a heart. Otherwise, her sudden appearance would have given him a heart attack. At Nobleman at. Morgan barely opened her eyes. Can I not be? I gave you truffles with the agreement that you would manage the Voidmond residence. That was indeed our agreement. Morgan smiled slightly. So would you agree that as long as no problems befall the residence, it is being managed as per our agreement? I suppose so. Then there's no problem with me being here. I have it all handled. How? Ashlock didn't believe her. When he had checked the residence earlier, it was empty, and now he had pulled all of the void ents to this pocket realm. There was nobody left guarding or managing the place. Darling, I have lived long enough to not let some distance stop me from fulfilling my goals and duties. Morgan fully opened her eyes. You're here, and Red Vine Peak is fine, is it not? Yes, but we are different. Morgan smirked. Are we? Ashlock thought back to the moment he saw her extra row of teeth. Whatever Morgan was, it certainly wasn't human. Which, from what Senior Lee suggested, wouldn't be so strange on the upper layers of creation but down here on the lowest level. It was certainly suspicious, especially since void cultivators were supposed to be cursed to remain below the nascent soul realm, yet Morgan gave him a sense of indescribable danger. What are you then? Ashlock asked. Are you even human? Morgan giggled. I'm Elaine's mother, darling. That's all you need to know. Fine. But seriously, why are you here? I was bored, Morgan replied bluntly. Bored. Morgan closed her eyes and leaned back on the tree. Yes, I heard all this discussion about a mystic realm trip, and then I was left alone in an empty residence with your silent creations and nothing to do. So when a portal opened in the residence, I went through it to see if there was anything fun on the other side. So, will you go back now? No. Morgan sat down, eyes still closed as if she was going to sleep. Don't mind me, I won't interfere. But if you want to find the Dark Throne, it should be that way through a few shadow rifts and past the spectral tombs. Morgan lazily pointed off to the left before dropping her hand. Dark Throne. What's that? Have you been here before? The one who controls the throne becomes the ruler of the darkness. Morgan yawned and ignored the rest of his question as she fell asleep. What a strange woman. I still can't get a read on her, Ashlock sighed. What a headache. He had enough to deal with already, and now he had an unhinged passenger with unknown motives other than to quell her boredom. But this dark throne does sound quite interesting. Is it an inheritance of some kind? With the eclipse behemoth dead, over the next few hours, Ashlock finished devouring its gargantuan body alongside the shadow veil. The whole pocket realm was still shrouded in a permanent darkness, but now he could see. Sure enough, in the direction Morgan had pointed earlier, there was an obsidian castle of such impressive size that it made him realize the eclipse behemoth had merely been the guard dog. If so, what terrible monsters could be awaiting him inside that were guarding this dark throne and the spectral tombs Morgan mentioned? Maybe I should call in more backup, Ashlock wondered as the results of devouring the eclipse behemoth flashed in his mind. Plus 1298 SC. So many. That monster might have even been at the third stage of the nascent soul realm, Ashlock mused as he brought up his sign in system to check his total. Idolatry daily sign in system. Day 3626. Daily credit 60. Sacrifice credit 2143. Sign in. Up to over 2000 credits, Ashlock looked to the castle and wondered if he would need to upgrade one of his skills or perhaps do a gacha draw to beat it. As the bastion floated up and toward the castle, he brought up his list of skills to see what he could upgrade but got distracted by something. As that, a person. Ashlock saw a tiny speck that soon revealed itself as a black-haired woman soaring toward them on a sword wreathed in shadows. Chapter 328. Origins. Ashlock opened a hole in the bastion's shadow shield, allowing Evelyn to pass through. The liquid shadows sealed up behind her as she hopped off her sword and absorbed it in a flash of silver light. I'm so relieved you are okay. Knox drifted over and embraced Evelyn before she could even react. We were worried you were going to die in here. Thank the heavens we made it in time. Evelyn frowned while awkwardly returning the hug. Why would I die in here? Knox released the hug and looked at Evelyn strangely. You picked a pocket realm with nascent soul level chi. As someone at the third stage of the Star Core realm, you wouldn't have stood a chance against any monsters here. Monsters. Evelyn seemed even more confused. I haven't seen any. Well, to be fair, I didn't see much of anything. The moment I appeared here, I was shrouded in darkness. After flying around for a while, I gave up and found a nice spot of stone to sit on. I was cultivating the incredibly dense shadow chi here until it all drifted away, and then I saw you in the distance. Did you not see or even hear the giant monster guarding this castle? No, though the ground did seem to tremble a lot. But I assumed those were earthquakes, not the result of a monster walking around. Evelyn glanced around. Where is it? We killed it already and stored the body elsewhere. Knox lied. It was drawing all the light into itself to create that shadow veil which it was using to empower itself and hide the castle from intruders. Once it died, the veil dissipated, and that's how you saw us. I see. Evelyn slowly nodded. So what now? Is that the end of my visit to the mystic realm? I chose the wrong one, and now I have to leave. No, I can let you pick another one, Ashlock informed her, and Evelyn winced at his voice. However, at least for now, it would be easier if you stayed with us while we explored this castle and the rest of this pocket realm. Knox can protect you from the monsters. It's safe here. Evelyn glanced at Knox, who gave her a thumbs up. That's fine with me. Evelyn shrugged. All I wanted to do in this mystic realm visit was go up a stage in cultivation. Killing monsters and whatnot is of no interest to me, so if there's a safe space for me to cultivate from, then that's ideal. Leave it to me, sis, Knox gestured toward her tree. Come take a seat under my canopy. I will direct shadow chi from outside straight to you in an amount that won't overwhelm your soul. Thank you. Evelyn turned and paused as she looked at the tree. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Who is that? She asked as she gestured with her chin to the sleeping beauty. Her name is Morgan, and she is the head of the Voidman family. Well, at least for now, Ashlock said. For now, Morgan murmured. Seeing Morgan listen to their conversation and even join in annoyed Ashlock. He didn't mind if people slept. As a tree, he understood the appeal. But what Morgan was doing was disrespectful. Why are you pretending to sleep to avoid my questions, Morgan? Ashlock asked. Cultivators, especially at your level, could go forever without sleep. We both know this. Drop the act, and yes. You are the head of the family for now. I took steps to wipe the Voidman family out, leaving only those I deemed useful alive. Those that aren't useful to me can serve in death. Ashlock decided to air out his thoughts to ensure they were on the same page. He did not like Morgan nor trust her. Spending a decade in this world had taught him there was nothing weaker than a family bond, so to trust her for the sole reason of being Elaine's mother would be insanity. She was dangerous in more ways than one. The problem was, What was he supposed to do to her? Thus far, she hadn't shown any hints of aggression, and other than going where she pleased, she hadn't caused him any harm, yet. Morgan opened her eyes, the fake drowsiness gone like the wind. Are you threatening me? Threatening you. That's one way to put it, I suppose. But I would say I feel more threatened by you. I can't trust someone to be so close to my sect members who I don't know or is under an oath of loyalty to me. Knox positioned herself before Evelyn, and the pair stepped back from the awakening void cultivator. Having Evelyn here certainly wasn't ideal, but in a twisted way, she was a good test subject to see Morgan's motives. Ashlock valued all his sect members, but some certainly more than others. Evelyn was a new addition to the sect and part of a proxy family in another city. In other words, she's replaceable. As the sect grew, his love for humanity and cultivators didn't expand to all. If anything, it only narrowed his focus to those he truly cared for. Morgan stood up and ran a hand through her hair. So you are one of those types. How annoying. What do you mean? Ashlock asked, not expecting this answer. He had slaughtered her bloodline, turned them into abominations, and even transformed her husband into a tree. He expected her to show malicious intentions toward him after everything he had said and done, yet she seemed more annoyed than enraged. You are a paranoid control freak, Morgan said bluntly while crossing her arms beneath her chest. What? Ashlock replied on instinct at the insult. I'm not. Yes, you are, but I don't mean that as an insult. As annoying as it is, people like you live the longest. Morgan cut him off. Exceedingly, few prosper in this world alone. To live a long life and reach the peak, those with your traits become rulers, surround themselves with allies, and, dare I say, brainwashed meat bags to throw at enemies. Even the most powerful cultivator has to let their guard down or have moments of weakness, such as the days following a fresh ascension to nascent soul realm. Having dependable people around you during those times is imperative to your survival. So, do you admit now you are a paranoid control freak? Love this story. Find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work. Ashlock thought over his life as a tree. Since he couldn't run, and his cultivation had been far behind those around him. Yes, he had been paranoid in the past about his existence getting out, which naturally led him to need a sense of control over those around him to feel safe. He still felt the need for heaven-bound oaths to trust people, especially someone as strange and mysterious as Morgan. But was that so wrong? Maybe a little. Ashlock eventually agreed. But what is your point? You and I are the same, more than you even know. We are the types to rule over others with secrets we want to take to the grave. Morgan grinned, and with his spiritual sight, Ashlock peered into the darkness of her mouth and could see the vague shadow of another row of teeth. Morgan's grin faded, and she turned serious. I will never bend the knee to you and become your oath-bound slave. That is why you feel unnerved around me, because you think I threaten your rule. Don't you agree? At Nobleman at. Ashlock hated having to interact with these old monsters. Morgan seemed to switch between being a drunk wine mom who was an airhead to someone with almost suspicious levels of insight. He had gotten used to most cultivators training their poker faces to never show any reaction, but Morgan had taken a completely different approach, which was far worse. Is this how people feel talking to Stella sometimes? Ashlock grumbled to himself, that totally unchecked confidence that, in her case, comes from lacking social skills, but she always manages to find a way to throw cultivators off. In truth, he hadn't known that she would never accept an oath. He also didn't feel his rule threatened by her at all. As a divine being, he was immune to void chi. If Morgan became a threat, he would hide anyone he cared about in his inner world, seal it off, and then have Larry hunt Morgan down until the end of the realm. He did not fear her. But he did find her unchecked presence a nuisance and danger to those not immune to the void like Stella or Diana. With a sigh, he decided to reply to Morgan, you are partially correct. But you got one thing terribly wrong. Oh, what is that? Knox exploded with divine lilac flames that soared into the sky. Ashlock activated spatial lock while slamming his entire presence onto Morgan, including the weight of his inner world and his divinity. The black-haired beauty grunted as she buckled under his pressure and fell to her knees before Knox. You may not agree to an oath, but you will bend your knee to me one way or another, Ashlock said, not holding back his abyssal whispers from invading her mind. Morgan trembled under his pressure as she fell forward onto her arms, her black hair obscuring her expression like curtains. Also, I may be a paranoid control freak, but I do not fear you. Ashlock said, I have tolerated you until now, but if you refuse to cooperate with me and show your true colors, don't expect me to be kind. Knox drifted a little closer, leaving Evelyn behind. She seemed concerned as she looked down at the woman being crushed. Ashlock, maybe this is a bit of an overreaction, Knox said softly. No, it's not, Ashlock replied. Knox hadn't seen what he had seen and didn't know what he did. This was the best way to handle this situation. Morgan needed to be put in her place before she got out of control, and he came to regret not putting his metaphorical foot down and letting this monster in human skin parade around like she owned the place. Knox went to say something more, but Evelyn held her shoulder and shook her head. The immortal knows what he is doing. Her loyalty lay with Ashlock, but the scene before Knox likely didn't seem fair or make sense. If only she knew the full extent of Ashlock's suspicions, but he didn't want to say them just yet. But Knox trailed off, clearly conflicted. A small laugh escaped Morgan, making Knox frown and Evelyn step back. It was then that Ashlock realized her trembling hadn't been from his pressure but rather her holding back laughter. I must admit I respect the arrogance and resolve to put me in my place. You're going to go far, immortal. Morgan's hair turned from black to rose gold, just like her daughter Elaine's, starting from the roots and cascading down to her hair tips. Rolling her shoulders, she casually stood up despite Ashlock never letting up his pressure and looked defiantly at Knox's tree with a calm gaze. But to show me such disrespect is a mistake. Raising her hand, Morgan clicked her fingers, and everything was gone. Knox, the bastion, Evelyn, the pocket realm with the giant castle and darkened skies. All that remained was Ashlock in his spiritual tree form and Morgan in an endless void. What did you do? Pulled out your soul to the void for a chat. Some things should be kept between us, away from prying eyes and ears. Those heavenly oaths you rely on for loyalty aren't as dependable as you think. Morgan's smile faded, and she glared at him. He felt his soul shudder despite being immune to void chi. Just what was she? I would say my tolerance for dealing with arrogant people is quite high after many years of life, but you might be the first to make me snap in centuries, Morgan said as she slowly walked around his spiritual avatar and ran a finger along his bark. You slaughtered my family that I spent effort raising, made a member of my bloodline swear an oath to you under the heavens. I dismissed these as minor inconveniences in the grand scheme of things, but now you dare to crush me with your pathetic pressure. Ashlock now realized his mistake. He believed Morgan was stuck at the peak of the Starcore realm, just like the rest of the Voidman family. But if she could shrug off his pressure like this, he no longer knew the extent of her power. I may not be able to kill your divine soul, Morgan fully grinned. Her jaw unlocked further than a human's, and she showed off her extra row of teeth, but I can make your life a living hell. So you really aren't human, Ashlock said, steering the conversation away from the threats. He wanted answers to help him better understand and navigate this situation. Neither are you, Morgan pointed out. How do you know I'm not human? Morgan seemed confused by his question. Humanity is the most basic form of sapient beings capable of cultivating through distinct realms with bottlenecks. As such, they are only found in their untouched form on the 9th layer of creation. Once you go to higher layers, nobody is what you would call a human anymore. Many default to a humanoid appearance as it's comfortable, but the flesh is merely a vessel for the soul. Ashlock had heard that term before from Senior Lee. I can tell you aren't human because nobody with your power would be down here. Morgan narrowed her eyes, though I have to admit this is the first time I have spoken to such a capable spirit tree that wasn't one of the iterations of the world tree. So she had figured out he was a spirit tree, which wasn't much of a surprise if one looked past his facade even a little. You spoke to the old world tree. I have, and it's the reason I have put up with your actions thus far. You might be the only one capable of freeing us from the eternal cycle, and it seems one of the origins has already taken an interest in you, and I want in. Morgan licked her lips. What do you say to a pact where we agree to mutual cooperation? Origin of the Void wishes to form a pact. Ashlock looked at the message floating in his vision with contempt. Morgan had displayed impressive power, yet despite all his wrongdoings against her, she still wanted a pact. Something wasn't right here. She wanted to use him. That much was clear. The question was, for what? His truffles. His mystic realm. What was she after? Even more concerning are these origins. Who were they? He didn't know. Apparently, one had already taken an interest in him, and Morgan knew somehow. Until he figured all of this out, there was no way he was signing a pact with such a person. Mutual cooperation worked both ways. Before he knew it, the Ashfallen sect could be dragged into higher layer wars due to Morgan and her enemies. Ashlock dismissed the message floating in his mind. My answer is no. Chapter 329. Eternal cycle. Unsurprisingly, Morrigan was not happy with his rejection. Her eyes dulled like an emotionless killer before slaughter, and her fingers trembled and clenched as they struggled to contain a rising rage. No, she asked, her voice colder than ice. The edges of her lips twitched. In all my lifetimes, I have never met someone as arrogant as you. If only you knew what you were dealing with and what was at stake. Morrigan vanished and reappeared beside his spirit form. Her voice dropped to a hushed whisper that made Ashlock shiver. Do I have to kill everyone you care about for you to understand I am not to be trifled with? Are you so blind that you fail to see? You aren't in a position to say no. You're right. I am arrogant because I am also ignorant and possibly disillusioned by my newfound power. Ashlock replied, I reject your pact because I don't understand what I am dealing with and what is at stake. Once I know, I can make my decision. I see, you want to make an informed decision. Morrigan looked to the floor, hiding her expression with her hair. After a moment, she straightened up, and it was as if someone else had possessed her body. Life returned to her eyes, and that amused and playful expression she had worn like a mask with Elaine was back. Gone was the monster wearing human skin. It looks like there was some miscommunication, darling, Morrigan pleasantly smiled. What would you like to know? Ashlock ignored her change for now as he had many questions, but the most pressing was regarding Morrigan's identity. You are called the Origin of the Void. What does that mean? Morrigan's eyes widened in surprise. How do you know my true title, yet you are oblivious to its meaning? I'm the one asking questions, Ashlock replied. He was still unsure of the system's origins and had no plans to reveal its existence to Morrigan. Morrigan's facade cracked slightly, and she gave an annoyed smile. Of course, you can keep your secrets, and so will I. However, I will tell you about my true title, as I am not unique. An origin is a manifestation of an affinity or Tao. We were there at the beginning and witnessed the birth of the 9 realms through war. War. Morrigan nodded. In the beginning, there was nothing but heaven and its origins. We fought for dominance, and as the origins bled, they flooded the void with their chi. You have an inner world, right? Imagine when you formed it, but it was even more chaotic. For an unknown length of time, a nebula of chaos, the stage for war, was all there was until the heavens finally stepped in an established order. The realms as you know them today were carefully woven together by the heavens, and the origins were brought under its control. Ashlock felt like a curtain was slowly being lifted as he learned more pieces to the puzzle. He had always been curious about what was before the 9 realms, and it seemed just like in his own universe, there had been a long period of disorder before gravity kicked in and started forming the stars and planets from the lingering gases. It's just that in this case, instead of gravity doing the work, it was the heavens. However, what confused Ashlock the most was that Morrigan was one of these so-called origins. As an ancient monster alive since before the heavens formed the realms, she didn't give off the same vibes as a powerhouse like Senior Lee. Was she hiding it that well, or was the origin of the void weaker than the others? How were the origins brought under control? Ashlock decided to ask. The World Tree, and the cultivators. Morrigan's answer surprised Ashlock. It hadn't been heaven directly or some kind of oath contract. Does it have something to do with the eternal cycle? Morrigan nodded. Our souls were bonded to the World Tree, so every time it dies, so do we. In a random place and time, we will be reborn again with clear memories of our past, but our cultivation has reset. Again and again, I reach the peak only to be pulled back down and have to start again as a baby. Morrigan's expression got progressively worse. Cultivators seek eternal life, but it is nothing but torture. Nothing I do matters as it's stripped away from me. Every time I get a glimpse at the peak, I am struck down by the cultivators and dragged down to oblivion. Ashlock thought back on his dreams of the World Tree, including all the suffering it endured as it was devoured alive by the cultivators' greed. Where were you? He said, surprised at the hint of anger that seeped into his tone. When the World Tree needed help, nobody came. If you helped it, maybe it wouldn't have died, and you would be free. Morrigan glared at him. What do you think I did the first 5,000 lifetimes? I fought and conspired along with the other origins. We did everything we could, but it was a fruitless endeavor. The cultivators outnumber us origins, and they can continue cultivating forever while we have to keep starting from scratch. Over and over and over and over. Morrigan pulled at her hair as she became overcome with frustration. The other origins gave up. Content with living out their life cycles in peace, and the more that gave up, the worse our chances of winning became. The heavens broke us. Ashlock was beginning to see the whole picture. The heavens are untouchable so long as a bridge is never made between the highest layer of creation and itself. He had wondered why the heavens were so motivated to give cultivators strength and encouraged deities to empower their followers. It was also that there was a group strong enough to keep the origins in check and prevent the world tree from becoming the bridge. I'm sorry, Ashlock didn't know what else to say. Eternal life sounded fine when you were immortal, free of the obligations of needing food, water, or sleep to live. He would be quite content relaxing under the 9 moons for decades at a time. But if he knew all this progress, all these trials he went through for power would be inevitably stripped away from him, and he would have to start from zero. That sounded like a twisted kind of torture that he wouldn't wish on his worst enemy. It's fine. I have long gotten used to it and, like the other origins, gave up and accepted the eternal cycle as unbreakable. Morgan's lips curled upward, but then you come along. An intelligent demonic tree with divinity that could serve as the bridge we have been looking for all along. Stolen from its rightful author, this tale is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. So you really were planning to drag me into a war. Ashlock's fears had come true. Agreeing to the pact would solidify his involvement and side in a war that had been going on since the dawn of creation between the origins and the heavens. Morgan shrugged. War is inevitable no matter where you go or what you do. Life under the heavens is competitive, and resources are limited. Whether for land, political power, or just for the thrill. War comes for us all. The only question is, which side will you choose? Ashlock thought over the question and realized his fate may have already been decided long ago. Perhaps from the very moment a human soul appeared in the body of a demonic tree with a suspicious sign in system, it had set the ball rolling for this moment. Whether it be the skills and mutations he had been given that fixed the world tree's issues, Senior Lee passing by and giving him divinity, or the world walkers who despise the heavens taking an interest in him. Something or someone was hellbent on destroying this eternal cycle and seemed to have chosen Ashlock for the job. Before I can pick a side, I have a question. You mentioned another origin had taken an interest in me. Do you know who it is? I'm not sure. Morgan rubbed her chin and stared at his spirit form. At first, I thought an origin had taken an interest in you. However, now that I have isolated your soul and gotten a better look at it, you seem to be an origin. What? How is that possible? I don't remember my past lives. He trailed off at the end. He certainly didn't remember thousands of past lives as a cultivator but remembered his life on Earth. Wait, did that make him an origin? It seemed that remembering a past life and using that knowledge to their advantage was one of the origin's main things. He still had free will and could choose whatever path he desired, but if he didn't stop the cycle and prevent the world tree from dying, he might suffer the fate of the other origins and have his life reset. Morgan shrugged. Everything about you doesn't make sense. Your knowledge, capabilities, and past. Spirit trees are usually dumb and take forever to grow. Trust me, I would know after trying to convince the world tree to defend itself from being harvested. So what now? I agree to the pact and join you in a battle against the cultivators in heaven. No, now that I suspect you are an origin, we cannot make a pact, Morgan said thoughtfully. It will attract the attention of heaven, and you should lessen your reliance on heavenly contracts. You are a small fish in a big pond, but once the heavens catch on, the cultivators will start coming. Ashlock found that amusing. It felt like the cultivators had been coming since day one. Maybe the heavens had already noticed long ago. It did like to glare down at him quite regularly with its thousands of golden eyes. So I will just have to trust you. No pact or contract. Morgan grinned. There's no need for a pact. As a fellow origin, we are in the same boat with the same goal. Either we work together, or maybe we will meet again in another cycle someday. Though I will look different, and so will you. The body is only the vessel for the soul, after all. Maybe you will be a pine tree or a shrub in your next cycle. That sounds terrible. Ashlock couldn't think of being stuck as such lame flora. He loved being a demonic tree. I guess we really do need to work together, but I simply can't come to trust you. How about I prove you can trust me? Morgan reeled back her fist and planted it into Ashlock's trunk with immense force. He felt his reality break as everything returned. He was back in the shadow pocket realm, with his soul inside Knox's trunk. Evelyn and Knox were basically exactly as he had left them, looking around in confusion. A lengthy conversation in the void had likely been mere seconds here. However, one thing was missing, and Ashlock mirrored his companion's confusion. Morgan was nowhere to be seen. He spread out his spiritual senses, but she was gone. Just how does she plan to prove I can trust her? Ashlock wondered as he stared up at the darkened sky. Stella blinked in confusion. Right after touching the shard floating around in the mystic realm's fog, she had been transported to a stone corridor. It took a moment for her eyes to readjust to the dim lighting, and she wrinkled her nose at the intense smell of damp mold. Hardly any spatial chi down here. Stella clicked her tongue and crossed her arms as she glanced around. I have ended up somewhere annoying again, haven't I? Picking a random direction, she began walking. Closing her eyes, she entered the spatial plane but was surprised to find runic formations embedded into the walls of this seemingly abandoned place, muddling with her senses. Irritation grew the further she walked. She had been trapped in Ashlock's inner world because of Vincent Nitros for the last week. After finally being given an opportunity to explore somewhere new and advance her cultivation, she was cast into a dungeon of some kind with no chi worth cultivating. Is this a sick joke? Stella grumbled. Unless Ashlock came to check on her and somehow broke her out of here, she would be trapped in this useless pocket realm for a month. I'm going to lose my mind. With a flash of silver, she summoned her sword. Hopping on it, she had to crouch down as the tunnel was barely a person tall and 2 persons wide. Cycling her chi, she raised her finger, and a portal flashed into existence. Due to the runic formations, she couldn't make a portal that far down the tunnel, but it would certainly be quicker. A waste of chi, but every moment I spend down here is time I could have spent cultivating and contemplating the whispers of heaven. Her ears popped as she passed through portal after portal, increasing her speed as she went. Just how long is this stupid tunnel? Where do you think you will place in the tournament? Stella heard a snippet of a conversation followed by a scream. The sudden noise made Stella's heart jump in her chest, and the man's skull skewered on the end of her sword wasn't doing her any favors. She quickly stopped her sword before passing through the next portal she had conjured. Okay, what in the 9 realms just happened? How did I kill this guy? Stella turned her sword around to face the screaming. The body belonging to the skewered head dragged along the ground, following the path of the sword. Brother! The screaming girl shouted as she ran toward Stella. Her focus was entirely on the dead body, and she didn't seem at all interested in looking at her brother's killer. Which worked great for Stella. Casually hopping off her sword, she summoned a black dagger to her hand and rammed it straight into the girl's face, killing her instantly and making her neck snap back from the force. The girl fell at Stella's feet as a corpse as she let go of the dagger's hilt. I really can't believe it, Stella muttered as she crouched down, pulled back the girl's hood, and rolled her over. The girl's eyes were wide open, showing their pale blue color. Pushing her hair aside, Stella ran a finger along her pointed ears. A long sigh escaped Stella's lips as she freed the dagger and burned off the blood with her soul fire. At nobleman at. She had seen these blue-robed, pointed-ear people before and doubted they would be delighted to see her again. After all, she had caused one of their elders to lose their arm and had stolen a few of their precious books. The Azure clan again, Stella grumbled as she looked between her 2 recent kills. Both wore the same blue robes, yet only the girl had pointed ears and blue eyes. Wait, didn't the girl call this man her brother? They have similar facial features, but only the girl has the features I associate with the Azure clan. Does that mean she is pure blood while this brother of hers was something else? Either way, it gave Stella an idea. Stripping the girl of her blue cloak, she burned off the blood stains and wore it over her clothes. Dusting it off, she gave a twirl and grinned. They mentioned a tournament, right? I wonder how strong the people of the upper layer of creation are. What do you think, Maple? Can win a few rounds. Maple yawned from atop her head, rolled over, and went back to sleep. Stella shrugged at her lazy companion's response. Waving her hand, the murder scene and her sword vanished in a flash of silver light. While whistling a tune, she picked the path the pair had come from and headed in that direction on foot. Soon, she began hearing the voices of other Azure clan members drowned out by the roar of a crowd. If I'm stuck here, I might as well have some fun. Stella grinned as she put up the hood of her blue cloak. Chapter 330, Outsider. Days had passed since Stella arrived in this Azure clan pocket realm, and the tournament was in full swing. Outer Disciple Thalassa from Spatial Peak will be fighting Outer Disciple Evan from Dream Peak. A bored-sounding elder announced before he sat down on a raised platform alongside the other elders. Stella counted 3 elders in participation for today, with one she recognized. The man taking the center seat was the Monarch Realm elder who had tried to kill her in the library, and one of his cloak sleeves lay flat as he was still missing his arm. The stands surrounding the arena rumbled as the cultivators drummed their feet in excitement as Thalassa and Evan took the stage. Stella hadn't interacted with large groups of cultivators before, so she had no idea if this kind of reaction was typical. However, thinking back on the alchemy tournament, the mortals had shown a similar level of excitement, so maybe it was normal. Either way, she found the behavior and decorum of the cultivators from the Azure clan quite detestable. She had tried to sneak her way into a fight, but was barred entry, as she didn't know the participation number of the siblings she killed in the tunnel. So, with nothing else to do, she was stuck watching the matches between the various peaks of the Azure clan while surrounded by these loud weaklings. Her soul itched to be unleashed on those around her, flattening them under her pressure to silence them, but she refrained. Now wasn't the time to expose her prowess, but the opportunity was fast approaching. After all, she hadn't been idle these last few days watching battles between outer disciples in the early stages of the Starcore realm. She had tracked down a target and found a possible way in. Looking up at the Pocket Realm Sun's location and comparing it to the fighting schedule she had memorized, a smile tugged at the edge of her lips as she stood up. It's time. Stella unapologetically blocked people's views and stepped on people's toes as she strode down the stand to the exit. Hey, which peak are you from? A loudmouth stood up and tried to confront her. You hurl insults, throw food, and drum your feet, yet I step on your toes, and now you have a problem. Stella didn't understand these people at all. The only talent they seemed to have was making her last few days here as irritating as possible. Sit, Stella said simply and flicked him in the chest with the faintest whisper of chi. The man's eyes widened as the wind vacated his lungs, and he crashed back into his seat while gasping for air. Stella smirked as she finally got some revenge against these people she had endured for the last few days. To her surprise, despite the amount of commentary and insults these people had for those fighting in the arena, nobody else stepped up to confront her after seeing how effortlessly she disposed of the last idiot. That's a shame. I wanted to put a few more of them in their place. Stella pouted as she descended the stairs to the nearest tunnel heading deeper into the arena. Let the fight begin. The same elder from before bellowed, not even bothering to stand up. Stella paused and decided to give the fight a quick look as she still had time. Added Nobleman at. I bet it will be as disappointing as the rest. Thalassa, a petite red-haired girl, held up a dagger with two hands and coated it in dark purple spatial chi. Dashing forward through the sand, spatial chi flashed across her body, and she vanished. Reappearing beside Evan a moment later, she stumbled before falling flat on her face. What a terrible use of spatial step. Stella sighed. You have to make sure your foot is raised when you teleport, otherwise, you have nothing to balance yourself with when you arrive. Every spatial cultivator with a brain can figure that out. Stella had been told in the past that there were few spatial cultivators because it was a difficult and dangerous affinity to cultivate. She didn't really understand why until coming here. These people were so bad that they were more of a danger to themselves than their enemies. To think I tried to learn from the books written by these foolish elders. No wonder they don't know what they are doing. Their books were nothing but flowery nonsense. Evan, who looked half asleep with his eyes closed and shoulders sagged, turned to Thalassa, who was quickly recovering from her blunder. He flared his star core pressure to throw her off balance and surged forward with impressive speed. With his eyes still closed, he punched Thalassa square in the stomach with his prismatic dream chi-wreathed fist. Go to sleep, Evan said. Stella picked up on his words over the crowd's roar. Sure enough, Thalassa wasn't getting up, and despite the uncomfortable position of hugging her stomach in pain, she seemed to be sleeping. This is how most fights with the Dream Peak cultivators had gone. If they didn't get cut down straight away, they often managed to land a hit on their opponent, sending them into a dream state. Some people with strong mental wills or protective artifacts broke out of the effect, but Thalassa didn't seem so lucky. Evan staggered over to Thalassa in his sleepy state and proceeded to beat the shit out of her until she appeared to die, and an elder declared him the victor. Evan from Dream Peak wins. Stella vanished unnoticed down the tunnel while everyone stood up and cheered. Despite being an outsider of the Azure clan, she was surprised at the subtle rage brewing in her heart due to the Spatial Peak's continued terrible performance. Of all the peaks competing, Spatial Peak had, without a doubt, the weakest showing, and it wasn't even close. They were the laughingstock of everyone in the stands, and Stella couldn't blame them for laughing. After all, they hadn't seen how terrifying Spatial Chi could be, yet. Stella walked past some other blue-robed cultivators of the Azure clan, and they hardly spared her a glance as they chatted with one another about the upcoming fights. Lyra is up next, right? The Spatial Peak Elder's daughter. Heavens, this is going to be so embarrassing. I know, right? He even came specifically today to watch her fight. I wonder if he will step in if her life is endangered. The other person snorted. Probably not, as that goes against the clan's rules, and the elder has more children than stars in the sky. But I wouldn't be surprised if the opponent vanished the next day, maybe along with his family and friends for good measure. However, I wonder if the elder even wants his daughter to win. I mean, she is assured to lose and be brutally killed out there like the other spatial peak losers. Careful what you say, the second person whispered. Rumors have it the elder has become far more ruthless since his accident. Good point. The pair of cultivators had rounded a corner a while ago, and Stella had kept walking while listening in. Eventually, she failed to catch much else over the noise from the crowd. Well, that complicates things. I knew Lyra was special, but to think she is one of the on-duty elder's daughters. Stella bit her lip. She had picked out this girl for a few reasons and had been stalking her every action for the last few days to ensure this plan went smoothly. Nobody else Stella had seen so far matched her needs, and already, a quarter of the time in the mystic realm had gone by. She had yet to gain anything, and spending another week or two looking for a perfect target didn't seem worth it. I'm going to attract attention either way. If things turn for the worse, Maple should protect me. Pausing before a door, Stella held her hand up an inch from the door and let out a breath. No going back now. She knocked thrice and heard some movement. Who is it? A voice thundered through the door. One of Lyra's guards. Support the author by searching for the original publication of this novel. It's Alara, Stella said in an upbeat, overly cute tone that she despised with every fiber of her being. I have come to wish Lyra good luck in her upcoming fight. Stella had identified this Alara girl as one of Lyra's best friends. After copying her mannerisms by observing her from afar for many days, Stella disposed of the annoying girl yesterday evening when she spotted her heading to the town built around the arena to house participants and spectators for the event. Alara. I wondered where she had gone last night. The muffled voice of Lyra came through the door. Let her in, Hugo. Stella grinned as she heard the door's multiple locks click open one by one. The moment the door opened, she came face to face with Hugo. The guard's eyes widened as he saw an unfamiliar face that was most certainly not Alara. After all, Alara was nothing but a corpse in Stella's spatial ring. You aren't Alara, Hugo said, but it was too late. Stella activated her earrings to confuse the man before she spatial stepped into the room with perfect precision, unlike Thalassa. With a pop of air, she effortlessly appeared before Lyra. Alara, wait, who are you? Lyra stumbled back. The pleasant smile she had been wearing as she anticipated a meeting with her best friend had turned into pure terror, and her confused mental state was evident by how chaotic her surprisingly pure spatial chi was flickering across her shoulders. Me. Stella summoned a dagger to her hand, wreathing it in pure spatial chi. I'm whoever I last killed. Her hand blurred as she went to slash Lyra's neck. Ah! A golden barrier manifested as the gemstone in Lyra's necklace cracked. The brief look of hope in Lyra's eyes faded as Stella's blade sliced through the barrier, shattering it as if it were a minor inconvenience, and stabbed Lyra in the neck. A pained gargle left Lyra's mouth. She reached up to try to push Stella off. Stella answered her effort by twisting the dagger to widen the wound before kicking Lyra to the ground and pulling the dagger free in a shower of blood. Lyra coughed up blood as she desperately tried to cover the bleeding hole in her neck, but it was useless. That's the important one down. Stella twirled around. Her black sword materialized in a flash of silver, and with telekinesis, she sent the sword to impale Hugo against the door. The guard, who was still stunned by her earrings, tried to raise his arms to block the chi-wreathed sword, but Stella directed it to tilt down at the last second, so it went through his stomach. Wah-ah! Hugo shouted in surprise, followed by the sound of the once half-open door slamming shut with him pinned to it. Stella had less to worry about with the door closed and the room now sealed by the arena's formation. Let's make this quick, shall we? Stella said to the 4 other guards in the room, who had finally reacted to what was happening and were now cautiously circling her. She noticed 2 of them eyeing the dying Lyra with concern while the other 2 didn't dare take their eyes off her for a second. Their knuckles went white as they clutched their swords tightly, and Stella could practically smell their fear. All of them were spatial cultivators, and it only took her one look to tell that they were deeply inferior to her. This is a weird feeling. Usually, I'm on the losing side, facing someone far stronger than me. Stella grinned. I better not get too overconfident. That's how the others died. Monster. One of the guards who seemed the most concerned with Lyra shouted, what did Miss Lyra do to you? What are you after? Money. Revenge. Stella scoffed. Revenge. I hardly knew her. Money. I have more than I know what to do with. Then, what reason do you have? Another guard protested. Stella laughed. I want her face. Her face. Enough questions. The dead don't need answers. Stella summoned a dagger to her free hand and now wielded two. She then flared her chi to make a portal behind the two distracted guards' heads. They hardly reacted as she thrust her daggers through and stabbed them in the back of the head. Pulling the daggers back out of their skulls, the two guards crumbled to the floor. Dead. No. One of the still alive guards charged at Stella. She effortlessly sidestepped his sword with her superior reflexes and gently redirected him toward a portal. She grabbed his cloak to stop him from fully stumbling through. I always wanted to test something. Other chi types react violently with portals, so they rarely work as attacks. However, what about against other spatial cultivators? Stella looked at the guard, whose head poked out a portal across the room. Hatred filled the guard's eyes. I'll kill you, he swore. I'll really fucking kill you, you crazy bitch. Stella tilted her head. You sure? From where I'm standing, you are already dead. What are you on about? Stella snapped her fingers, and the portal the guard was partially through collapsed. He tried to resist the closure with his spatial chi, but Stella found the attempt cute. Despite being in the same realm, the difference between them was too vast. With a pop, the portal cleaved the guard in two. Both halves dropped to the ground at the same time in different parts of the room. So I really can cut spatial cultivators in half if my chi is superior. Stella ducked as a sword whistled past where her head had been. Did you really think you could sneak up on me? Stella had long noticed the final guard's approach. She spun around and used her dagger to cut the guard's head off in a reverse grip with such force it sent the body spiraling through the air before it crashed and took out a chair. Stella slowly straightened up and relished in the rush from the hunt. It had been so long since she last stretched her muscles against some foes. You're sick in the head. Stella looked at Hugo, who had managed to pull the sword from his stomach, but it seemed the poison she had dripped on her blade was already working if his pale complexion and short breaths were anything to go by. How so? Stella asked, genuinely confused. Was there something wrong with the way I fought? I swear I did everything right, though. I incapacitated the guard closest to the door so he couldn't run for help. Neutralized the main target so she couldn't spatial step away, and then I closed the door to seal the room so I could deal with the rest one by one. I even made sure most of the deaths were quick and only slightly painful. Hugo grimaced at her question. Why would you slaughter your fellow family members like this? The world is already rife with war. If you want to fight, use your skills for the benefit of the Azure clan instead of this senseless killing for no apparent gain. Stella slowly processed what Hugo said and eventually realized the misunderstanding. Oh. A small chuckle escaped her lips. You thought I was one of you. Hugo narrowed his eyes. You're an outsider. Why else would I want your dear Lyra's face? Stella said in Alara's cute voice before switching to Lyra's more mature tone. It's hard to fit in otherwise, you know. Hugo's expression twisted, and his complexion darkened. His purple soul flames erupted from his shoulders in a blaze as he glared at her with absolute hatred. Disgusting outsider, I will take you down with me. Going supernova in here. Stella tilted her head. What about Lyra? She's not dead yet, you know. Miss Lyra wasn't going to survive the tournament anyway. Her sacrifice will be worth stopping a monster like you from destroying the Azure clan from within. Hugo shouted. You're too dangerous to be left alive. Liquid spatial chi spluttered from his mouth and poured from his eyes and ears. Despite being in the initial stages of the Star Core realm and having such impure chi, if Stella faced Hugo going supernova in such a small room, her death would be assured. What a lame way to die. Stella shook her head as she fearlessly walked toward Hugo. You can't stop me. Hugo grinned. Even if you cut off my head, the process has already started. You're dead, bitch. Stella sighed as she pulled down her hood and patted Maple on the head. Wakey wakey Maple, I got a snack for you. Maple stirred awake, and after a little more encouragement, the slothful squirrel sniffed the air and finally decided to hop off her head. Stella left Maple to enjoy his meal while she cleaned up the rest of the room as the time for Lyra's fight was fast approaching. What is that? A squirrel? Hugo snorted. What is such a cute pet going to? A girlish scream followed that made Stella raise a brow as she waved her hand to absorb the bodies of the other guards. A moment later, a weight landed on Stella's head, and she reached up to rub Maple under his chin. It's a shame I gave Hugo a chance to go supernova. I promised Tree some monster corpses as snacks, but the pile of Azure clan bodies will have to suffice. Maple yawned in response and went back to sleep. Such a fat and lazy squirrel. Stella snorted as she put her hood back up. Now, where is Lyra? Ah, there she is. Stella followed the trail of blood around the back of a sofa and saw Lyra desperately trying to crawl away. I guess that's the daughter of an elder for you. Struggling until the last breath instead of taking the cowardly way out. Stella crouched down over her body. I will reward your tenacity with a swift death. She placed her hand on the back of her head and felt the girl freeze up. Please. Lyra gasped out. You people are confusing. Stella shook her head. The arena matches out there are to the death or until someone surrenders. Is life on the upper layer of creation more civil than where I'm from, and fighting to death a sport rather than an everyday reality? Lyra kept struggling. You know you're already dead, right? Why does it matter if I kill you now or if you die in the arena? Maybe. Lyra wheezed out, but I don't want to die at the hands of a monstrous outsider like you. Stella shrugged. Well, sorry about this. I came to hunt monsters and found you guys. But at the end of the day, monster and human, is there really a difference? Putting some force into her fingers, she cracked Lyra's skull like an egg, and the elder's daughter went limp. That kill definitely felt less satisfying compared to the guards, Stella mused as she rolled the body over. There were 2 reasons she had targeted Lyra. Her cultivation and spirit roots were the most impressive she had seen, but even more importantly, Stella pulled free the dark blue mask from Lyra's face, which was like a half moon. Stella hadn't lied to the guards. She really was after Lyra's face. Underneath the mask that had covered most of Lyra's face, there were horrific scars and disfigurement. Perhaps to maintain her father's dignity, she was the only person Stella had seen in the tournament who wore a mask. Which served her needs perfectly. The mask exposed her mouth, but as long as it covered her eyes, she could use her hood to hide the rest. Cleaning the inside of the mask from Lyra's blood, Stella put the mask on and was satisfied with how well it fit. Lyra. A loud knock rang through the room. It's time for your fight. I'm coming in. Stella's blood ran cold as she looked at the dead girl at her feet. Oh shit.